the gravy, please.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we thank you for making us your choice as we start a brand new year together live in studio, celebrating our 29th anniversary together. It's the Good Time Gang. I am Speedy. Over to my left, it's Greg. To my right, it's Helmsy. In the TV production room, Adler is here. Rick, Bubba join us right after top of the next hour. So let's bring everybody in. As I said, to my left is Greg, and to my right is Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
What's happening?
Wow.
Hey.
18 days goes by pretty quick, doesn't it?
It does. Greg and I were talking before this hour started, and it's a lot like college football season.
Yeah.
You know, you anticipate preseason, and you're talking all summer, and then all of a sudden college football starts, and you blink, and it's over.
Yeah.
That's kind of how the vacation went. We all shared responsibilities on hosting best ofs, but it still allowed a few of us to have multiple days in a row, so that was good and refreshing. But we're back together, and here we are.
Yeah, excited to be back.
Oh, yeah.
I got to get in a better – I told Greg a minute ago, I got here a little earlier than I normally do for me, and it was kind of to get in a new routine and all that, and I'm as unorganized now as I was when I arrived.
Yeah, well,
I feel like I'm going to have a few days to get back in the swing of things.
Yeah. Well, I knew we'd have a hangout before because, even though we're texting and all that stuff, we haven't actually been in the same room together, so we were able to catch up a little bit.
I actually worked yesterday, so I'm kind of in the mode.
So you're back. Yeah, you had yesterday.
As far as
I did too.
Stuff that I'd ignored.
Right.
And here's another thing.
It became real yesterday.
I couldn't remember at first. I thought, no, because he went to the beach. I think he's doing that this week. Speedy's already knocked his out. Well, then there was a text floating around for a couple of days. This is where we pull back the curtain right here. And because we were contemplating, was it actually today or the next day that we were coming back? And I didn't know at first I thought it was a joke at first. Then I thought it was real that Bubba was asking, are we coming back Thursday instead of Wednesday?
You're so great.
So then,
my goodness, might as well just take this week.
Listen, I thought, well, crap, who's going to do the best of tomorrow? Because we'd have had to do one more, but we're all here.
Yeah, we're all here, and I'm not going to start the year complaining, so this is not a complaint. It's just what happened. I don't know what to do about one of our dogs.
What? Oh, because
in the floor.
Hey, by the way, I straight up, I don't know what to do. We tried the Benadryl thing, and he laughed at it. He laughed at it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we researched, vet and all that, what to do, and we have a dog that freaks out anxiety-wise when storms come in. If he hears rumbling,
has it just gotten worse lately?
Yes, and I don't understand why. Because at the other house and in past years, it wasn't a problem, but now,
that's weird.
Hey, and even if it starts raining, it's almost like he can talk. Like he looks out the window, like, "What's that?" And then all of a sudden he doesn't like he doesn't just run around the house, but it's like he wants to go outside. And I'm like, so you want to go out in it? That's what you want to do. And then I find myself, I'm talking to a dog. Yeah. And I'm like, he can't talk back, but he just looks up at me. Now, we have a little breezeway back porch area. It's all covered. It's got a little, sectional outdoor couch. And, when weather's right, we go out, watch a little TV. And Terry's like, hey, they need to be in when we have weather like this, and I get it, I do. Yeah. But they have a very big covered area. It's like
they do have a nice
it's like
area.
A very huge, luxurious doghouse. Yeah. Okay, why aren't they just outside? All right, so I battle that a little bit.
They do have a nice area out there.
And I knew when I saw the hourly where we live. For those of you around the country, yesterday was labeled as a weather event possibility, and
a little muggy.
And it was, and it felt weird, didn't it? The night before, for the last 48 hours, it was like, is this August?
I know.
Yeah, we went from freezing before Christmas.
Yeah, and it just, the atmosphere, everything, it was unsettling. It was like, okay, this does feel a little weird here.
We went from nearly negative wind chills of negative to 65 in 3 days.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, it was cold.
Yeah,
it was. That was a different kind of chilly.
Yeah. Woo. But now we were in a situation yesterday where, it was supposed to come through where we live in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And I even made a comment to Terry, and I guess this is when we thought we could have something, like a good night's sleep. Hey, I'm glad it's coming through during the middle of the afternoon. At least this one here, I'm pointing at the dog. It won't keep us up all night. And so sure enough, here it comes. And it came. Some systems come through and it's just rain and it's just, hey, you might have a weather event come through, tornado or whatever. And then some bring lightning and thunder. That's what gets him, is the rumble and all that. And here it comes, man. And we whined all day, and I put him out in the back and was checking on, go get him. So here I pull him in, played that game all day. And I thought it was over. And then I see the forecast update.
See, I thought it was over, too.
Oh, we got another wave.
Round 2 coming. Yeah. Going to be here around 11 p.m.
Yeah, right. That's perfect.
Yeah. I'm like, gosh almighty.
Yeah. And going to be with us a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I guess, and Terry, I got to say, she took one for the team last night, and I didn't even know it until I woke up. Alarm goes off at 3:15. I wake up. She's on the couch, and she's got the 2 dogs with her.
Oh, my.
and normally the routine is, if they're inside, and they stay outside some, is I wake up, I let them out while I'm in the shower, and then either I let them back in, let them out. She normally gets up around 5 a.m. Central Time and then does her little morning routine. I'm not there. So I do my little deal, and all of a sudden she pops up. And I guess I thought, because the covers were high on the other side, I thought she was in bed the whole time.
Oh.
And she had gone outside.
You screamed.
And all of a sudden she gets up, and she's stumbling around, and I'm like, what's going on? Kind of startled me a little bit. And she just mumbles, kept me up all night. And I'm thinking, what in the world has happened? And she says up to about 3:15, she didn't hardly sleep at all. Well, I don't know if I'm just a bad owner or whatever. I kick them outside.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
they're fine.
Hey, see you later. And I go out, and it's like this nice covered area. Why aren't they out here?
They could get in a little corner.
I get it's light. I give you that. I give you that, but they're not out in it.
Buddy goes and gets under Lisa's car in the garage.
Yeah.
He don't like it, but when lightning or fireworks, he'll get under the car.
Right. So I go take a shower, and she stumbles and falls in the bed like a tree, and I'm like, man, this is awful. I hate that. And so I left this morning, and it was coming on down pretty good. But I'm like, I'm not letting them back in, and then them wake her up again. They're outside.
They're fine. They'll stay out.
They got a nice little area.
They
really do.
For those dog
kind of wish I was laying out there right now watching it rain.
Yeah, for those dog lovers, I'm not kicking them in the backyard with no cover, and they're not laying in the middle of the grass.
Like on them commercials, that dog chained up to that big wooden spool.
No.
By the way,
snow.
Yeah, I mean, there's times that I'm like, I take a nap out there when it's a nice day watching TV. So it's not like they've got some rough life. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm thinking to myself, why haven't they been out all night? So I don't know what. I didn't wake her back up. I tiptoed out, and so she's probably up now, hating life. But we got to do something about that dog, and I don't know what to do.
Say the Thunder Jacket don't work.
I've heard Thunder Jacket, but then we brought up Thunder Jacket, and I got so much email of, hey, don't waste your money.
Well, the dog's never worn anything like that before. He's probably going to hate it.
Then I heard the Benadryl thing. Benadryl for dogs. They do that, go through the vet, you can get your stuff. And now the latest thing I'm hearing is all these like treats, and you can give, gummies and stuff.
Is it like marijuana, melatonin, gummies?
I guess so. I don't know what to do.
CBD.
I don't know what. And I told Terry, I said, I know the dog will probably use the bathroom all up in the garage or whatever. I don't know when the severe weather comes if we don't put him in the garage or something and just, hey, buddy, I'll see you in a few hours. I don't know. But that's just me not complaining. That's just life. That's just what happened last night where we live. It had a round of storms coming through, and it carried a lot of lightning and thunder with it. And I know a lot of you getting that now.
Oh yeah,
but
I don't think it was as bad the second wave.
No, it was loud though. It was loud.
Yeah, the windows were rattling.
Yeah. Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let me guess. Unknown caller. You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover. We'll help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it.
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PAID for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PAID. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PAID for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PAID.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price, and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Good Time Gang is live, and we thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Adler here already, controlling TV. To my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. I'm Speedy. Good Time Gang is him. 29 years. It's our 29th anniversary that we celebrate together today, and the first live show of 2023. It will be full of recaps and stories from the holidays. When you get off and you go out and you live life either together, like the farm hunt that we talked about on the Big Year Ender, or just living, with the family and doing adventures, whatever. You come back with stories, and so. It's hard to even
about that.
It's hard to even remember that far back, but we will today, and we'll recap. And
we have never, as a family, gone anywhere during Christmas, and this year we did.
That's awesome. That y'all did that.
That's really cool that y'all've done something that we always talk about and we never pull off, and that is go to the beach for a couple of days.
Yeah, during this time of year, especially.
Yeah,
and first of all, it's not crowded.
Yeah,
that's good. And
you caught it good just after the cold front.
Yeah, the cold front. So we didn't know how to dress.
Yeah,
because we didn't know this time of year what's normal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it ended up being in the 70s, which was only rain one day, which was super nice. You could sit on the beach and not be cold or hot.
Right.
Which is I've never experienced that. I'm usually on the beach and I'm burning up.
Yeah.
And there were people swimming in the water, but I don't know why. It was cold, but we would get about knee deep in it, me and Ellis, and but. The water was cold, but there were people actually in it. Of course, it was rough. You couldn't go far because it was red flag. But anyway, but that was the first time we ever done that. We had a house on the beach, and we just kind of relaxed, and everybody got along, and we had a great time. It was good.
Yeah, well, I know we've talked about mountains or beach, and we've brought that up a lot of, but we'll see posts from families, and they've either rented something on the side of a mountain somewhere, and we're like, why don't we do that? And then, or to what you did to the beach, we're like, why don't we do that? We've never pulled the trigger.
We've done that during Thanksgiving, but we've never done it for Christmas.
Yeah, Lisa's always, over the past, it'd be like New Year's Eve. She'd see pictures of people she knew that were at the beach on New Year's Eve. She goes, well, I'd like to do that one day. So she took the initiative, and because you got to book these things way out.
Yeah.
And we got a house and went to Gulf Shores. It was really nice.
That's good.
The kids all had fun, and everybody, we had plenty of room. Everybody we were right there on the beach. I mean, it was.
How'd the grandkids like the beach?
Oh, they liked it. They were good.
Are there any that weren't sure about the sand or didn't really like it?
Nah, they were. They pretty much they participated. Nobody was screaming.
Yeah,
Yeah. Ellis was trying to run out in the water. So me and him, and he got into getting about picking up 50 shells.
Oh yeah. How many can you pick up?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
I mean, we need.
Oh, here's another one. Let's just pick those up for
Looks
the
a lot
end of
like
time.
the other one.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, a piece of a sand dollar. Can't find a whole sand dollar, but you can find a lot of pieces.
Right, and we're going to look, too.
Oh, we're going to look. And we're going to scream sand dollar.
A lot.
A lot.
I remember, I think it was Reese, his first experience with the sand. Whenever you would try to put him down, he would bend his legs like he's sitting down, like looking at a teacher read. He'd cross his legs like, I'm not touching, I'm not going to touch, I'm not going to touch. And then finally he'd let those feet touch, and he'd be like, oh, okay, it's not that bad.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you had a good time.
Yeah, it's the first time we'd ever done that. It was great. We had a great time.
Yeah. Well, we hosted Christmas again. We went to Sturgis, Mississippi, where Johnette and Reg hosted for Thanksgiving, but we host for Christmas, and it really worked out good. And I told my parents, I don't know why we haven't done this before. They actually came down days like Monday of Christmas and stayed all week with us. And
that's a good idea.
And they had their own little apartment up in the loft. They, take over a room and just had a good old time. Had coffee pots up there. They just, I said, so y'all think is this y'all's apartment up here? And they kind of laughed. Dad had his recliner. Mom had a little sectional over there. They just kind of hanging
used
out.
to that.
Yeah, and so they were with us all week, and as we host, and then that was kind of my big. I did like 3 best ofs in a row that week. And so I was splitting duty and running errands and all this kind of stuff. But the prep work to get ready, I know why some people do go away and just go find a place at the beach or the mountains, because there's a lot that has to be done. And your wife's going to want every part of the house, even parts of the house that people don't go to.
Sure.
Like,
somebody might accidentally walk out in the utility room.
Honey, I'm not sure, but I don't think my parents are going to be in my closet.
Nah, they're not going to care.
I don't know why this has to be cleaned up here.
Believe me, I live.
It's just me.
I've lived that.
I'm the only one over here by my clothes.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be all right.
We're going to be good.
But I'm going to do it, and I'm not going to complain.
Why don't I have to take the trash can out of the thing and clean the bottom of it?
Oh, did you?
I mean, nobody's going to pick the trash can up and look at it. Always stuff.
We hosted as well, and it was.
I saw the big picture.
Wow,
that was a lot of folks.
Yeah.
Helmsy.
At one point, there were 26 people in our house.
Good night.
Wasn't that audible you got?
It was. It was kind of. It was about a few days.
Yeah.
But usually we host this somewhere else, and it was like, hey, by the way, we're doing it at y'all's place, which is actually I actually like it better.
Yeah.
It's a more of a central location for everybody that has to come because you've got. It takes about 25 minutes off a trip for somebody. For one of the families, it takes about 7-8 minutes off trip for another family, and so and there's a little better area that the kids can really function in, and you don't have to worry about them destroying anything in the house. And so, wow. So food didn't get ready like we wanted it to, like quick as we wanted it to. And when you're dealing with a roast, there's no telling, it'll take a minute to cook.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't plan appropriately.
Sure.
And so, but all that went great. But I counted at one point. I was looking here a minute ago trying to figure out. I think there were 26 people at one point at the house. And that's on Amanda's family's side. But what was weird is we didn't go anywhere this year. We didn't even go to Gadsden. Jay, my brother, and his family, they do Christmas every other year coming here, and so when they'll do Thanksgiving, they won't do Christmas. So next year it'll be they won't do Thanksgiving, they'll do Christmas at our with us. Mm-hmm. And so he was eliminated from the planning, and Mom calls me and she goes, "Hey, just a heads up, your dad's got COVID." And I'm like,
whoa, wow.
I hate that.
So because we had planned on, instead of us going to Gadsden this time, they were just going to come to our house, and we were just going to do Christmas Day at our house. And she's like, "Your dad's got COVID." And I said, "Well, if you're not having any symptoms, come on. I ain't worried about all that." And Dad was he was pretty sick. I mean, he's better now, and it wasn't that big a deal, but Mom got it a couple of days later. So there was a couple of days where we were all like on edge, like, are we going to get it now? But we didn't.
Okay,
it's all
good.
good. So
we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, one scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like falafel power bowls or Southwest pork and bean burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Hey folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on that.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we start the 29th anniversary together. Today is the first live show of 2023. Rick is here. Bubba is here. Adler here. All will join us at the top of next hour. The Good Time Gang right now is live. Bird just gave us a thumbs up to the tubers who were hanging out with us today. So you were talking a little bit about your Christmas. I know, Greg, I'm not going to steal a story from the main show, but Rick and Greg have a story about their Christmas Eve with the family, and we'll just leave it at that. But it's a main story for the main show. So I told you guys that my parents came for the week. And think back, okay, we got to go way back, all right? Think back to the week of Christmas where we live, and it wasn't cold. It was like it's going to stay below freezing for multiple days.
Abnormally cold
yes.
for this part of the world.
Which
I mean,
through
we don't function in
right,
this.
which presented like real life problems like frozen pipes and
things
pipes
we don't
bursts. And,
we don't try to prevent because we don't have to deal with it.
Yeah,
so we're not good at it
because they'll come in waves. Hey, tonight's going to be below freezing, but then like tomorrow it's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But this was like multiple days of.
We were down in the singles,
yeah,
in the teens, and and the wind chill on top of that.
Feels like -4.
Yeah,
I can handle cold weather, but I got out in those 2 days. And I thought this.
Yeah,
I got to
different.
I can't stay out here.
It was different.
It's different kind of cold. Yeah. I know that some people did go hunting, but it's so cold that even the hunters went, "Nah, it's too cold.
No,
not going out."
Not that mad at them.
No, I enjoy hunting, but I don't enjoy it that much.
Yeah. I think that the deer even said, "I think we will stay seated."
They had to. They were like, "This is crap."
Right. So think way back. So on that Monday of Christmas, all right. my parents were coming to Huntsville. My sister was up there, and so she was going to bring them back on her way back to Pensacola, drop them off. So that's what happened. But prior to her leaving, they thought ahead because that's kind of when it started. All right, and that cold front was coming, Arctic blast.
And they were in the coldest part of the state.
They live in Huntsville, Alabama, North Alabama, for those of you around the country that do not know. And so they left all the cabinet doors open, which was smart. They left the little faucets dripping, to keep that going. So they did all the winterizing they could do before they left, because there's a lot of people that came back to like flooded homes and different things. Matter of fact, Johnette and Reg.
That's a thumbs down.
Johnette and Reg had one where they had a pipe burst or whatever, and they had a bad problem. But so anyway, so they leave and they come to the house, right? And so we're getting, prepared, and then we get report that, Terry's mom is sick, that she has fallen ill, but got tested for COVID, but was hacking up a lung and just upper respiratory, and bless her heart. So they couldn't come. So Linda and Jim could not come, but she ended up, I think it was bronchitis, which can get very serious if you don't take care of it. She got on the back end of it and is well now and doing fine. But so we missed them for Christmas. So I think we only had 16, I guess. But we, we hosted and had just a blast together, and it was so much fun. And Lynn and Mark, my brother-in-law and sister, were able to come. And so we have the tradition on Christmas Eve that Lynn comes in, takes over the kitchen, and has gumbo. And
love some gumbo.
And my dad's mom, Mamaw, I called her. She had a recipe that was handed down, and I think Andrew Varvutis, who's a good friend of the show and from Louisiana, would even be proud and give a green check mark for our gumbo. So it was absolutely delicious. And if you remember. Back when I said we think we might change up our menu for Christmas. Do y'all remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
And I talked to my mom about this, of how this started, where we had Thanksgiving traditional food for both Thanksgiving and Christmas. And it's just stayed with the family and been handed down. And she said, well, the reason is because, like, when, we'd go to your dad's parents or something like that for Thanksgiving, we had Thanksgiving food. But we didn't go see my parents, and so when my parents hosted Christmas, we had all the food because they hadn't had it yet. Yeah. So it's like we had the same food twice.
Turkey and ham.
But we changed it up. We heard from all of you. I took it to the audience, and everybody was giving me so many ideas. I'm talking about there was steak and shrimp, there was taco bars, there was brisket. I mean, there's so many things that people do for Christmas Day. Well, I gave a top 3 or 4 on the list, and lasagna overwhelmingly won.
I love lasagna
for Christmas. So we ended up having lasagna, baked potato, salad. We had it all. We had all the fixings. And even for those that are diabetic in the audience, or not in the audience, but in my family, and those of you in the audience, and a good thing to do that Terry did was she made lasagna, but with ground chicken for them, and it was actually pretty good. Had a little bit of that. So we had lasagna for Christmas Day, and it relieved so much stress on Terry that, because think about all the casseroles and stuff you normally make.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we had the rolls, and I mean, it was so good. Everybody just tore it up. It was delicious. But so anyway,
so that way too much.
So I wanted to give an update on that because I've had a couple of emails trickle in going, "Hey, what did y'all end up doing?" You know, and we almost stayed with let's just do the same thing again, and then we finally said no, because every year we go, let's change the menu, and so we did, and we have an open mind. We might change it again next year, or lasagna might stick. I don't know. Yeah. So then comes. I got to get my parents back to Huntsville.
Yeah.
It's time. And my dad is the type where he could just stay forever.
Yeah.
But my mom gets to the point where she's like, I got to get back home.
Yeah, I understand
it's time. I want to get back home. So in a surprise, Terry, normally I just go, hey, I got this one. I'm going to go make sure everything's good. But where we were going, we were walking back into, don't forget, we got open cabinets. We got faucets dripping. And it's still bitterly cold at this point. So what are we walking into? Are we walking into a situation?
Were you prepared for worst case scenario?
I was, because
you said, I'm gonna go ahead in my mind, pipes are busted.
Right. And let me tell you how far ahead we were thinking. On Monday afternoon, the Monday after Christmas, the day after Christmas, it was decided, and we'll take you back. Because if we waited to Tuesday morning, something y'all forgot about, I had the Birmingham Bowl.
Ooh.
And I had to be at the
I did forget about that, but then I saw you post something, and I'm like, wow, so he was there.
I had the Birmingham Bowl and had to be there at like 4:30. Okay? So if I waited to take them back to Tuesday morning, well then, and I walk into a situation, well now I'm like, I got to leave to get back to the Birmingham. So we had to do that on separate days.
Yeah, you can't.
And
you
Terry said, you know what I'm doing? I'm going with you. And I'm like, oh really? Okay.
Come on, man.
Well, let's go. So we jump
Bring the dogs.
We jump in.
As long as don't storm.
Right. We jump in the truck and picture it, and we're going, and I've got my truck loaded down. All right, because we packed for a month.
Right there in the back's mom and dad.
But I guess that's where I get it. You never know if you're going to need it, so bring it with you.
Right.
And if you don't need it, just take it back home.
Evidently, Lisa feels that way.
Not sure if we needed 5 jackets, but
like,
I can't imagine.
Especially when you're not sure, when you're unsure
it was
of the weather.
Unbelievable. Yeah, really.
Yeah. And now we packed probably a little too many jackets and scarves.
Well, how many you need? It was cold, but you don't need 4 jackets.
Right, just one thick jacket. Be fine.
Yeah, just a good one. Maybe a long sleeve
shirt.
Well,
but now you got to add. We got gifts too.
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
Santa's come to town.
Yes, sir.
And so we had
Yankees Wop.
We had that.
I had to put a tarp
things.
over a bunch of stuff.
So we get in the car and here we go. And hey, we're having a good time. Terry's made smoothies. I mean, we're just hopping around.
Way.
And
it sure is nippy.
Yeah. And I tried to tell Terry they're fine in the back seat in this big truck in a crew
like a car.
In a crew cab. The back seat is the front seat.
It is.
It's going to be all right.
You got more room?
Yeah, sit down, and let's go. And so we did. We're going and talking and just having a good old time. All right, and we get to about Coleman, and I see a little dusting on the side of the road.
You go and let dust that.
And I said, you know what? It's
How
almost
about
like
that?
the Griswolds, right? Yeah. I remember them saying there was going to be a little dusting, but no accumulation. Look at here. It's spitting a little bit of snow. I think it's snowing. And, my dad it's snowing? No, John, it's not snowing that much. It's just barely hitting the window.
Dust.
So it's snowing hard? No, John, this is my mom and dad in the back.
Yeah.
It's not a blizzard.
And Terry's like, well, look at here. This is nice. Oh, it is. That is snow, honey. And so now here we go. And
sing on.
Oh, look, it's so pretty. Look at this is not. How about we're experiencing snow the day after Christmas? This is so pretty. And we're at exit 310. And for those of you around the country, we're about halfway between Birmingham and Huntsville.
Have you finished your smoothie yet?
Yeah, and now it's stinking a little bit, and I hate that. But what happened next, y'all aren't ready for it.
Oh, man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Should Viagra really cost $90 per pill? We don't think so. RexMD has FDA-approved generic Viagra medication of that little blue pill starting at just $2. Why pay huge pharmacy prices when you can get the same results for a fraction of the cost? Give your bank account a break. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, you'll get a starter pack prescription of industry-leading generic Viagra medication. Just call 800-452-2186. We've helped over 100,000 men with their sex lives and with getting prescription medications direct. Your consultation is free, there's no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. Get your starter pack now. Call 800-452-2186. That's 800-452-2186. Again, 800-452-2186.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like falafel power bowls or Southwest pork and bean burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
All right, we're back. It is 10 minutes until top of the hour, leaning on 9 minutes until top of the hour. And this portion of the show is brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. And as a lot of you get back into the swing of exercising maybe, or you want to try to do a little bit better, and you start having those aches and pains of from inflammation, maybe you're just getting older and it's just life. Let us suggest Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com. It's a 3-week supply you're looking for, the Quick Start Pack. It's just $19.95. And that 3 weeks is because that's what they've determined is a good enough period of time to where you feel like, okay, this is going to work for me. Very high success rate, 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to help combat the root cause of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from the exercising, overexertion, aging, everyday living. Again, it's ReliefFactor.com, the 3-week trial pack, just $19.95. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. So real quick, it's the day after Christmas. If you're just joining us Terry jumped in the truck with me. Now I've got to get my parents back to Huntsville, but it's not just any trip back to Huntsville because you're taking them back to an Arctic blast that's hit the central Alabama, really the southeast, most of the country really, for multiple days. And so my dad left all the cabinets open and the faucets dripping for like a week. And so we're returning home a week later, and we don't know what we're walking into.
Yeah.
We also don't know what we're driving into.
No.
Because here in Birmingham, the meteorologists were saying that North Alabama is going to get a dusting of snow. You might see it on you might see it over in the grass, but it's not going to accumulate.
Yeah.
It's just shouldn't affect driving. Everything should be good. It was kind of like not a big deal. My dad was trying to take a look at the Huntsville forecast. And it seemed as though it was not going to be a weather event. They might get some snow. So we get north of Coleman, and then all of a sudden I see that, oh, wow, it has snowed a little bit. The grass is kind of white, and the sides of the interstate look like they've experienced
calling
a little
accumulation?
And I'm like,
it's sticking a little.
I'm like, well, look at here. And it's the first one where the window, it's not rain. It sticks to the window as you're driving. And I'm like, oh, well, look at here. And I announced to the truck, hey, it's snowing a little bit. I think it snowed. And then Terry responds with, oh, my gosh, it is. And here we go. We get about 5 to 10 miles up, and it is coming down like heavy rain, but it's heavy snow.
Oh, blizzard.
And I mean, it's coming down. The snow is sideways.
Oh, goodness.
And so now all of a sudden you see tracks on the interstate of tires, and now that's how hard it's snowing.
Really?
And so Terry, who I don't understand this,
piling up.
She's a great navigator. Okay, let me just say that. I had pulled up through the system in the truck the maps to get there. Okay, she likes to look at her phone and not set a destination, but go location of where you are and then just make it up as she goes. I don't know why, instead of just hitting go and going. But we were getting just shy of the Tennessee River Bridge.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, I know where you're at.
And
like that bridge.
And all of a sudden, like someone got a red crayon and marked on the interstate, the bridge became solid red. So we were like, uh-oh. And this was about 10 miles.
Meaning traffic.
Meaning traffic is shut down.
Stopped.
Well, you can get to the Hartselle exit. I'm being very local here, and I'm sorry, but exit 328. For those of you that head north and south on 65, there's a back way that can come out in South Huntsville that a lot of times you can take. It's been messed up, but we decide, hey, we got to get off because the bridge is shut down. It is solid red. 565 around Madison, it's got red all the way through it. Even the maps is saying, hey, Gooden, you need to get off and try another route.
Yeah, you ain't getting
So we get off on the last possible exit before the big bridge. And here we go. We're off in it. Guys, it starts coming down so hard. Do y'all remember when we were in Birmingham and the big snow event? Was it 2014 or whatever? I'm not going to call.
Never forget it.
I'm not going to call that much.
Was in the car for 10 hours.
That was horrible.
If you'll remember,
baby.
Oh yeah.
Goodness.
Do you remember when
people that
you kind of knew?
Yeah, kind of just trying to survive. It took me seven hours and some change to get home that day, but I finally got home. Do y'all remember how we just left the studio thinking it wasn't a big deal?
Yeah, well, we were told it wasn't going to be a big deal.
We were going to go hunting that afternoon.
Yeah, and we round the corner and it looked like Armageddon. People's cars were on the side of the road and
everywhere.
Oh, well, we get off the interstate onto Highway 36, and it's turned into that. We have cars in the ditch. We got people walking. And then all of a sudden, as my mom would say, when she knew it was serious, is when she could tell I was getting concerned. Okay, it's almost like that excursion when the guide starts to get concerned. If the guide's not concerned, then don't worry about it. I started to get
What's
concerned.
your dad's reaction at this point?
He is going off what my mom is saying, bless his heart, because he can't see.
Right.
So we're describing, oh my gosh, Dad, this, look at here, it's all white.
That's got to be a
and
nightmare
snow.
situation for
Right,
him.
Yeah.
right. So he's on the phone with my sister, who's trying to get back to Pensacola, and 65 South is shut down. And they hadn't even made it an hour down the road, and we're already up there. It was just a mess going north or south, but we were off in it, guys. We, at one point, were sitting on the road, and I had to make a decision. We're stuck. There's a wreck up here. It's snowing so hard that cars that are parked are starting to slide off to the right a little bit.
Oh, no.
So I, instead of being on 2 high, I go to auto on my, and then I go 4 high. I'm like, it's just going to have to stay in 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we turn and we turn and we turn and we turn, and we're up and down rural Alabama. We got mountains. We're going up and down. It was so bad that you would stay on the top of a hill and let a car ahead of you go up and go and get up on the other side before you ever followed them. So you wouldn't get caught up in whatever they were in.
Oh, wow.
So we finally get to Huntsville, and we walk in, and again, we don't know what we're walking into.
Yeah.
But the house was fine, praise God. They had done great work, leaving the cabinets open, the faucets dripping, so we get all that back. We get everybody unpacked. And so then we have to make a decision.
You got to go back.
Do we go back? And it was just past dark. The parkway in Huntsville there was already reports that they were shutting parts of it down, but the interstates were all green and they were open. And I'm like, honey, let's go.
Yeah.
So then we realized, wow, we hadn't had really much of lunch. I'm still looking at that smelly smoothie cup now, and that's the last thing I've eaten. And so we go, oh, hey, you know what we'll do? We'll get something to eat on the way out.
Yeah.
Every business is closed.
Sure they are. Because they had to get home.
Everything's,
stop at the quick
hey,
whip and get a pack of
everything's
crackers.
dark. What we did is we stopped at the Walmart Supercenter off the Parkway. It's the only thing open. And Terry ran in there and grabbed a loaf of bread, some turkey meat, some chips, and more water in case we got stuck.
Oh, wow.
And here we go. We heading back. Guys, we get to about the Rocket right at UAH in Huntsville. And we look up in front of us, and we see lights going in all different directions. And at one time, we think it's on the other side of the interstate, of 565. No, when I hit black ice and started sliding, and I could not stop, I realized, no, what it is a pile of cars that have all slid together.
Oh, wow.
And now highway patrolmen are out there trying to dodge cars, making sure everybody's okay. Guys, I went to pumping the brakes. We're sideways. We're fishtailing. We luckily, praise God, get through it and make it home.
Good.
It was, hey, you know what? My parents are home, though.
Bubba.
Did you know that property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike over the winter? That's why now is the best time to secure your home with an award-winning home security system. Simply Safe is the home security system we recommend to everybody. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind and safety for you and your family. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect TM technology to verify if the threat is real. Simply Safe has advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like falafel power bowls or Southwest pork and bean burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Now, prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price and it'll never go up. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, from alternators to the big ticket items like your transmission. Plus, when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road, you get coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost, so you'll never be left hanging. Why wait any longer? This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba, carshield.com/Bubba, or call 800-465-6550 to save 20%. Or rickandbubba.com for a link. So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the spot. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Hello, and welcome to the first live show of 2023 and the 29th anniversary of the little show called The Rick and Bubba Show. We started in 2001 after the attack on America, adding to part of our, some of our traditions, starting this hour with the national anthem. And today we do the same. It continues. It is 8 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. Helmsy, giving you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. That is available for you. They kind of get the Rick and Bubba day started. Eddie Van Adler, he's back from vacation. The YouTube experience is back. Hello to the tubers. You now have it both live and archived, so everything in life is good. Welcome to 2023. Our first time to gather today, and so let's get him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of Pizza in a Cup, Shakespeare's Worst Nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome in.
Let's go. If you missed the old me, that's Jesus' fault. Boy, I love that.
That's funny.
That's
true but funny.
Zach Williams, and I think Walker Hayes appears on that one too with him. That's Bubba. We are back. Happy 29th anniversary, my friend.
Yeah, the 29th anniversary as we wrapped up 29 years and start our 30th year.
Yep. Can you
That's
believe
incredible.
That? Can you believe that?
No, I was telling you. I said, when you sit and think about it, from our standpoint.
Yeah.
I've been doing the show now longer than I have not.
Right.
And, that's kind of odd when you think about it.
That is.
And really how fast time has flown by. I mean, we're talking 30th year. We did the 20th year tour not too long ago, it seems like.
Yep.
It really was not too long ago.
That went by real fast.
That was a real quick one.
Yeah.
And I couldn't help but think if we'd all been smart enough to be teachers, we'd be retired now.
Yeah, we would.
And probably going fishing today.
You would.
So,
when you get to January, if you think about it, when we get to January 2024, the 20-year tour, We Ain't Never Been Nowhere, was a decade ago.
Yeah.
So it was 9 years ago today. God, we started that talking about that. Can you believe that? So that it goes by fast, but we sure are glad that we are here, and we were praying before the show started. We were thanking God for the fact that we are still here, and we get to do, and we have all of you out there that are so kind. And it was even interesting over the break, the few times that I was checking email, that I noticed people though that were becoming part of the audience for the very first time.
I know. We forget that. It's a big world out there, and a lot of turnover. And I mean, every day, every segment, there's people listening to the show for the first time. And like you've always said, and I agree, we have to win every segment. So
yep. Every 10 minutes, we're hired or fired. Yep. So that is
more so now than ever.
More so. Well, yeah, and but the good news is the and I wish that we had 1,000 radio stations, but we don't. And I wish we were on every TV station in the world, but we're not. But the good news is through modern technology, if you want this show, you can get it.
Yeah.
And we're showing up in places that before there was no way for those people to have ever seen us or heard us.
Yeah, it's kind of strange when we look at some of the podcast ratings when you see that you're in the top 10 in Zimbabwe in some category.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know how many people it takes to get in that category, but wow. It's just so much has changed during the time of this show. It's incredible. You talking about the way American society, technology, everything has changed. We've been on the air during probably the greatest part of that, over 30 years. There was no internet when we started.
That's
There
unbelievable.
was very few cell phones.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
My kids can't even imagine what people, they're like, how did you talk to people without cell phones?
I know.
I said, well, we called them when we got to the home or office, and we had a thing called a payphone.
Look, I like being available for emergencies and getting information easy and cutting down on meetings and all that. But I will tell you, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you don't have it, something happened, you left it behind, you can't get back to it.
We've all done it.
It is some of the most free time that you've ever had. And you think this is the way it was at one time. Right. And somehow we worked through not being able to get in touch with people unless they were standing by, the old school phones.
Or had a predetermined time to check in.
Or whatever. And we got through it for a long time.
Yeah.
We were able to function that way.
You think having the phone should make you more relaxed, but it was more relaxing when I haven't had it.
Well,
and over the break, I told you I did very little news, very little email, very little social media posting, and it was very pleasant,
Well, the most pleasant of all of it was not watching the news. I have no idea. I haven't seen anything, and I wouldn't even know the story out of the NFL if I had not been flipping around night before last. And when I flipped by, I was like, "Did they say CPR?"
Yeah.
And I stopped, or I wouldn't have seen that. I didn't watch hardly any television, didn't watch any news, and spent a lot of time reading and relaxing and getting in the great outdoors and
just talking to people, socializing.
It was fantastic. It was really this vacation at the end of the year. I don't want to over dramatize it or spiritualize it, but it really is more like a sabbatical than the other vacations.
Yeah,
the others are just your typical take a week. What we do at the end of the year is a sabbatical. we got to get away from this for a while, and then come back so we can be fresh and ready to go. And
change of scenery is good,
and it was nice, very nice. Jesus took them, so we should too.
Yep.
All right, we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up as we start unpacking and getting reacquainted with you. And we look forward to talking to you today, too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get the field of play here set up. Here's the lineup. Speedy, Helmsy, and Adler, as I mentioned. Also, Maddie in the middle and Salty Duke taking phone calls at Rick and Bubba University. Bubba was already scheduled to be out today. He, as a lot of you know over the years, if you've been listening to the program for any amount of time, Bubba is a tennis coach. I know when I say it myself. It's interesting, like the guy who called the other day and said he'd never really seen the members of the show, and he was a little taken back when he saw Bubba when he thought about tennis. And so we all certainly understand that. So Bubba was already scheduled not to be here today, and he is dealing with a tournament of some sort. So that'll be happening with the high school team that he coaches. And this time of year, we have a few days that he's not here. Greg was scheduled to be here, but unfortunately, our dad is getting older. Everybody loves Coach and Mom and Dad, and with health issues, and he had a bit of an episode last night. It looks like it doesn't appear to be anything serious. We hope, but the tests are all kind of ruling out the serious stuff as of today. I hope they're still doing some tests on him to find out what took place, and so we'll update you on that as we get more information. Everything's fine, everybody's stable and all that, but now the doctors are just trying to figure out what was the problem, and hopefully it is something as simple as some sort of inner ear infection. We hope so, but it gave everybody a little bit of a scare overnight. So Greg, when you start thinking about the Burgess boys, which one's going to be at the show and which one's not, we made the call that one will be here. And Greg will go and take care of that, and then we'll all get together after the show and assess where we are. So and sister's dropping out, is going to get a sub today. She'll be there too with Mom. So, and I'll join them after the show. So that's kind of the game plan. And hopefully it's nothing serious. But y'all keep praying about them for them to get to the. Dad's been a heart patient for. Good grief! How long ago was that? It's been about 18 years ago, I guess, something like that. And his last heart check turned out fine, and they don't think this was related to the heart either, so that's good. And so they've ruled out the possibility there might have been some sort of stroke. We think that's getting ruled out, so hopefully it'll just get down to be just some sort of inner ear thing. And, of course, as we know, as our parents age, there's things that sometimes when you're younger aren't a big deal. The older you get, they get a little more – they affect you a little more. And, I remember when my grandmother thought she had died and didn't even know where she was, and it turned out to be, something with a urinary tract infection. So we all know that as your parents get older. So we'll they're working on all that now, and we'll have some answers and hopefully and it looks like it may not be anything serious, but still though when your dad can't stand up and everybody's trying to get him to, and of course he's such a good patient anyway.
Right.
Wouldn't leave with the paramedics, of course.
Sure.
Standard.
Not going. I'm fine. No,
hey,
Dad, you're not.
Here's what I heard in the background at 11 o'clock last night. Mom, what's going on? Well, your dad, I'm going to bed. And I hear in the background, I said, what is he saying? Well, he says he's going to bed. I said, well, Mom, he's not going to bed. Well, the paramedics have been here. Of course, they've left. He wouldn't go. And I'm like, Mom, Dad, so it's everything seems to be stabilized right now.
And I'm watching the way you
ain't going.
Greg, and even Speedy handle these moments with your parents because
keep an eye on it.
And plus, really for your dad, because he's just like my dad. I mean, the only difference is your dad coached, mine was a fireman.
That's it.
That's really the difference.
It is.
I mean, they are, and so I'm really watching.
Ask anybody that's ever been around both of them.
Yeah.
You just all you got to do is swap one Mac Daddy hat and move it over to another head. Yeah. Because they're terrible patients. Terrible.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
I'm going to bed.
I'm going to bed. I don't need any help. No, you do.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh, you should have been the night he had the heart attack that he says he didn't have.
That's just the way you said that. Yes, absolutely.
Never had a heart attack. Yeah, you did, Dad. Nope, never did. Never went out. Luckily, they found the blockage where I had a heart attack. No, they found the blockage because you were having a heart attack.
No.
Didn't have one. Never went out. Greg said you did go out. Nope, not completely. And I had that, that thing, that bleeding in my stomach. That's what caused all that. I said, so the 5 blockages, let's talk about it for a minute. But they fixed all that. I mean, I ain't going to live another, I guess he was 60. Let's see, 18 years, he's 77. So maybe it wasn't quite 18. I guess he was 60. So I guess it's been about 17 years.
59, 60.
Yeah, and he said at that time, he said, it ain't like I'm going to live to be 118. I said, Dad, you didn't get a baby heart.
Right.
Okay. You just got some new valves.
Yeah.
Nah, I got a new heart now. I mean, it took me 59 years, 60 years to mess this one up. I ain't living 120 years.
And then you try
you didn't get a start over.
Yeah, right. And you argue with him for a couple of
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we will chat with you today. Looking forward to get reacquainted. We do have stories from vacation. We'll walk through those. We'll mix them in with, some of the current stories that are going on as we look back over vacation. Also to kind of set the table for the week because, the way we did vacation this time, even my wife today, she was a little sleepy. I said, hey, Sleeping Beauty. And she said she needed to get up at 5. And she said, she looked at me, she goes, I said, baby, it's not Monday, it's Wednesday. What? It's Wednesday. And so anyway, that kind of, we were jumping into a lot of stuff. So today, the Wednesday Bible study back. We talked about how we did a year in Genesis last year. So when we finished it, it was funny. We said, okay, so we're ending the beginning, and then we get back from vacation, we'll start the end. So the Revelation, that first installment will be today. And it's live on our YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, and then as always, archived soon after. And I told Speedy, get a lot of chairs. This is drawing a lot of people who normally don't even attend the Wednesday Bible study here in our home city that are coming for this. Now, after they hear what we're going to be talking about, that may not last very long. But anyway, they're at least going to try it. So that's today. And then, of course, we've got other things going on that we'll share with you. But, Bubba, one of the things you and I, we've talked about for years, and, you know, I like working with new elements to use on the show, getting an eye of the breaks. And I've got a guy I'm working with, another voice guy I'm kind of trying out. And and one of the liners that I was kind of thinking about, I realize is 100% legitimate, and I've been trying it. I tried it with somebody yesterday, and they laughed, and I thought, okay, once I get it dialed in, but just the liner itself, I have realized when we're on vacation, and you and I were talking about it, there is a different world. There's a reason why that experts came up with, we've studied the human body, and we believe that it was made with a requirement of 8 hours of sleep.
Right.
And for it to function properly. And I thought, you know, I certainly, when I was younger, got more than 8 hours. It wasn't any big deal. And you heard that, well, you know, especially males, when they're in their growth spurt, they need more. That's the body growing, and, you know, they need more sleep.
The body does a lot of things while you sleep. That's why it can't be doing the things we do during the day. It's busy doing other things.
But the problem with if something, and I don't have a remedy for it because of the time the show starts. There's not much I can do about it.
Right.
But on vacation, as we warn every time we do a vacation, some of you are going, I know exactly what they're about to say. After a few days, we fall back to the person we really are.
Mm-hmm.
And the person I really am stays up to about 11. I used to stay up later than that. Every year I'd go to bed earlier on even on vacation. 11:30 max.
Yeah.
And I sleep till 7:30, somewhere between 7:30 and 8:30. Okay, that's who I really am. Okay, and so I started realizing that I was joyful. I started realizing that I didn't have that thing of I don't know what room I'm in and why I came in here.
Right.
I didn't have a fog. I mean, it's
an underlying dread of something you think you forgot.
Yeah, it's like I became a superhero, and I was so mentally focused. I started thinking I'm not in the early stages of Alzheimer's. I really can function with this fuel that I need, and I realized, and this is I think you're going to love this because I think this needs to be one of our new slogans for this year. I said, really, what our show is, this is what sleep deprivation sounds like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You ever wonder what's wrong with y'all? I'll tell you what's wrong with us. We don't get enough sleep.
Yeah.
I mean, and I thought, okay, so
over it.
this show is what sleep deprivation does to people.
Yeah.
The things we say, the weird things the way we act, the way we can't do this, and why did y'all say that? And so I don't know about you, but I became like laser sharp. Sherry said I was incredibly joyful and fun and effective. I mean,
you know, I agree. I recall doing several things that I have not done in a while over the holiday, and I slept in most days till 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
and it makes a world of difference to me just to be able to sleep till 6. Because I have this theory that any time sleep deprived time,
you're right,
prior to 6 a.m. is doubled.
I think you're 100% right.
So if you get up at 4, it's not you miss 2 hours, you miss 4.
Correct.
So I think and I don't know how you solve that. The only good drop that I know that would solve that is Rick and Bubba funny as heck during lunch.
Right, yeah, that's it.
I was just about to say, is this y'all's way of telling us we got to do an extra kickoff hour?
No.
Okay.
There you go. It was confirmation because I kind of was chuckling thinking up some new line because I want to freshen up some stuff we're doing. Some of it's gotten kind of stale, and we won't. We'll get the most out of everything.
We will.
Yeah, and
every drop.
Yeah,
Rick.
right.
We'll ride that baby in the ground.
Will we?
So I was like, we need to freshen some of this up, and then how you go about it and all that. But anyway, so I was messing with some new liners, and I wrote down, this is what sleep deprivation sounds like, and I laughed. But then I thought, well, I don't know. And then as I went through the holidays, and I started throwing it out to people, they laughed every time, and I thought, okay, that really that does fit us pretty well, doesn't it? I mean, so it's
punch in this one.
What is that?
779.
Yeah. So and these aren't ready because I don't even know if they're good enough quality.
They're better.
We're just working with them, and I'm trying to get the guy to get the right delivery, and he even knows it may or may not work. But see, here it is. Listen to this.
This is what sleep deprivation sounds like.
Yeah. So
The Rick and Bubba Show.
Yeah. So that's what it sounds like. So that's who we are. Because I became a completely different person. I had some people ask me what I'd done with Rick.
Yeah, I know.
And
I know.
Where is he?
Well,
think about this. Like,
I was nice to people. I actually showed that I cared.
Mm-hmm.
I
paid for somebody's lunch.
No,
I did.
You didn't sleep that long.
But
I did.
We ain't been off long enough for that.
No, that's
You had to do a few best ofs too. I ain't buying it.
Yeah, but I started doing things like, so what happens, and people, they hear me say this and they go, they get it. And I talked to a guy yesterday who also gets up as early as us, and he started laughing. He said, exactly. I said, I didn't have that thing where you're somewhere at a family thing, or I hate to say it, sometimes even hunting if it's on a weekday, something you enjoy, and you begin to panic when you start watching the clock.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to get out of here. You know, and where you start doing math in your head. All right, if I was asleep right now, I'm at 5.5 right now.
Oh yeah,
and so not having to worry about that because when I got to the point that I was like, oh no, this is going on a little bit, or hey, I'm in this show, I don't want to give it up. You know, I said, so what? Just sleep longer.
Yeah.
Right.
Just wake up when you're ready. But so that was. But I did do something that you taught me that I didn't do in the past, and it cost me. I did it this time. I made myself get up early yesterday.
Yeah.
I made myself.
Yeah.
I said, you're going to get up, and you're going to be real sleepy when you go to bed so you don't get big eye. Of course, we had storms come through.
Yeah, I was going to say, hey, thanks, storms.
There were some
1 o'clock. I'm up in the bed. What?
There was some thunder last night at my house. It was terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, 100% terrifying. Right. I mean, like I don't care. I went back to being a little kid. I tried to go get in bed with my parents, but I realized they didn't live with me.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a scary
a couple
thunder.
of those that like shake you out of the bed.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You thought, how did we survive that?
But I still slept pretty good because I wore myself down.
Yep.
You know? So, all right, bottom of the hour. We'll be back. We'll start unpacking some of the holiday too.
And Rick, a special announcement when we come back.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, you don't have a baby heart. You're not a baby again. Okay.
Finally, you just are agreeing with him.
Oh, yeah,
you're right.
Yeah,
You're good.
sure. You may
You're
live
right.
to 300. You right, buddy. Yeah. You think I ain't gonna eat this? You crazy? I ain't like I'm gonna live to be 120. Dad didn't get a new heart. Matter of fact, what they put in there, they said lasts about 10 years. I would did my stress test the other day, said they ain't never seen anything like it. Okay, keep in mind, don't forget this is the man, and this is why you can't just poor mom.
I know. Yeah,
but you it's not poor dad. It's poor mom.
Right.
And, this was the guy who, when I called him and asked him on his birthday, Dad, happy birthday. 77 today. 77. Ha! Let me ask you something. Muhammad Ali still alive? I said, no, sir, he's dead. There ain't a 77-year-old man alive with my ass. That's what he said. That was his 77th birthday comment. He wanted to rule out that Muhammad Ali was still. He made sure he wasn't still alive. So my dad has just said that his life, he's only really thought one man might could take him. That's Muhammad Ali. Okay. In his age group, in his bracket,
and that's who you're trying to convince to go with the paramedics.
Yep, that's who we're trying to tell not to go to bed because he can't stand up. Okay. We'll be back 15 minutes because he also believes once you go to bed and get up, everything's fine.
Yeah. Sleep it off.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Also, that was actually part of my life yesterday. All from a friend of mine that, Bubba, and I know, Helmsley, you're a huge fan of the team builders.
Oh, yeah.
You
love leadership stuff. Love
well, this was one of those that were the company he works with, the big law firm, hundreds of lawyers.
Who doesn't like leadership?
Right.
Who doesn't like getting better?
Right, yeah.
Rick?
And
My
so
goodness.
you get
Who
your
doesn't like
group,
going to a movie,
and you got to go work together, and you got to do all this kind of stuff. So I'm literally leaving work yesterday, parking deck, and I get a call from him. Man, where are you right now? I'm like, well, I'm still at the office. Oh, good. You're good. You still there? I'm like, yeah, but I'm leaving. Like when? I'm in my truck. Don't move. And I'm like, buddy, what do you mean don't move? How much time have you got? I said, well, I got about 15 minutes, I guess. I've allowed a little, before I got to get to practice and all this. Don't move. We're on the way. All right, while you're waiting on us, get Champion by Carrie Underwood and Ludacris and be listening to it.
What?
And I'm like, what? A Champion? You need to know parts of it. And I need to know the song before you get here. I'm 10 minutes out. And I'm like, what are you doing? Team building. And then what's that comedian that does the carpool karaoke?
Oh, I know. Yes, it's
what's his name? Anyway.
Come on, we should know this.
It doesn't matter. I don't care what his name is.
Yeah. Okay.
But you know the carpool where he goes and picks people up and he has to let.
Yeah.
So they had told them to go out and do a carpool karaoke with their group.
Okay.
And so everybody had to do one and then bring it back. And he thought the connection to the show, we're going to be doing it. Come driving up. You're going to be standing on the corner. We go, hey, there's Rick from Rick and Bubba. And then you're going to jump in and start doing it with us.
Okay.
So I had to do that. So I had to learn a little bit of Champion. Of course, I did the ludicrous part. You saw that coming.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You broke it down.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, it's for optimism. So anyway, I think that was it. But anyway, so speaking of music, we fell in love with these mashups.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I heard one the other day, and I can't remember what it was, and it was so good. But mashups can be good, or they can be really bad, right? Where you take two songs, you mash them together.
Mm-hmm.
Rock Sugar.
That's one of my favorites.
We love. Then they got in some sort of legal battle with the fact you can't mash people's songs up and sell them. But anyway, so they kind of, I don't know what their status is now, but they actually came to the studio and got to know them pretty well. And they're Don't Stop Believing mashed with Inner Sandman by Metallica. So Adler's has found one he wants us to hear, and he says it's fantastic.
Yeah, and I have it, and it's got video as well for RBTV.
Oh, it does? Okay. All right, yeah.
And I'm not going to give it away. I'm just going to play it out of request to Adler.
Let's see what happens. Oh, so Rat. Notice how quickly I came alive on that. Very good. You would not have thought that. And the way they did the video is incredible. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The new and improved Rick and Bubba Show 2023 edition with a fresh lemony scent. All right, so Upside. Boy, I got a lot of you that have really loved this, and I have too. This is so simple to use. I will say this. I hate to be a Debbie Downer. I don't feel like being a Debbie Downer today. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. But I'm sitting here with this Upside, letting you know it doesn't look good out there economically. Okay, it just doesn't look good. And the Fed has not officially declared that we're in a recession because it's political and they don't want to say it. But does anybody looking around? It's everything costs more. We're all making less. So anyway, Upside.com can get you some savings. Now I want you to remember this promo code, Bubba25. Okay. Now the Upside app, Helmsy, make a note. Remind Rick to ask me about apps. All right, so the Upside app, you download it for free, okay? And with the special promo code Bubba25, you'll get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of the first tank of gas. That kind of sets it in motion. And then after that, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. And then you check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit, and then you get money back. The Upside users, they did well in 2022, and we're going to do well again in 2023. So go get the free Upside app, use the special promo code Bubba25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on the first tank of gas. Also, you can find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. This is a great tool against the recession to get you some of your money back. All right, so Bubba, you said you had something you had to tell us.
Yeah, I got a shout out here, Rick. Hello, Dwayne.
Dwayne. Hello,
Look,
Dwayne.
We don't do birthdays, but today is a very special day for Dwayne, and we want him to know that. And we appreciate him listening to the show.
Okay. All right. So then you also said you had something about sleep deprivation.
Well, yeah, because
does that involve Dwayne?
Yeah, I wrote down give Dwayne a big shout out January the 4th on my pad when I left 2 weeks ago, but I don't know where that came from.
Okay,
but it's done. Huh?
I can tell
you know?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Please tell me.
Did someone not call by the name of Dwayne and say he wanted a shout out when we came back? Is that not what that was about?
I don't.
See, here's that sleep deprivation because we were in that zone then. Now, if he'd have called the last 2 weeks, I would have been.
So I could be completely wrong, but I think we had a caller that called in and said, "Hey, it's going to be my birthday."
Well, done then.
Well, now I think I remember that.
That boy, Dwayne.
I think. Look, I'm in the same boat.
Done.
Okay, I've got an old steno pad here. I'm having to write on.
Yeah.
Keep up with things.
A lot of writing
you're a
down.
busy man, Coach.
How about this? How about this? First time I have ever come back from a vacation, and I sat down at home yesterday and wrote down things that happened over vacation so I wouldn't forget them.
Yeah.
I've never done that before.
Like you wrote it on a piece of paper, and I made notes in my phone.
I know. How about this? I actually came to the door one day on the break because we didn't go anywhere. It was a staycation, which are my favorites. And I had to come by the office and get something that I left up here. First of all, not good. The thing that I left up here, this is going. Oh, listen to what I'm saying, okay? Just listen to where we are on our 29th anniversary, okay? First of all, what I came to get, I forgot that I had. Okay, so write that down.
All right.
My wife had to remind me, hey, where's this so-and-so? And I said, what are you talking about? She goes, I gave you that on your birthday. And I said, in October? And she said, yes, you have one of those. And I said, really? And she goes, please tell me you haven't lost it. And also in my mind, I did like this, look at my eyes.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, no, it's probably at the office. I said, I'm sure I took that to the office. So anyway, so I needed it. So I came to the. By the way, was saying I needed to go get one, and she said, "You have one." What do you mean I have one? That was your gift at your birthday.
Oh wow.
Where is it? Yeah. And I was like, oh my gosh, where is it? So anyway, I came in and found it. But I got up here, and I have a card, so I can use the card. Mm-hmm. But I've discovered with me, who person who loses things. I'm better to use my card to get in the main door whenever it's locked. Sometimes it's locked, sometimes it's not. And then I'm done with the card at that point. I put it back in my billfold, and then I use codes the rest of the day because that way I don't lose my card. I'm not carrying it around everywhere. So I had that as backup. But I showed up to the door right here, and I couldn't remember the code to save my life. and I was all right, come on, get your code now. Come on. You know you can do it.
Or sometimes just close everything off, let your fingers
right.
do it. Don't think about it.
You're right. Yeah. Hey, you know your code. And I was like, I don't think I do. Don't get the card. That's cheating. You gonna remember the code.
Stand here.
You going because when you lose your card, you need to remember your code. And I was just like, whew. And you know what I did, honestly? And this is terrible. I don't even know which one of y'all it is. I remember one of y'all's.
I'll tell you his is Greg's.
Is it Greg's?
Because his is easy to remember.
Okay. Yeah. I can't remember. I don't know who that one belonged to.
I'm pretty sure what you're talking about is Greg's because his is very easy to remember.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Still don't know my own.
Because you remember I lost my card the first day they gave it to me. So my replacement card, they had a much easier passcode.
I think that was done on purpose.
Hey guys,
probably a good idea.
Listen, if you'd seen my face when Sherry said you already have that, I gave it to you for your birthday. Now where is it? Have you lost it? What a! And then I got up here not sure if it was here, and I found it.
How long did it take you to find it?
It was relatively quick.
Okay.
Because I thought to myself, Bubba, back to what you talked about when you were going to tell us if we could time travel. What I did is I went back. I know myself, so I thought if myself came up here with it, I'll tell you where he probably put it.
Right. You have to kind of look at it from 50,000 feet. You know,
right.
It's like Back to the Future where you're watching yourself at the mall.
Right.
Yeah.
If you gave me this, I probably do this with it.
Right. More than likely, I would do this.
And sure enough, I don't know who I was, but I knew me.
And Rick, I want to thank you and Sherry for. Getting me fired up for fire again.
Fired up for fire.
That's Sherry Burgess.
We had our 5-minute, bonfire at your house before the rain started. And I went out over the holiday, not one, but bought 2 fire pits.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just burning stuff everywhere.
Sherry got that going there.
Yeah.
2.
I bet your Hunter's happy because he says he's been begging you to do that.
One won't do it. I need 2.
Well, I got a gas one on the back porch and then wood burning down by the pool.
There you go.
So Got one of them smokeless ones, one of them stainless steel.
Oh, yeah, those are nice.
Well, you're welcome.
And you also can burn all your Christmas boxes.
I love burning boxes.
That's good.
I had a big fire going with boxes.
Oh, baby.
You know what? I forgot how much I like fire.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll walk through all that. I will say this. I am going to tell it. Okay.
Hot
the thing I just
fire.
thought, since you said that Sherry prompted you to go get fire pits. 'Cause
Fired him up for fire.
I like our fire pit at the house, don't you? I like.
Oh,
it.
yeah.
That's
As a matter of
good
fact,
one.
I've studied that. I think we're going to try to do one at hunting camp.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I got to get some of those curved bricks. to do it.
Sherry doesn't like that.
Takes
It's higher.
33 of them. That's all
33
plain.
curved
bricks.
All right, so I'll just say
Where's a
this.
good place to get those?
I'll just say
Right
this.
across the street.
Yeah,
And-
getting place.
And I know that I'm somewhere in the middle.
Highway.
I'm somewhere in the toward the end of the pack, really, if you think about it. My wife is finally going through menopause. Now, I know we have members
wow,
of the
you're
show
announcing it.
Yeah, I know that you guys have been through menopause. Well, it's part of life. I mean, Sherry's telling everybody.
Can't believe you're talking about
Sherry's
it.
telling everybody.
Yeah, but not the way you are.
No.
So anyway, so they can be a bit they can be more unreasonable than even women normally are. Okay, right?
Yeah.
Because
Am I dreaming that I'm going to work
scared.
today and I'm just
You're
imagining
still a
all
loose
this?
cannon.
I feel like I need to go to my office.
let me tell you
Me
this.
too.
Listen, my sister was left at home when Greg and I went out as young adults because I'm 10 years older than her. Greg is 8.5. Yeah. So, and she called us when Mom went through this and said, "I'm afraid for my life. Y'all please come rescue me. I think Mom may kill us."
Right.
Okay. And so I've been prepared for that and whatever. So years ago, Bubba told this hilarious story on the show, and it's one of my favorites.
Did I?
Where you and some of your buddies, when y'all were kids, were on a clown show for a birthday. Was it Bozo?
Yeah, it's cousin Cliff.
Remember the clown?
Right,
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Was it Bozo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
And you could go to Bozo. It was a franchise, but we had a Bozo in Birmingham.
Right.
And so, and he was told that what he was doing was a Bozo no, and he said,
Cram it clown.
"Cram it clown." So Sherry and I have adopted Cram it clown anytime that we're mad about something. And let me tell you something. And it's usually, and I told her that story, and she just cried her eyes out how funny it is. But what's funny is when it leaves the joking and it gets serious. And I wasn't prepared for that. So I don't know, when the hormones are running around, you don't know when you can joke and when you can't. Okay.
Telling it.
So something happened and she got upset with me about something. I don't even remember what it was. And so I made the mistake of saying, "Hey, cram it, clown." Look, and she went after me serious. No, you cram it, clown. and I started, and look, I was, no, you cram it, clown. And I was like, am I getting a serious cram it, clown? And look, and we got to, after it was over, I said, "Did you go with cram it, clown?" And she goes, I said, "Sure, you were like mean cram it, clown." She goes, "Well, at the time, I really wanted you, the clown, to cram it." No, you cram it, clown.
On my toes. I feel like you're going to get it again today.
Yeah. She's getting the pellet. I'll be fine. All right, so we'll be back.
I'm leaving.
I thought that you would have calmed down after the break.
I'm out.
You're still out of control.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. I love sleep deprivation.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
By clicking on the Extreme Club there. Bubba is out today. He was scheduled to be out. Greg had to go tend to family issues involving our family. Our dad had has a little bit of a health scare last night. They're still trying to rule out some things and figure out exactly what happened. He is stable. He is okay. But Greg is there with Mom, and my sister headed that way too. I'll finish the show and join them. But hopefully, just keep praying about that. I don't think it's anything overly serious, but anytime that situation, you're in that situation, it is there is some anxiety that goes with that. But we're just they're ruling out some things, which they already have, so praise the Lord for that, and trying to get some answers before they send he and Mom back home. So that those two will not be with us today. The golden ticket seats just arrived, and anytime you come here, it really, I hate to use this analogy, but it really is like, I remember when I was growing up that pro wrestling would come to your local civic center, and they would put the card up of who you thought was coming, and it said card subject to change.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget the time that the Black Atlas didn't show up.
Yeah, y'all talk about that.
Trust me. I was so excited, too. I wanted to see the Black Atlas wrestle so bad at the Oxford Civic Center, and he didn't show up, and they replaced him with like Dirty Dick Slater or something. It was just terrible. But anyway,
how did little Greg take it?
Oh, it crushed him. That was right before he got into it, I believe, with one of the Anderson brothers. But the tag team champions out of Georgia. But anyway, so
same thing happened to me 3 years ago. Took my son to see the Braves and Nationals. His favorite players, guess who? Bryce Harper. Guess who wasn't in the lineup that day? Went all the way to Atlanta.
You got to be kidding.
Bryce Harper, he wasn't in the lineup.
Well, that's even bigger than the Black Atlas not coming to Oxford Civic Center.
Yeah. You're talking about disappointment.
Yeah, but it was interesting. So you always want to tell the audience, it's disappointing when any member of the show is not here.
Yeah.
This is that terrible moment when you realize the tickets are free and you got what you paid for. But anyway, so we just had a little fella come in with his dad. And you think about little fella there. You don't want him to be disappointed.
No,
and
you don't.
So I said, I heard Speedy say, "Well, I'm sorry that that Greg and Bubba aren't here." To which he replied, "This is actually sort of good news." He said because his son was a little stressed about meeting Greg.
Yeah.
And
Just
so
a slight of anxiety.
Yeah, he had just a little bit of anxiety, and then when you get down to it, you realize he was afraid of Greg's breaking wind. Was that what it was?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. That he was going to have to deal with that.
Yeah.
So you know what? Hey, it's all good, brother.
Yeah. And now he knows what we really feel every morning when we show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The sad news for him, though, I've just been in the kitchen. I think Speedy may be low.
Hey, but anyway,
no,
don't give him that. You're good, buddy.
You're good, buddy. So welcome to the golden ticket seats today too.
Never know.
All right, 866 we be big. Now we never know when people call. We cannot verify anything when people call. We just have to take them at their word. But we mentioned last hour that Helmsley's wife is really into birds. My wife is really into birds, and your wife is now fueling my wife being into the birds even more by sending her bird things. And I
get caught up in it. I'll admit.
You like to look at birds?
Well, she strategically put these feeders so that you can see them out of the windows in the same location in which we watch TV and things.
Right.
So I'm sitting in there, and all of a sudden it goes to commercial or whatever, and all of a sudden, there's the female male cardinal. Oh, the bluebirds are back. And so you kind of bring me in a little bit.
I'll admit I don't mind seeing birds.
Yeah.
All right, so
and then you got your occasional squirrel that'll try to get out there and mess everything up.
Yeah.
And so
how they deal with him?
Well, I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
I've been told to try to do away with them.
Easy.
And,
careful.
Yeah.
And so I have taken. Of course, Maddie saw something the other day that my 5-year-old that probably didn't need to see. Probably should have waited till she went in another room or send her to her room.
Right.
Hey, go grab some Barbies and come here and play.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
Yeah, the squirrel has better PR than you want him to have.
I know.
When you go to take him out. Yeah, you take out a rat, everybody celebrates.
I know.
Sure.
Yeah, but
the old tale.
And I'll admit, I'll look out at the old little rotten hole in the tree we have where this same family, flame woodpecker, comes back every year and puts a nest in every year. Oh, look, she's back.
Really?
But anyway, so with all that being said, there was a story that the very rare yellow cardinal.
Yeah.
And just picture a bright red cardinal and just make him bright yellow.
Yeah.
That these are 1 in a million, and in our state,
think about that for a minute.
Yeah, somebody saw one, took a great picture of it, by the way, and this person says that this is me. Or is this
I don't know. It just says it visits the house.
Or is this just another person who also saw it?
It may be.
Maybe that's it.
Either way, they've seen this elusive yellow cardinal.
Miss Charlie, have you seen the yellow cardinal?
Good morning, fellas. Yeah.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Things that you need to know. So, themanchurch.com. Couple updates there. I'll be headed to Athens, Alabama Sunday night. Excited about that. They're going to their next man church as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy. I'll be at Friendship Church, Athens, Alabama, coming up this Sunday night. So you can find that at themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Also, if you're wanting to go to the Man Church Conference, we have less than 100 tickets left. So it is about to be a hard sellout. Less than 100 tickets. So if you've been putting that off and your men's group wants to go, matter of fact, I found out as we started the show today, we have a group coming from Montana.
Really?
That's doing the strategy and all that, and they're fired up about coming to Greg, our hometown, Oxford, Alabama, February 24th and 25th. But I want to tell you again, if the odds that there's going to be tickets available at the door is practically zero. So if you haven't gone and gotten your tickets, it's less than 100 remain, and then it'll be sold out. So just FYI on that, and you can find those tickets by just going to themanchurch.com. Click right there on the logo for the conference, and it'll go right there. So let's go back. I mean, do y'all remember that we started – we have not been back on the air together since the big staff hunt.
That was after the last show.
Was
that this year?
December. Didn't that seem like a long time ago?
It was last year, actually. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, so December 16th and 17th, we decided to start the year with a little staff hunt, and everybody just come when you can, and we had a great time. I mean, it was the weather turned out to be great. The cold front was moving in. Where we hunt, the rut was starting. Look there we are. Gary cooked us an outstanding dinner. Hey, I mean, if y'all want me to cook for everybody, I will. And so he did. And there's young Broderick and Bubba and Greg and Helmsy and Speedy and me. Adler came in the next morning. I think you can see him in our breakfast shot because can we all admit? I know we've joked about it before. We're at the point now, and I've got another hunting story I'll tell you later, but we're at the point now, do you not feel yourself, Helmsy came down, you're really the best example. You came just for the dinner.
Yeah.
I mean, so you get this sense while we're all hunting, please, nobody mess up our meals.
Yeah.
And because
So
it's almost like,
I came down and spent 2.5, 3 hours with Gary as he prepared the meal.
Yeah.
And then waited on y'all to come in from hunting and then hung out with y'all and then went home.
Well, I made the classic mistake, and I corrected it later. I've made this mistake now 2 years in a row, and I finally resolved it. I do this thing where if I see a pretty good buck too early in the year or on the hunt, I'm kind of like, I can do better than that. And you realize, no, Rick, there's a shooter right there. Just take that one.
Yeah.
I mean, what the odds of you seeing first of all, another deer while you're here of that caliber, and are better? It's not that high. Why don't you go ahead? But I admit, in the back of my mind, I'm like, no, it's going to delay dinner.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so
Gary and I talked about that. We were hoping nobody'd shoot anything to mess it up.
Yeah.
So Gary gave us. We had deer that had just been killed a couple of weeks earlier. We had deer that was cubed, and
good.
And he fried that and then put it in a crock pot to make it even more tender.
Oh, it's good.
And then we had mashed potatoes.
I wish we wouldn't talk about this.
Gravy.
Right now until breakfast got here.
Biscuits. What else did we have?
It was all good. I know that.
Was there green beans?
Did we get green beans?
No,
too?
it was peas. No,
it was green beans.
I think it was green beans.
It was green beans.
It was
good.
Yeah, it was really good. And one of the things that I came home with, which is kind of where I'll land on the show hunt, and y'all can look at pictures. Now, Camp House Breakfast, I sent. Let me tell you how committed I was to Camp House Breakfast. I set myself up where I could just walk out and start it. I didn't even hunt but a couple hours and came in and started on breakfast because I thought these guys have to come in to breakfast. And so, this is deer sausage. So this is actually deer because people were asking me this who saw these pictures. So those two pans with sausage in it, that's made from deer. That's deer sausage. Of course, that's bacon and then scrambled eggs back over here and then the biscuits over there. So I love Camp House Breakfast. I just love it. I love it. I love it.
We need to get your recipe for deer bacon. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Now, deer bacon, I don't know about. Yeah, you know what? I think that's probably an option. Because they can do just about everything.
Yeah.
But one thing that I came back with from the staff hunt, and I want y'all to support me a little bit, especially because I probably got myself in a little bit of a bind going for the laugh so soon in the year. But
you did.
But I figure people need it. There's just they don't really need me to recap how bad things are.
Rick, just swing to the fire pit story and how that's affected me.
Yeah,
that's
right. But I will say this, and I came back bold too, because I had to leave the hunt early to go back for a wedding. Do y'all remember that?
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
And sitting there, and what I love, what we do, a lot of y'all, I don't know if y'all do this or not. We build these big group texts so you can get updates on what's going on. It's one of my favorite things is to sit and update on what you're seeing and whatever. So, in Bubba, we were pummeling him so bad he had to shut us down, Trey, because you had deer around you. But
I couldn't.
But what was funny is when we now, and I noticed people doing this the entire vacation. even if I can't come to this hunt, keep me in that group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like seeing.
I want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So I'm at this wedding, and y'all were, because y'all had an active afternoon. About 4 o'clock, it started going nuts.
Yeah, it was.
And y'all were updating me, and I keep looking at her. She goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "There's deer moving."
Oh.
She goes, "Can you focus on the ceremony and all that?" So anyway, but I came back and I said, "Sherry, I just want to talk to you about something," because Sherry has marked Camp House that she's going to get it one day and destroy it. And I came back and I said, "Bubba,"
ain't never hurt
I said,
nobody.
and Bubba may have led the way. I said, "Sure." He almost got emotional. I said, "These men,
That's too good a place.
I said, these men don't want to lose Camp
Perfect
House.
eating there.
And I said,
You got two big tables.
I was there. It was really nice.
I said, we like our Camp House and we don't
And
want to
it's
lose
nice.
it.
It isn't like it's
we don't want
skanked up.
She says, well, it's the outside of it's gotten old and it's an eyesore. And I'm like, no. She goes, y'all got furniture in there that doesn't even go together.
That's great.
Well, now that means nothing.
That's what we want, baby.
I don't think Sherry understands. Camp House is saving her from having to deal with all of us
That's
at
the cleanest
her, at her
bathrooms
regular
you'll find
house.
in a camp house.
Yeah. Well, remember, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I know. And that's and that's a whole nother.
See, everybody
There's another
forgets
plus.
the guts of it got replaced by insurance.
Yep,
that's right.
So the guts inside are really relatively new.
Rick, I was impressed. I was blown
don't y'all
away
think
by it.
Camp House?
I love Camp
Well,
House,
listen,
Rick.
We're gonna start a campaign, Save Camp House.
Yeah, why would you get rid of it if it can just sit there and do?
Yeah, it ain't
do the
bothering
job?
nobody. Who's it bothering?
I told her, I said, all this hunting stuff have to go somewhere else.
Right.
It's its own place now.
That house has good bones.
Thank you.
It does.
Adler.
You got to keep it.
You know what I told her, and y'all gonna love this. So we were getting ready for the wedding. I said, you don't want to be that person on every after-school special and Hallmark movie. And she said, what are you talking about?
Want to tear down the park?
I said, you're the evil person and wants to tear down the camp house, and we have to all save the camp house.
Rick,
I
we're
said,
going like when the Brady saved Woodland Park.
Yeah,
tie yourself to a tree.
I said, we're going to have a big protest down there. We'll have a concert.
Yes.
I mean, people will set up and we'll play music to save Camp House.
Yeah.
I said, you don't really want that. I mean,
given what you've already shared with us, I think you ought to bring that back up in about 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
Probably get a deal done.
I'm going to give it 2 weeks, and then I'm going to go back and revisit Camp House. Because I know it's going to survive deer season. But I've got it.
Why would you tear it down when it's in such a good
Well,
shape?
she wants to move down there full time and rework the whole setup. She thinks,
but it sits off on the side.
It's not going to hurt nobody.
No, just get a light for Greg at the end of the driveway.
I'd like to see a booger light up.
Well, say I'm not doing stuff like that, so I think it's going to go away.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is Miss Charlie, and I live in Alabaster, and that is the bird that comes to my house in addition to the other parks around Alabaster.
So you are the one they did the story on.
I am Charlie Stevenson. Y'all have met me before. I've been there with some groups of mine.
All right. Well,
okay.
Now is everybody bothering you? No. I hope nobody's found out where you are, because you're gonna have a lot of. You're gonna have, first of all, Helmsley's wife's coming over.
Yeah. By the way, her parents live in Alabaster, so this may actually work out to where we come by.
So is the yellow cardinal gone now? Is he already moved on?
He has found a female.
Oh.
So we're hoping he stays around more. There have been days when I don't see him. This is nesting season, so we just keep watching. And I've been in contact with Dr. Hill of Auburn University, who's done a study on the mutation for these yellow instances. And he wants to come in May. He's out of the country right now, but he wants to come if the bird is still here. So I've been keeping lots of notes, any behavior patterns, anything unusual, because this is all new to me. I've been birding for 50 years. I never knew such a thing existed.
When you saw the yellow cardinal, did you think it was another bird? You thought, well, I must not just be familiar with this bird.
Oh, sure. Me not wearing my glasses, and I saw it out my window, and then as soon as I realized that's the cardinal, ran and got the camera.
Yeah, and did you Google yellow cardinal, and then you saw, wow, this is very rare.
No, I didn't think of that. Cardinals can have abnormal coloring before, so I belong to like a backyard birder website on Facebook, and I said, hey guys, you all heard about this? I just thought I was probably the only one. And that's when someone posted the article or the paper that Dr. Hill had written, so I contacted him. He answered me back from Australia and said, oh, yeah, this happens every so often. It's very rare. There may be one yellow cardinal who might be seen somewhere in the U.S. at least once a year. And then after the local Al.com and the other papers got a hold of him. Then he came up with the phrase of how many feeders there were in the U.S. and Canada, and once you average it down, it comes to 1 in a million. So then that became the catchphrase.
Do you ever sing to the bird, the 1 in a million you?
No, I'm the idiot birder. I've got apps on my phone, and I can play Cardinal Song and try to help attract them.
Wow. Well, you're really into this, and you know what? Being into it produced a yellow cardinal.
Yeah. Yep.
So, well, good for you, and I hope that everybody hope you don't get overwhelmed. This is not helping.
Well, I've been smart about not getting my address out because it's a small neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I don't want them tramping on not only my yard but my neighbors' yards. And
yeah, because you got to watch those birders. Some of them are way out there.
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be one guy who thinks he can come shoot the bird and become famous. So, no, I'm not letting them know. People I know won't put my address out online, then they can come see.
Yeah, you got to manage it. Yeah, you got to manage it. And Helmsy and his wife want to come. I'll go and tell you
I've
that
already
right
written
now.
down your cell phone number.
Yeah, so you're going to hear from him. But so, and I'm sure
I don't mind. I know y'all. I could trust y'all.
Well, my wife's got to see it too. I'll just tell you that straight up.
So is it skittish? Or does it hang around, or does it fly away the first movement it sees? I mean, is it kind of your little buddy now?
In January, it was very skittish, but now it's become more acclimated to the suburban sounds.
Mm-hmm.
My theory is I believe it must have been living in the woods where the new Thompson High School has been built, and then maybe his habitat got pushed down into the neighborhood below.
Okay, wow, you really pinpointed where you are.
Yeah.
Okay,
real close to my
when you
in-laws.
look at satellite photos and look at some different ways where the birds could fly, it's kind of, that's why he's coming around here. And I kind of keep a lot of feeders, too. I have a small yard, but if you count the hummingbird feeders and the suet feeders, I've got about 14.
So what does Dr. Hill say? Is this just happens, like, let's say you say he's found a female, and he mates with that female, and those hatchlings make it. What color will they be?
Just like right now, I can only assume, like all of us learned in 8th grade science, and as far as
the genetic cube,
hereditary. Yeah, and it's a genetic mutation that happens very rarely. So I don't know, they may still have, 3 or 4 red cardinals.
So it's just like, I mean, that gene is available, but it's not all that likely because it'll come around just every so often.
Yeah,
I got
it's a mutation that blocks the production of an enzyme that causes what they eat to make the red feathers.
Got it.
Huh.
So they lack the pigment. They lack the pigment to create a red feather.
Yeah, and it's not an albino because right. I mean,
Correct.
It's not that. It just causes a different color because it doesn't turn red. It just turns yellow.
Correct. It's not a lack of color.
I got it.
Wow.
I like it. All right. Well, thank you, Miss Charlie, and we'll see you probably over the weekend when we drop by.
All right. God bless. All right. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
I was real close to her last night. I mean, I'm talking about within blocks. Had no idea.
Is there a chance you could see the? You're close enough. You might see it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Pretty close.
I mean, birds fly. They cover a lot of ground.
Yeah, they do.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's the hour, 29 years of Rick and Bubba celebrating today. First show of 2023. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us and allowing us to do what we do.
Yeah, so we're walking through the time that we were away. We get to Christmas Eve. So,
hey,
Greg,
how about that weather?
Boy, we had a cold snap hit the country, the Arctic blast, and So everybody is in the Southerners in cold weather. It just doesn't work.
Well, we're just not used to it. Not prepared.
Yeah, one of the funniest things I saw was someone put out put the temperatures, and they said, "Here's this: Southerners, it is the end of time. Northerners, go find your heavy jacket."
Well, at my house, Rick, while we were gone over the 2-week period, I had 7 degrees and I had 70 degrees.
It was
that's a big jump in our world.
Absolutely crazy.
I know in the cosmic world of the universe that's not a big swing, but let me tell you, for old humans it is.
Also, I became the old men that we all grew up hunting with. There were temperatures in the morning that I literally said, I just don't hate deer that much.
Yeah.
No, there's no reason to get out in that.
Yeah,
I think the deer is probably going, y'all don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're even laying down.
Well, because where we live, and it's one of the things that I didn't, it happened a few years ago, we had a snow during deer season. Well, one of my sons and I got all fired up about it. Dad, this will be awesome. Let's go. And you could get down the highway, but there was still a bunch of snow. What we found out is these deer don't ever see snow, so they panicked. they didn't like that at all.
They won't eat grass that's frozen either.
Yeah, they didn't move at all. You know what? Because they were like, "What in the world's happening?" So anyway, so Greg and I it started last year. Mom and Dad have gotten to the point that they can't host Christmas Eve anymore, and they've moved to a retirement community, and so we're now in a rotation. And so last year, Sherry and I hosted Christmas Eve, and Greg and Lisa hosted this year. And it was an incredible time. You guys did such a good job, and I know how much work that takes. And really, I did not know till we started talking. Once I got there, you kind of start off with a handle.
Yeah, that morning, again, we're talking about those temperatures, and we were having it at Chandler's house, which is like a minute down the road from our house. They've recently moved there, and the house is just set up perfect for entertaining.
Oh, it is. Good open
well, she calls and says that they didn't have any water, that it was frozen. Oh, and we're like, you got to be.
And you got everybody coming.
Yes, so we're calling around trying to figure it out. But they have a tankless hot water heater that's on the outside.
Yeah.
And I called a plumber, and he's like, yeah, that's going to be your problem. Blow dryer, got out there and heated it up, and it started working, thank goodness. But that was step one. We were like, this ain't good. But the sinks were working and the commodes were working.
Are you a little nervous around a hot water heater, an on-demand hot water heater with a hair dryer, and is it gas or is it electric?
Yeah,
all electric?
Yeah, it's electric.
So and you didn't even bother everybody with that. You just you didn't send the panic out.
No, we were trying to scramble and go. We got the commodes worked, so that was good. That was your main thing. As long as you got it, especially when we come to find out.
I know,
but but anyway, so we got that resolved. That was a panic right out of the gate.
Yeah,
but we got that resolved, so we were good.
So we were excited. So Mom and Dad are riding with us, and here the only people that we could get home in my family, the immediate family, was Brooks, who came in from Atlanta, and of course he had an issue with the cold weather. He actually ended up having the apartment complex he lives in, their fire sprinklers burst and rained water down on everybody's apartments in one building, and he was moving yesterday. So he is at
least
home.
You weren't there when it happened. I mean, he's sitting there.
He's at home visiting, and he's getting emails from his apartment complex that his apartment has been ruined.
Good.
And that he has to find somewhere else to live.
You can't.
There ain't no quick fix.
Yeah, and renter's insurance, and trying to watch him learn all that, and so anyway, that's a different story.
Hassle.
But anyway, but we didn't know that at the time. We still thought he had an apartment, and we were we're all he actually met us there.
He was the first one there.
He drove from Atlanta. He's very Bubba like that.
Yeah, he's way ahead of everybody.
Yeah. So anyway, and had his new Christmas pants, which were quite the now that they can get their own clothes, it just but anyway, so young Broderick and Camtastic got to come. Young Broderick's girlfriend. So we were on our way there, and so when we get there, we're all excited. We've seen each other, and boy, Greg and Lisa had a spread of food laid out that was just incredible.
Yeah,
so we were and Mama, she still made her sausage balls.
Yeah. Okay.
Still made the peanut clusters.
Delicious holiday
and the party mix, and
She didn't have to
We
call
had a spread.
She didn't have to
fudge and
call
all
you
that.
in. She didn't have to call you in.
No,
Ron?
I wasn't called in.
Can I
Okay.
tell you, I love party mix on a level that's if I can just get it in a cup and just just drink it out of it.
My mama makes a homemade party mix that is unbelievable.
Oh yeah,
I don't know why that's so good. I was asking Betty, and she told me how many sticks of butter went into
There
it,
you
and
go.
it became very clear. Yeah.
So we're there, and
I'd like to have it more than just Christmas, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So we're there, and we're like, everything's going great. Well, the only thing that has less responsibility than a grandparent is a great uncle. We've covered that.
Yeah.
So I'm there, and Greg's grandson Ellis, rocking his Santa hat.
Oh yeah, he'll wear a hat.
Yeah, he comes. I see him. I've raised 5 kids and 4 boys, so I know when little boys need to go to the potty that they make it very clear. They'll grab hold of
And
themselves
they'll announce it.
and they'll announce it. And so I don't know the level that
That's so good.
I don't know the level that Ellis is at. I'm not keeping up with his potty training and how well he's been doing.
And he's kind of tall for his age. You assume he's older than
he looks like a grown man with his height.
Yeah.
So anyway, he comes up and I said, "Hey, you got to go to the potty." He said, "Yes." I said, "Okay." So I go to the restroom with him, walk in there. I said, "You need some help?" "No." I said, "So you're good?" "Yes." And I said, "Okay," and you like that. So I leave, and so I shut the door, give him a little privacy. All of a sudden, we hear like that, and I hear him hollering. I'm like, "Oh, what have we done?" Well, God love him, he was doing it on his own, but I and it was you who did it, I think, Greg.
So. I'm bad to not put the lid back down.
Somebody didn't put the lid back down, and so he went to get up on the toilet and fell back in.
He was in it. His feet were sticking up there, and he'd fall. He couldn't get out. Of course, he had to tell everybody.
Yeah, then it became like he wanted everybody to know.
Greg.
He would say, "My shirt's wet because I fell in the potty." and then of course, then you
Does he have his Santa hat on the whole time?
Absolutely. Santa hat never came off. And here's what you love is then now the women start wanting to know how this happened. Who did this?
And it was on.
And of course, I was like, "Oh boy, who did he go in the potty on his own?" And I was like, I
said he was good.
He told me he was good. You just left him in there? I didn't. I thought he was okay. He acted like he didn't want me in there. You don't want your creepy great uncle in there while you're potty.
I got this.
They're
trying to show off.
But I didn't look to see if the seat was down, and he hit that rim and fell back in.
He couldn't get out.
He was completely in it. He couldn't get out. Get me out of my bottle! And so
it was funny.
Well, of course, Taylor didn't care, but of course his wife was like, "You've probably traumatized him on the. You probably set back our potty training."
Yeah. He's doing so good.
Well, I guarantee you he'll check to see if the seat's down.
You're right. He will. He will learn that. So,
Greg, did you back out of the room or just take responsibility on that?
Well, I went. Everybody knew it's me. The women are already mad at me. Anyway, I had a speech on that. Lisa told me it needs to be my New Year's resolution. I said, "Is it to that point?" She goes, "Yeah, it's ridiculous."
Right. Yeah, Greg and I've never seen us get. Listen, Greg, I've never seen you and I get in trouble so fast at a family gathering. I mean, that was probably how long had I been there? 5 minutes?
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
you let him on his own. You said, "Well, he told me."
Yeah.
Kelsey said, "No, he was making that up. He's not that good."
Yeah. I thought, well, he's good. Let me give you a little privacy.
But you think about it, though, if the lid hadn't, I think he pulls it off.
I think he was fine. The lid threw it.
Yeah, the lid got it.
Because you forget that little fellas, even the beginning, they'll go ahead and sit for whatever they have to do.
Them and Bubba.
Yeah, right.
Well, right. You know what? If I had been there, he wouldn't have fallen in.
That's true, though. Great point.
Sometimes it's just better to sit.
So when we come back, what happened next? None of us knew what was happening. Just think Greg was happening and none of us knew it.
Oh. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, no.
Of course, me and you.
Yeah. We're going to have a Grinch that comes in to try to steal Christmas.
Oh, no, not a Grinch.
Oh, yeah.
Worse than the toilet seat.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk about, you guys said this is that thing where we, well, God love this little boy outside. I wish he could have had some red hair. So anyway, look at him right there. We got a little,
hey, that's me.
We got look. There's
Meanie me.
There's Speedy when he's a kid.
That was me when
But
I had hair.
Don't tell him that. He thinks he'll be bald when he's your age.
No.
Thank you for being here, buddy. Thank you. But anyway, so this is that thing we're about to do. We're about to talk about something that right now you guys are enjoying, and once it's out there, this is the mistake we made when we brag on restaurants. Then we can never get a reservation again. We talk about the extra crispy crackers that Premium put out in the stackables. Can't find them anymore. So you have to be careful. If y'all want to move forward on this, we'll do it. But
I don't know that we should.
I'm just telling you.
Because I'm really interested, and this is one segment we're talking about me birding, and then now this. I don't know what this does to my reputation either.
Right.
Well,
but I am really interested in what goes on with this particular app that they're throwing around. So I don't know that I even want to do this.
Well, it actually came our way through Adler.
I know,
and he came in with.
I got to warn you though. Once it gets out there,
I know we do have to talk about it.
You may not listen. Let me tell you what this is like. This is like when Dr. Frankenstein said those words. It's alive, and he thought that was great. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Only to discover that hey, maybe we shouldn't have tampered with that. Our audience, the very thing you love about our audience, meaning they respond to the advertisers sell a lot of product. So the advertisers love them, which makes the advertisers love us, which makes us all able to make a living and keeps the show on the air. So that's a great thing about the passion of our audience. Now, the negative side is if it's something that you're wanting to get to or you're wanting to get, and they're going to go first, and you're not going to be able to get it anymore.
I will tell you why this came up. Is Adler walked in the studio this morning, and I noticed that he was wearing a new pair of shoes.
Right.
And this is the second day in a row where he has had on a new pair of shoes that are different. I mean, he's bringing kicks in here left and right.
Oh, he's a Pumas here.
And they're some of them I like, some Rick.
What do you got there, buddy?
Adler coming in 2 days in a row with fresh kicks.
All right, so you have Puma.
Challenge. Keep it up there the whole segment.
All right, so
I'm comfortable.
Yeah, because he does a little Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
He does.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
Adler, 2 days in a row, fresh kicks. What a power move.
So what's going on with you in new shoes every day?
All right, so I get new shears. New shears.
Watch it.
What an idiot.
Right.
Could have been worse.
It could have been.
Look, you can tell he's lost today without Greg here.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I'm like a happy new person.
I noticed.
I'm like wide-eyed, bright. I feel better.
You hugged me in the hall, and I didn't know what was going on.
I don't know. I'm a different guy.
You're that kid that can walk to school with no apprehension today. All right, go ahead.
I'm having lunch today.
I get chocolate milk today.
Yeah. You want to bring it down?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
So I get new shoes like once a year, maybe. I when I wear the same shoes every single day. I'm pretty tough on my shoes. I'm rough. I don't know what it is about corners. I'm always like scraping a corner here and there. I'm tough on shoes. And my wife introduced me to this app.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife said something, y'all, that honestly it was a turn on. It was a huge turn on. I got to be honest. She goes, I never pay full price for shoes. And I was like, baby, I've never been more in love with you than I am right now. Speedy and I are kind of similar.
Both of you a little cheap.
Whoa.
You're cheap.
Frugal.
You're cheap.
No, that's the cheap one.
There's a line.
There's frugal. Let's go with frugal.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a fine line between frugal and cheap, and you two don't know where it is.
We don't.
All right, go ahead.
We don't. And so
Careful here. Just
she
before you
introduced
say
me
it.
to the app.
There it goes.
And
it's out.
And so I open up this app, and I'm like, okay, we're on to something here. And it's got like clothes and shoes, and it's got clothes, pants, women's, men's, all that kind of stuff. But shoes, and lots of them. And you can filter by brand, you can filter by size, you can filter by style. And really, what brought this about is my wife and I are driving to the Grand Canyon in spring break.
Unbelievable.
We're renting an RV, driving to the Grand Canyon and back. So that's gonna be awesome. And I needed some trail shoes. And trail shoes are they're pretty cool. I've never had any before, but the sole is like real thick, almost like a hiking boot.
Wow.
But then the top is really lightweight, like a tennis shoe.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, well, if you say I need some trail shoes, I need some trail shoes.
You're going to be in trail shoes eating trail mix.
I'm
at the canyon, baby.
I'm in the Grand Canyon eating trail mix.
I drove here, too, because I'm cheap. Go ahead.
Rented an RV because I'm real cheap.
Right.
So, no, we're really excited about that. In fact, we're trying out the RV to see if we want to stop one.
Easy now.
We're trying
There's
it out.
no app for that.
That's right. They like them, too. My gosh.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So I sent Adler some pictures of all the Greg's grandchildren that were there for the Christmas Eve. We don't know who the culprit was. But you know, they're just so precious and so wonderful, and we all just loved them and we snuggled them, and they had so much fun. I mean, and how about this? Even me and Pistol Pace Jones, when he did,
he don't give people a lot.
When he did the Big Bad Wolf, it was one of my favorite times of the entire.
Big Bad
Look at Pistol Pace.
Yeah,
and
he'll blow the house down.
Yeah,
Big Bad Wolf.
He was blowing the house down, and when he blows the house down, Bubba, he gets his arms back so he can get maximum. Yeah, and so and of course, you know, kids will do anything for as long as you're willing to participate. So as soon as he quit, I go, and I'll huff. And he'd get back up, and he'd get back up again, and he'd get back up again, and he would do it. So we're all just having the time of our life. I mean, we're having fun. I thought, you know, Dirty Santa went well.
It did.
There's still this controversy that I can't seem to get my adult children to realize that the way we do it is actually people bring gifts that people want. And the two boys, they think they're supposed to bring gag gifts, you know, and things like that. They can't quite get it. But anyway,
but do Dirty Santa with?
Yeah, and so there was one point where Sherry brought the house down with some gift. What was that? Now I want you to look at this table. Back off, everybody. That table right there is going to be crucial in this story.
Yeah, that table.
Look
there.
at that table.
Okay,
look at them smiling.
That's the young adults. They're all smiling.
Look at me.
They have no idea the Grinch is coming. Okay,
and my granddaughter Marion, some reason gravitated to that bunch. Every time I looked, a different one had her.
Oh yeah,
she made her rounds.
Yeah, and she
loved hanging out with her.
So that is Brooks, Brody, Camtastic, Pearson, and his girlfriend Briley.
Yeah,
isn't that right? Yeah. So that they're all there.
Yeah, there was one there I didn't recognize.
Yeah, that's she's
giving
new.
You a look.
She's
like,
new
who's
to
that?
she's new to Christmas Eve.
Oh, okay.
She is.
She fits right in. She was cutting up. Of course, she got to really participate. So anyway.
Unfortunately,
so we don't know what's going on. We're all just having the time of our lives, and so anything I need to hit before I get to what happened.
There's Mary making around.
Yeah, keep an eye on her. She could be the culprit. We don't know.
If you notice, she's eating because she loves snacks.
Yeah, she does.
Look at her.
Yeah, there she is.
Look
at
those
eyes.
What's wrong with that?
Isn't she beautiful?
Look at her.
So anyway, we all go home. It goes great. It was a great celebration. Drop mom and dad off. Everything's good. I'm ready for chocolate biscuits on Christmas morning, and we have church. You know, we're one of those odd churches that actually celebrated Christ on the Lord's Day, and so we actually had a service and went to that. And I love the idea that our pastor and the elders had. Is they're like, look, if you got small kids, we get it. Just bring them in their pajamas.
Yeah.
And so the kids all went around the pastor with the one toy that they got.
You wore your pajamas?
I wore my pajamas, and I was told that
Brooks
they
had
meant
his.
On.
Yeah, that they really meant that just for the kids. But, so anyway, of course, you know, big moment when our young Broderick announced to his mom, who said, "We get up, we'll do the chocolate biscuits and sausage balls, and then we'll go to church, and then we'll come back and open gifts." And young Broderick says, "Well, I'm actually going to be directing the service." What? And that was just such a moment. I'm like, son. He's like, well, but some people, you know, I want to give them Christmas morning off. I'm going to go back and volunteer and direct the service. So what time do you have to be over there? 8? And so anyway, that was appreciate him for that. But hey, his heart was in the right place.
It was.
Right. It was. But
If you're gonna have a service, you got to have people to work.
Right, and of course, you know, it's real. Well, I don't get in that. So anyway, I'm trying to stay out of that. But anyway, so. We're sitting there. We go through Christmas, no problem at all. It's good, and we usually go to a movie after Santa's come and Christmas is done. And there weren't very many options this year. They just weren't any good ones out there, and so I got pressured to go try to see the new Avatar thing. Oh, now that's a 3 hour and 15-minute commitment.
Wow. You talking about a 3 hour and 50-minute cartoon?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Good night.
But anyway, so
you stay away?
But it's all we had.
No way you stayed away.
It's all we had. So
he was sleeping good. He wasn't sleeping.
Yeah, I was bright and bushy tail. So anyway, so we're sitting there, and I keep noticing that Big Love keeps getting up. And I'm like, what is he doing? He needs to sit down. Why does he keep getting up? Is he bored? I mean, I admit it's a little slow here, you know, and all that. And I'm like, what is he doing? So finally, I just don't pay attention to it. We get up. So we're walking out, and he goes, hey, I'm struggling. I said, what are you talking about? He said, I'm sick. I said, you're sick? What are you talking about? You're sick. And then confirmation of him being sick happened in the parking lot. And about the time this is happening with him holding the door open in the back of the truck, about the time that's happening, Brody looks down at his phone and he goes, oh, wow, Cameron just texted me. She's sick. Oh. And all of a sudden I think, oh, here we go. Here we go. The stomach virus from the pits of hell begin to run through Burgess's and Joneses, and you realize who will the Grim Reaper touch next?
Oh man, we're just waiting. You're just waiting your turn.
And guys, I'm not.
It was the reporting coming in. Oh, here's another
guys,
text. Oh my goodness!
All of a sudden, the group text from Christmas Eve, people start dropping like flies.
Oh no!
They're down, and I'm like, here it comes. My whole house, and what it was like, so Brooks is down. Okay, then we get home, and young Broderick's looking at me. He goes, yeah, I'm about to go down. And all of a sudden, he texts from downstairs in his room, I'm broken. And I'm like, oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
So then I'm looking around at this, and then we get down to lay down, go to sleep. All of a sudden, I hear Sherry get up. And then you hear all that just, and all this. And I'm like, and look, and you're just looking, going, when is it going to hit me?
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Every time you.
When's it coming for me?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, we start hearing that Riley, Greg's son-in-law's
got he had it bad.
Bad. And,
Pace had a little run with it.
And then all of a sudden, that entire table that we showed a minute ago of the young adults, every single one of them went down.
And then I go back to what I said earlier. My granddaughter Marion but she never got it. But she was in every one of them's lap.
Yeah,
it's just weird.
So we don't know who
that table ever. 100% got sick.
100%. All of them get the Grinch. That's
Mom and Dad good?
Mom and Dad good.
They were fine.
Okay, that's good.
But here's what was weird. I mean, everybody was exposed. Don't get me wrong, but my house, everybody in my house, but me has it.
Yeah.
So I think, well, every time I would lay down to go to sleep, I go, well, and it's
a matter of time.
I cannot explain it. I never got it.
No, I didn't either.
Greg,
Lisa didn't get it.
Greg didn't get it. Lisa, it was so selective.
Kelsey and Taylor. Taylor kind of he wasn't fully committed, but he had some issues.
So we don't know whether, because Taylor said his kids had a run of it, but they had been clear for a couple of days even before we got to Christmas Eve. Is it possible the little kid could still be carrying it? Or did somebody just come in who had it in the group? I don't know.
And didn't know it.
There's no way to know.
It was stout.
But it was.
I don't know how I didn't get it.
Well, it was one of those.
Lisa didn't get it.
And we've all said this, it wasn't COVID, it wasn't the flu. But, and for some people, it was 24 hours. For others, it was 48. I know that
none were past 48.
Yeah, but it was one of those things. As young,
a lot of them were quick.
As young Broderick would describe it, he goes, no. This one goes in the category of your life's not in danger. You just begin to pray to die. It just makes you wish you were dead.
Yeah, Riley said he said he can't remember being that sick.
Yeah, I mean the ones that hit hard, they had a wild ride.
Yeah,
I mean, and then
but the event went great. It was just after the aftermath.
Was awesome.
Oh, it was great. We were having a ball.
But what got me was I got cast, as y'all all know, in it's not really my skill set. Everybody's sick but me, and now everybody's looking to me like, will you be nursing us, Dad? And I'm like, what?
What? Who?
I'm actually,
I was going hunting.
Yeah, I think
give y'all some room.
I'm going to meet Taylor and Greg. What are y'all talking about?
I was gonna let y'all battle it.
Not much I can do here. Could you go get us something so we won't dehydrate? Y'all can't go get that. Yeah, Brooks, you're better, right? You haven't.
But I did. Pedialyte.
I took care of everybody. Nursery. Well, it was the best I could. I mean, it's.
I dropped the care package off to Riley and Paige on my way to hunt.
Rick and Bubba.
Anyways, so I got some trail shoes. I wore those yesterday. They were great. Loved them. And then just as a power move, I came in with 2 days in a row.
So this tells me you could buy 2 pairs of shoes, what you normally pay for one.
Right.
Rick, it's up to 75% off
hang on.
name brand shoes and other stuff too. But you got people that they're into sunglasses, they're into watches, they're shoe people.
I'm a shoe guy.
Are you?
I have way too many more shoes.
So you're a birder and a shoe guy.
I know. That's what I said. My reputation's gone.
It's a new day for me with you.
Now, I think with this app, though, when it comes to returns, like if you have to return something, I think they like take your firstborn son or something. Like it's pretty bad. The return policy is bad.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so you guys have started App Mania.
Yeah.
And this is when you notice that Adler and I know that cheap people kind of run in packs.
Rick.
So Speedy saw Adler, producing new shoes at a rate that got your attention, and only to discover that he's found some sort of app that his wife pointed him to. Is that correct?
Yeah, she's
the
best.
That you can get things cheap at up to 75% off. Now there are stores that'll do sales, but you're saying the only catch on this is this is the downside of any online ordering is a lot of times you get stuck with it. If it doesn't work, you're kind of trying to return it. But you're saying at these prices, it's worth it. But once you reach a certain age, you should pretty much know your shoe size.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
But it will vary, and it just happened with me with some house shoes, and I appreciated it. But because I'm a true 12.5.
Same here.
And and so
That's interesting.
And so the problem is there's 13s readily available and there's 12s readily available, but finding a 12.5 is difficult. So I always usually wear a 13. Every now and then I find the elusive 12.5. I don't like to go 12 because it's too small. But sometimes when I get a 13, it works perfectly, no problem. But then sometimes you get 13s, and if you order them and it gets there and you're like, well, this is a little wider than I wanted. Hey, the back of my foot, this is a little bit, you're stuck with it.
Yeah.
So you're saying that's the downside. But
it is you want to know your size because once you get them, I think you're kind of stuck with them. Although I'm trying to read because I just took my wife's word for it. She was like, yeah, you should get the right size. You don't return these shoes from this app. And but now I'm looking at it and it really doesn't look that bad. It says they can't do exchanges right now, but they can do refunds. So maybe it's not even that bad. You have to pay for shipping. You have to pay for the shipping back, so that's probably
by the way,
the snag she was talking
I'm
about.
going to play the role of Greg since he's not here today. No, you do know that most things that are too good to be true are.
Well,
right. But Rick, on this app, you've got shoes, clothes, bags, accessories, jewelry, eyewear, watches, sporting goods, baby shops, pets, all products that I just listed are available on this app. And the big deal is that you can get them up to 75% off in some cases. Others, it's a little less, but still, it's better than paying full price. And I know you're going to laugh when I hear. But anytime you got 3 boys. And everything else, I'm looking to save money how I can. So if I can buy the same thing that I'm buying somewhere else, but 75% off, that's not bad.
Now I want you to think about this, though. But I want you to think about this. Think about what we're saying. We all know how the world works. I mean, no one said, I tell you what, I'm going to come up with this app that's got a bunch of stuff so we can all lose money on it. I mean, that didn't happen. So
right.
so there's something in this. There's a formula, and it could be just a win-win, and that's great. But y'all do realize that what you're claiming is that I can get these same products other places, but not as cheap as I can get it here.
I will say this.
So why?
I've seen I don't know the answer to that, but I have seen a couple of pairs of shoes that I've seen actually at other websites, and they're cheaper here on this site.
I'm telling you right now, I was in Brick.
I don't know. And
Rick, don't scream.
Here's another
Rick,
thing
why
too.
are you screaming
Sweatshop.
sweatshop?
Don't
hearing
scream sweatshop.
Rick, they don't make the shoes.
Children,
they sell them.
Children enslaved.
Rick, I'm hearing limited sizes, but everything I've been to so far in both clothing
if you want
and
to support,
shoes,
if you want to support a
my
sweatshop,
size. I got an average.
Rick, I found some 12.5s for you.
Did you really? My
Oh,
gosh,
now you might like it.
You're not gonna like those.
Well, that looks like something Herman Munster would wear.
No, those are cool boots. I thought they're cool
me
camo
see.
boots. Those are you. Those are cool camo boots.
I don't like those kind.
We've yet to get the.
Rick,
But you
let
found
me
12
see.
house, so that's good.
We've yet to say the name of the app, correct?
Right, we haven't because we're not really sure if we want to. I was in a place.
Y'all not
sporting
gonna
goods.
give-
I was in a sporting goods store. Within I guess $48. These same shoes were $130 here. They're $79.99.
Well, I know because the little kid that made them.
Rick, they don't make the shoes.
It's the same place. It's not like they're only getting theirs from. It's the same store.
So you're so naive.
It's the.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. First opportunity to speak with you. Let's go. Let's go. More stories from vacation to come, but we've hit a bunch of them, and we want to chat with you now. Find out what's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got some stories from around the world we'll get into today, too, and tomorrow. Short week, so dial us up. The real Greg Burgess settles in to take your calls right now. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, and the old buzzer will be your friend if you're in line. We got 10 lines available. We have not talked to you in 18 days, so we've missed you and look forward to chatting with you. So if you get a chance, dial us right now. You'll get in, and then because of the buzzer, we will be moving through the calls quickly, and you won't have to stand in line very long. One of my favorite new relationships with the Rick and Bubba Show last year, I can't tell you how much I love this product, fieldofgreens.com. I even talked to a friend over the break, and I said, you need to get on this product. I mean, the way I feel, the energy, the clarity, it really has helped me. And you know why? Because I don't really do a good job on nutrition. I try, and I know what everyone says, but this is a nice supplement that makes sure that my body is getting the servings of vegetables and fruits that it needs. The fuel that we're putting into our body really matters. And I'm really discovering that as I get older. But you may not be a fan of vegetables, but with Field of Greens, you'll get them. And it doesn't taste bad. Even in water, it's not bad. But if you want to put it with orange juice or something like that, it really is nice. So go get yours now, and you will see the difference. I can tell a difference. Fieldofgreens.com, and use the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com, code Bubba, and you can also save 15% on your Field of Greens. And when you go to the doctor and he's going to say, I don't know what you're doing, or she, I don't know what you're doing, but keep doing it. And I will tell you, I love this product. Let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Let's start. Oh, man, what happened? I had a guy ready to go, and then I lost it. Let's go to Eric and Coleman. So if we lost you, dial us back up. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and lines are available. There's room for you now. Eric and Coleman, let's go there.
Eric.
Hey, Eric. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds and go.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
Calling to pick a bone with Speedy. He's talking about going to Huntsville and all this black ice. It's not black.
Well, I was just saying you couldn't see it. It was a black.
Not on the white line, not on the yellow line, not on the concrete. Come on, people.
It was black asphalt on 565, and it was iced over, so you couldn't see it. That was my point. But I talked about.
Of course, that's what they call it.
Yeah, I talked about trying to get my parents back to Huntsville the day after Christmas, and not knowing we were going to get trapped in a snow/ice storm. But that shut down the city basically.
Big handle too.
I don't like that guy's attitude in 2023. I'd like to see him change it.
Libby,
change it now for the whole year.
Right. Libby in Alabama. Libby, go ahead.
Hey, I just good morning and Happy New Year, guys.
Thank you.
I just wanted to tell you all that I finally got a big buck this year, and my husband that was sitting in his own shooting house decided to take a shot through the deer's ear, and blew off half of his rack.
Oh, no.
No, what?
Oh, no.
So he just made a
Yes, it really
errant
happened.
shot?
And in the middle, and I heard the shot, I saw everything, and we were trying to pull it up onto the Pioneer, and when it did, the rack literally.
Oh no!
Can't have that.
You can't even have a good buck. Well, that's my blowing half the antlers off. Good night. Lines are available. If you move now, you will get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. So here's the Camp House call. I think were you the one that was ready to go, and then we lost you? Go ahead. You're on Rick and Bubba.
Right. Yeah, I got cut off. Hey, I'm what's termed a historical architect. The camp house is a valuable piece of architecture on any plantation things that we type see. I can go to a very historic structure that's elegant, and so many of the tertiary elements are lost. This is important to the overall historic flavor of what you've got and what your wife wants to develop. Do not tear down the camp house.
So camp house can't go.
That's a good.
Do y'all want to start the campaign "Save the Camp House"?
Yeah.
Save Camp House.
Or should it be
better than
called?
that,
Even
Camp
though I know it's a K and a C, but C can have K sound.
Yeah.
What about Keep Camp House?
I like it.
Do you like that one?
I like even a sign out front.
But I tell you, just not even put "the" in it. Save Camp House is funny. Like Save Ferris.
Yes. Yes. Save Camp House. And I told Sherry, I said, don't make us do a concert. I mean,
you got the place for it.
You know how people do a concert
Yeah.
and save something? And I said, Sherry, you realize you're being cast into the role in the movie of the evil developer.
Yeah. I mean, every
Yeah.
sitcom did that show where they're going to tear up the park and put in a shopping center.
Right.
Yeah.
The Brady Bunch, the Partridge Family, Fat Albert. Everybody did that episode where they had to band together to save something that had been there that everybody loved.
Well, let me tell you this. I started, you have to find the heartstrings. And usually when it comes to your wives, if you have children, it's the children. And I said, I just hate it for the boys.
Ooh, that's good.
And she
That's
said, what?
good.
I said, they love Camp House. I said, I mean, those deer in there like the first ones they ever took. I guess I don't know what we'll do with them. We'll find something. and I said, in the memories they have, I remember that time when I was with Dad at Camp House. And all that. And I showed her those 2 tables. I said, "Do you realize how much fellowship?"
Oh yeah.
Do you love that we have not 1 but 2 tables? In
Oh,
there?
yeah,
So
yeah.
we can do a big meal.
So you got to, for the crowd.
Yeah. I said, "Will you forget the time that
so much history there?"
Yeah, we can't forget the time that you got names confused and these people from Colorado stayed down here and we thought it was Kenny across the street." And, do you remember that story?
Yes.
And I said, remember when she cried and her son said that, and she said he doesn't think we should kill God's creatures. And I said, well, he obviously hasn't been taken through the book of Genesis. And she thought that we slaughtered deer right here on this table. Well, you want that table to go? So
many memories.
I'll be laying down in the driveway to stop it.
Yeah.
We're going to have to chain ourselves to a tree.
That's right.
something.
Yeah. What about because see, like Greg keeps
It's
saying,
perfect tree to chain to.
Well, because what Greg has said is true. There's things that Camp House needs that I won't move on because I think it doesn't have much life left.
Mm-hmm.
Greg wants me to get a booger light. And I said, well, I haven't really invested in that or talked to the co-op about that because I keep thinking that Camp House, how much longer does it have?
Yeah.
And so it's almost like for me, I need to know its future so I know what to do, right?
Yeah.
There's things that need to be done.
You got to have long-range plans.
And really, from the future place, if y'all end up going down there, you're not going to be able to see Camp House from there anyway. And it's going to keep all of that away from the house.
That's your selling point.
You need a buffer too. Yeah.
Well, I told her. I said, let's say we're hunting this weekend, and I said, and you're
And here comes Bubba rolling a suitcase.
Yeah.
You gonna be happy with that?
I said her deal is that if we go down there full time, we'll have an area there for the hunting stuff. I said, you don't want Gary in here?
No.
Yeah.
I said
we could come and go and she'd never see us.
Right.
If we just keep it like this.
I said, we don't even go near the little White House right now.
We're scared.
We stay away from there.
Yeah.
One time I let some guys sleep there. You don't know about it. Let's go to Jeff in Alabaster. You kind of had people overcommitted a little bit. Had more people coming in. I did count up. Jeff in Alabaster, 1047 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Look, I know all you guys can relate about how men get hangry.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
If you don't get something to eat, you're going to go on a bad mood. Well, I'm in that position. I hate starting the new year out like this, but did anybody else out there start off the new year in a horrible mood because you go to the kitchen to go get something for breakfast and your wife has started this new year, new me thing and gone to Costco and bought all this food and there ain't nothing to eat in the kitchen?
Yeah, but well said. Well said. That's the one things men dread is that January commitment to eating healthier. And you go in there and your wife's turned the whole kitchen upside down.
You know it ain't going to last.
No.
It's just an inconvenience for about 60 days.
Austin, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I think talk about camp house plans. Don't you just rename it Camp Menopause?
No. See, that's headed in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
See, that's not going. That's not going. We need to win over the hearts.
Yes,
I'm telling you,
the hearts and minds.
Can I tell you this? This commitment to destroying Camp House, I've noticed we are making progress.
Yeah,
because she's.
Well, Rick, I'll tell you why. There's just the logic is on our side on this one. I mean, there's a lot of times we go, who knows? But
I'll look around.
This is a good argument.
I'll look around and go, I don't know where stuff will go. I guess it'll go in the new house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, imagine Sherry getting her kitchen fixed like she wants it, and Gary coming in at 5 to cook breakfast for everybody.
Yeah. Who wants that?
No.
When you can hem all that up over on a corner?
You can take my riffraff, really is what we're saying, and it can have its own place away from you.
Yes.
Logan in Alabama.
Everybody needs a place to keep the riffraff away.
Right. Logan, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, how you doing, man? Long time listener.
Thank you.
Big fan of y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just letting you know that Christmas Eve, me and my family actually got the stomach virus as well.
Oh, no. Yeah, at least ours didn't hit till after. Yeah, can I tell you, at least ours, it was bad, but I was thankful that it hit us after Christmas Eve was over and really after Christmas morning was over.
Yeah.
It didn't hit us till afternoon on Christmas. Now, when it hit hard.
Can I tell you, it's just
and it cost me a hunting trip on Monday.
That's sad, but
Which should not be what I'm concerned about.
Isn't it sad to y'all too when you start taking down the trees and the lights?
Oh,
and
yes,
everything?
yes.
I love the lights.
Yeah,
I just love
yeah.
it.
All our,
I wish we had a tree up all year long for something.
Can I tell you that I'm getting where I love the front end of trying to build up to Christmas.
Yeah.
I go immediately sad when I see the Christmas tree on December 26th.
Yeah, I know.
And I want it all to go. It's like it's something about it lingering. I used to love for it to linger. I don't anymore.
I like to linger.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, but you think that brand doesn't make the brand in different places?
Rick.
I don't.
Hey, get that little kid. He's going to do the app shoes.
Hey, get that little kid. He's gonna do the app shoes.
Give him a quarter.
That's the conversation. That's
Give
how
him,
it would
give
go.
him a quarter, some bread and water.
So that's how it would go.
He just said the app shoes.
Adler wants some cheap shoes. Give him a quarter and some water and a piece of bread.
Did you see the price on these boots? I showed you, though?
Today's a holiday. He only works 12 hours today.
Oh, wow.
Stop it. All right, go ahead and give the name because we're killing everybody. Go ahead and give the name.
Okay, well, yeah. In fact, a golden ticket person was like, "Yeah, I've used that website before, so it's."
Have you now?
It's out there. It's
a lot of
out
people
there.
are gonna go Psst,
on the backs of slave children.
It's
Rick. Stop it.
It's called. I don't think they want us saying their name now. After all this.
Rick.
Guys, let's just be honest. What's the only way? Guys, raise your hand if you ever been in business.
Well, here, but I don't care how they make their money. They're on sale.
I don't care how they make their money.
Well, you know what I mean.
So
gotta take it out.
Sound good.
There's some people make their money through prostitution. Is that okay with you?
I didn't mean it like that. Will you dump me?
Human trafficking. What's next for you? Drug sales.
You are sending women into the red light district right as we speak.
Y'all got me down.
Hey, who might have judged a drug dealer? He's making money however he wants to.
He's got to feed his family.
Go back and dump me. I didn't mean it like that.
Okay.
What I meant is.
What did you mean, Joey Behar?
Okay. Here's okay.
I'm sorry.
So now you got me okay.
All right.
This is I might as well just go ahead and go the game. I mean, what I meant to say is they got them on discount. It's obvious that
that's fine. Look,
hell, I'm not even gonna talk.
Okay. All right. So look. But let's talk about the facts. It's just factual, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm kidding about all the other. But you sell a product cheaper to somebody because you somehow have cut your overhead. That's the only way you do it.
And I think what they're doing,
Oh my
I think
gosh.
it's a lot of clearance, a lot of last year stuff, and they're able to knock it
Right.
down significantly. I think that's all this is.
Could-
and I'm okay with last year stuff. Matter of fact, I'm okay with last 5 years
These
stuff.
aren't last year
Same
stuff
here.
right here.
Yeah, you think I care about if it's last year's stuff? It's shoes.
No, I know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But to your point, that's right. But there is a reason
Yes, I do
care
that
how
they're
they
not
make
as
them.
expensive. One of the things, and I hate to say this because I don't want to see the box stores go away. I don't want to see brick and mortar go away. But
Here we go.
sometimes it is a fact that you order something online, there's lower overhead than when you have to go buy it at brick and mortar.
That's
I mean,
just-
now because you're going to pay more for the convenience if I can just go get it.
Yep.
But it's pretty convenient when it just shows up at your house.
Yeah, see, like this duffel
But
bag.
returns. But I will say this: on e-commerce, the downside is returns. Returns are always a hassle.
Yeah.
But if you're not paying that much for it, you're not as worried about that.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, it's probably more of a hassle to return it than it is to actually just deal with it.
Yeah, and they know that.
Just make it
Make it work.
You're cutting
Yeah.
grass shoes.
See, like this duffel bag's only 12% off. You're not saving a ton of money.
Well, sure it is. I'll tell you why.
Rick.
You get to their
I do
clearance.
care.
Because they don't have overhead. Is that what
You
you're
know,
about to
no,
say?
because tiny little children hands can't make those
Okay,
bags.
let's
Rick,
leave
they
tiny
don't make
hands.
the stuff, they sell them.
They're tiny little children hands that those certain products they can't make.
Let's leave the tiny hands out of this.
Right.
All right. The only reason this came up is because I got some new
New
shoes.
kicks, yeah.
I had a good experience with it. I got 2 new shoes, and the website's called 6 p.m. Oh, there it is. I said it.
You know what 6
There it
p.m. means,
is.
though, don't you? That's the time when kids get off work.
Okay. All right.
My first,
I don't think that's what it is. That's not what it is.
My first thought was, do you get better deals at 6 p.m. than you would at any other time you're on the app?
I don't know why
they
it's-
named it 6 p.m.
Oh, you're right.
See, okay, here's my thing. I'm going to like a brick and mortar store, and I'm going to the clearance rack anyways. I'm going
Yeah.
to the stuff they're trying to get rid of. It's 40%
So-
off.
That's me.
It's just
So
as good.
is this an app for clearance items? Isn't that what you said, Helms? That makes
No,
sense.
There is a clearance section. Heck, I found 6 pairs of shoes alike already. And some clothes.
Rick, they've been doing this since 2007.
Oh, yeah.
This is old game here.
I care about how they make their money.
No, you don't.
Wow, Speedy.
No, you
wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fleet. Speedy, it's rare that you bring me a band that I like. You did this time.
Thanks, buddy.
You did this time.
This one right here would adopt these kids if he could.
You
Yeah.
would.
Yeah.
He loves them.
Yeah.
Got to hear him cover Led Zeppelin.
Did it bother you though when they got tired of being compared to Zeppelin and they did an album where they tried to sound too much not like Zeppelin?
Yeah.
You didn't like
Kinda
that
a little
second
bit.
album too much, did you?
No. And I got to thank Casio as well. So I mean, we're in it together.
Really? How's old Cassio doing?
He's doing good. He's
He
doing good.
really?
He seems to be daily Snapchat, so he's good.
He loves the kickoff hour.
Yeah.
Is he still rocking morning too?
I think we're his show prep every day.
Okay,
the kickoff
good.
hour is
Right. Okay. I got you.
Which is scary.
So is he
which
on,
is real scary.
Is he like on right now?
I
Yes,
don't
probably.
know.
I think he is.
Is he?
Yeah.
And
He might be back to listening to us. I'm not sure.
I know it. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you what though. Talking about somebody who went before him, trying to do these nighttime gigs and doing that morning show. That's a.
I know, boy. And he'll.
Rick and Bubba,
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
All right, here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. First show of the year. 29th anniversary of the Rick and Bubba Show today. Thank you all for being with us. We've been recapping vacation. We'll continue that. Also, reminders, Bible study back today. We start a brand new series, The Revelation. Installment number 1 is today. You can watch it at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel live. Adler archives that for you, audio and video, and it'll be available on our YouTube and podcast channels for your consumption on your own time soon after. So that starts today. Bubba, you also had some adventures on vacation.
Well, the temperature
was
was such an issue for so many people.
Oh.
And like I told you earlier, at my house over the past 2 weeks, I've had 7 degrees, I've had 70. That's just hard to plan for what you wear, how to do this, do that. We're just not used to single digits over extended period of time.
No.
And down at our hunting camp, we don't have any structure down there, so we've had a camper rolled in. And, the whole camper thing, we've talked a little bit about it on the air. I'm completely foreign to it. I'm learning something every day about campers.
About it.
And campers are just not set up to deal with 7-degree temperatures, 14 degrees, not go above freezing for days. And from what I understand, the normal procedure would be to empty all the tanks out or put antifreeze in it, and you can do all these things, but it kind of shuts down the operation of it. Well, in this particular situation, we still got hunting season to go through.
Oh, yeah.
We don't have water. We don't have sewer. So we have to do what is commonly called dry camping.
Uh-oh.
In other words, you're all self-contained.
I don't know that term.
Okay.
Adler knows it.
So, yeah, Adler's somewhat familiar with this. So that means the camper has to have everything in it and keep up with it. You keep up with the fresh water. You keep up with the gray water, which is out of the sink and shower. And you keep up with the dark water, which is the septic
What
stuff.
do you do with it at some point?
Well, you'll end up dumping it somewhere in the proper location later on when you roll it out, after the season. Yeah. So,
I will save camp
when
house.
yes, yeah, that's another reason I'm telling you, do not get rid of camp house. Right. So, unless you want to put in a nice pad and some plugs for a camper.
No.
So. I went to the experts and we had a group discussion about what to do, and the decision was made that we've got to do something, but if we dump all the water out, then we don't have a way to put water back in. And what are we going to do for hunting season? Blah, blah, blah. So we decided it does have an onboard generator.
Oh, boy.
And we decided we were going to run the generator for about 4 or 5 days, 24/7, just solid. Which is fine. They're designed, they can do that. But the problem is you have to keep fuel in it. And on this particular camper, gasoline, unleaded gasoline, feeds the generator. Propane gas runs the furnace. So I ended up doing basically the camp version of the Berlin airlift every day. I had to go and put
Every
in,
day?
Every day I had to go.
Did
and
you
put
say
in,
every day?
Every day I had to go and put in about 15 gallons of gasoline and keep an eye on the propane. I had to change the tank once. It's got dual tanks, but still, you're burning through it. When the furnace is burning all day, trying to keep up, the camper can do batteries and solar panel, but it could not maintain the schedule we were under. I mean, it was just a lot of demand. So we had to shuttle in gasoline and or propane every day for about a week.
So really, you became Greg. You were a commuter for 1 week.
I was,
Yeah.
and it reminded me of the Berlin airlift. You're having to get everything in. And
but you could turn that into, well, I guess I'll hunt. I'm down there.
Yeah, for
real.
real.
I'm like you, though, when it's 7, 10, 14 degrees, I just don't hate the deer that much anymore.
Right, yeah.
And even with a furnace in a camper, it's struggling to keep it warm. And but they're designed that if you're running that furnace, they underneath the camper it warms all the tanks and it warms all the pipes and all that kind of stuff. And most of it's PEX pipe now anyway, so it won't freeze. But the pipe connects to something that will freeze. So we had to kind of keep that going for a while, and that was fun. But I learned a lot about campers, and so. But hey, I think we came through it all right.
That's amazing. Did y'all rotate it, or did you just have to? You have to do it.
Yeah, that was my area.
Oh my goodness,
my expertise.
Sure. Yeah. Have you hunted it all yet? In that particular location?
No,
Bubba,
not this year.
Okay.
I've been doing a lot of watching now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But we'll get there.
I got the climber in my truck, just waiting.
Yeah, I had the.
You may get a chance to use it.
I had the terrible deal where I had to return to the farm after the cold had lifted and do the famous turn everything on and see how she goes.
Yeah, you're nervous, right?
Yeah, so I go over and
I was that way with the camper. I'd ease on the water and go look. Make sure
so Camp House was being used, so we knew it was okay. You gotta love your Camp House. And
Camp House is solid.
Yeah, and then the little White House that was there, and it's I call it Sherry's little she shack. It was fine. And then I went to the barn because we have water out there too, and I knew that it was going to be probably where I'd have a problem.
Yeah.
So I go and I start turning the water back onto it and all that, and you can just hear just so loud. I can hear water going nuts.
Sound like a flat
and I'm
tire.
like, all right, where is it? And I start looking, and I go out back behind it, and it was just shooting out the back of the barn. Pipe had burst. So there you go.
Well, the things that you do now with that PEX pipe, it won't freeze. It just it swells up, but it won't freeze. And you can get faucets now that close inside the building versus outside or in the ground.
Yeah.
So you can design around a lot of that now, which is luxuries we didn't have when a lot of this was being built.
No, it was an Arctic blast, no question. And
brutal.
If you don't believe that, just ask Big Love, who had to move yesterday. But,
gosh,
I
hate that.
That's fun, isn't it? How about when you get assessing how much water damage you got? Insurance adjusters are out there. And
that's a zero.
Landlords don't know what to do, and
that's not good.
What do we do now with this lease that you're in? And it was just a nightmare. And it was one of those things yesterday where they kept trying to send me paperwork because with him establishing credit, I helped him get in it. And he pays for it, but to help me get in it and help him get in it. And they were like, "Well, we're redoing the lease. We need you to sign this stuff electronically," and it wasn't offering me the click here to sign. And finally, it was one of those things. I told Big Love, I said, "Are you in the other apartment?" He said, "Yes, sir." I said, "Okay. Well, tell them when they want to actually call me back, I'll worry about it. But you're in, right? Yeah, I'm in. And you've signed it. I've signed it. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna worry about it then. I'll make out their problem."
Rick and Bubba.
I think it'll kill you young.
He'll go out and I think he was at Blackfoot. That's another band. And of course he likes Blackberry Smoke.
Well, who doesn't?
I mean, like
where's that line? Where are those people?
If they stop, we're going to lose him.
Yeah, how about this? But where are the I hate Blackberry Smoke people?
Right.
I mean, surely they're not out there. So anyway, we'll start the hour. Bubba not here. He's coaching tennis, and this was scheduled for him not to be here. Greg not here. Dad, our father, had a little bit of a health issue that they're still trying to assess. He is stable. Everything seems to be okay. Thanks for all your prayers and all that. And they're just trying to get to the bottom of it. I mean, it could be something as simple as an ear infection. They don't know, but they're working through that, and he should be going home tomorrow. As they're starting to. I think what they are doing, they're ruling out some things, which is good.
Yes, it is.
So we'll see. But
where are you guys on sneezing? Does sneezing bother you? I know that you don't want to be sneezed upon, but I mean, if somebody sneezes, does it like?
It doesn't affect me. I say God bless you and move on.
I had a roommate at Mississippi State.
I'd rather not be sneezed on.
If you sneezed, he could smell it, and he hated it. If you would sneeze.
Well, sometimes you can smell somebody's breath when they sneeze.
Yeah. But I mean, it would just be anybody. Right. Anybody he'd go, well, oh my gosh.
Really?
Oh yeah.
He treated it like a cheek sneak?
Yes. And we had a fight that broke out in a school library because of a sneeze.
Oh.
We had now it was two front. A, he didn't want the sneezing because he was in the library, and B, the complainer thought it was going to make everybody sick because he sneezed.
Well, I knew that had to be part of it because when we're with all the stuff that's going around right now, in our family, you know, we're starting to think, will we ever remember what it was like for everybody in the house to not have anything?
Yeah.
I mean, will we ever get to the point where we go, hey, in the house right now, there's nobody that does that. Everybody feels great.
Right.
You know, we're all number one. Nobody's got congestion. Nobody's got sinus problems. No one's eyes are stinging. You know what I mean? No one's head is hurting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you have one individual go, hey, I'm good. And you look over and there's another one down. You know what I mean? How do you ever get it out?
I don't know.
And then we just had it. It just went from 82 degrees to 32.
Ugh.
You know, and everybody's like, good night. Look at that. So I thought there would be a sneeze scare. Right now.
Well, okay, so it's at Sacramento State, all right, and it happened earlier in the week. So you got somebody sitting next to the windows at the library and they sneeze. And another person sitting nearby told him he needed to leave the library completely because he was going to make everybody sick.
That's a little much.
Okay, and they said that the two, and I love how this is written, they said the two started staring at each other. And one of them said, you want to go?
Over a sneeze?
Yeah, over a sneeze. And before you knew it, the other one said, so you want to take it outside? A few minutes later, they said they started shoving each other and gotten into a fight at the library, all because of a sneeze. But what I love is that they were both trying to be quiet, and one of them went, hey, you want to go?
So you're talking about the trash-talking library style?
Yes.
Hey, you sneeze on me again? Is it worth getting whooped over? Is it worth that? Are you talking to me? I'm talking to you about your sneezing. My nose is gonna be hard to sneeze out of after I dot it. You gonna come after me? Are you serious? Are you talking? All right, so
and the guy said, I just sneezed. I'm not really sick. And he goes, I'm going to whoop your butt. And somebody that was there tried to break it up and said, guys, it's not worth it. Stop.
So now we got a whisper going.
Yeah, and it's just back and forth.
Guys, it's not worth it.
I see dead people. I'm sorry. No,
right.
I didn't say that.
Right.
So anyway,
You can
officers
sneeze
came
without being sick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know.
absolutely.
And that's what the guy said. He
goodness
said, well,
gracious.
think about it. If
People
he's
with
sitting next to
allergies
the
are not
window.
going. You don't catch anything from them.
Right.
They're sneezing over something they're allergic to.
So they get back.
Then
to
you can look at the sun and sneeze. I love to look at the sun and sneeze, don't you? I love that.
A good
Look,
one.
Meridian like that one.
You know, if
I
you'll say,
love to look at sun.
If you'll
and
say
sneeze.
spaghetti 3 times in a row, you won't sneeze.
Right, if I'm in the middle of a multiple sneeze, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Like if you're about to sneeze and it's about to happen, spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti.
Who told you that?
Everybody
Is that
knows
something
that.
Mac Daddy
Everybody knows
told
that
you?
one. Everybody
Well, was
knows
that when
that
he was
one.
working second? I mean, when did you hear that?
I'm just telling you, it works.
Huh?
So
Think about it today. If you're about to sneeze and you're about to just unleash, just say spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti.
Spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti.
Yeah, 3 times.
I'll sneeze. Y'all sneeze a lot?
If you sneeze again, say spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti.
Say it.
Go stop sneezing. I'm serious.
I did hear that
It's
once
not
and tried
worth
it to work.
Hey, let me tell you this. I'm going to take this book and hit you over the head.
So at least 5 community officers responded. 3 campus police officers responded.
Mm-hmm.
So they get there and they started in pushing. Don't push me.
Hey,
and then
let me tell you something. You push me way more. Let me tell you what you're going. I'm gonna take that bio and I'm gonna stick it across this book. I dare you. And I'm gonna hit you. Hey, this is a novel and it's thick. Shh.
And before they knew it, the pushing got into fists, and they were fighting.
Yeah.
And one of them went into an asthma attack a few minutes later. They said,
Oh my God,
That would have been me.
Paramedics transported him to the hospital for further medical care. But it all started because of a sneeze in the library.
Hey, you gonna think that you got hit by the book Bonhoeffer? That's how hard I'm gonna hit you. Because that son of a gun is long and it's thick. And you start reading it thinking you're sharp and you don't know when to quit. And nobody's going to keep asking you about it. Hey, that's a long book.
Yeah.
Push me again. Yeah.
See what happens.
Right.
But I mean, the guy's like, I'm not sick.
Yeah, well, people
I
can
had to
sneeze and not be
sneeze.
sneezed. People can sneeze and not be sick.
Yeah. But, I mean, we're throwing fists, and I got an asthma attack. Before I know it, I'm in the back of an ambulance going to the hospital.
Yeah, library is a dangerous place. It is.
Right.
It is 6 minutes past. Here we go. Somebody say. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler all here for another hour, our first live show of the year and our 29th anniversary. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us, the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So Monday night, I was thinking, hey, it's almost time to go back to work, and the weather, like we said, we literally went where we live from 7 degrees to 71 in a 2-week period, and so anyway, I was flipping around, and I'd forgotten it was Monday night. That was one thing, the beauty of the kind of sabbatical we get to go on at the end of the year. Half time, I don't know what day it is.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I lose total track, and I love it.
And I couldn't figure out the bowl games this year because of nobody playing on Sunday, on New Year's Day, and the playoff and all that.
That upset there, didn't we?
Yeah, and of course we called it. But I was I looked and I went on past ESPN and I saw a bunch of people in the middle of the field, and I heard the term, they've had to do CPR. And I stopped, and then I started texting y'all. I said, hey, they're saying CPR. I guess this is Monday Night Football. I started figuring out what it was. What's happened? And thus became the story Damar Hamlin.
Mm-hmm.
So we all have, been through this and talked about it. It was a bizarre situation. I think we still have more questions than we have answers.
Yeah.
We do have an update from his uncle that he is showing signs of improvement, so that's good news. We don't know what that ultimately will mean long term, but I think what is no longer up for debate is that he experienced a cardiac arrest in the middle of the field, or out on the field, near the middle of the field, and the debate going forward is it because of the receiver hitting him in the chest? Did he have some pre-existing thing? Is it tied to football at all?
We just don't know. It wasn't a dirty hit.
No, nothing like
it was
that.
a very average-looking play.
Yep.
And, blunt force to the chest at exactly the right moment in a heartbeat cycle can cause this. Or did he have pre-existing condition, as you said? We'll know more about that to come. The NFL, the way they handled it got some scrutiny, but I feel like they were doing all they knew to do with what the information they had at the time. After it happened, they told the players to go back to the sideline. They were going to give everybody 5 minutes to get ready to resume play. You could tell the mood in the air was not, we can't resume that quick. They sent them to the locker room and then eventually decided to call the game, which was probably the right thing to do. It's still going to complicate. I don't know how they're going to work this out on the bigger picture. And look, his life is very important.
Of course. But that's not even up for debate.
Yeah, but they still have a season. They still have other players, other teams that are got to play. And this game was important to deciding how that was going to play out. So I don't know how they're going to handle that.
These are two of the top teams in the AFC.
Are they reports.
Yeah, it was for home field advantage,
right?
And so it was a big deal. And the NFL announced that they're not going to make it up this week. There's been some talk about the dead week between the Super Bowl and the the division championship games.
Yeah.
There's kind of a week where there is nothing.
You got the semifinals, you take a week, and then you play.
There's conversations where leading up to this weekend, do we just not have football, and then just on that week where it's normally open, just play through that to give teams a chance to kind of gather themselves and move forward. I don't know how they make this game up, to be honest with you. I have no idea.
So what do you do about home field advantage? Find another way to determine.
Somebody said even call it a tie.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Can they both have home field advantage?
No.
No, I mean, they're in the same conference.
Right.
Eventually, one or the other would have to have it. Do we have the clip of his brother giving an update? His uncle.
No, it's
giving
the
an
written
update?
story.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So he said that he basically was being kept sedated, was on a breathing machine, and that his heart had actually stopped twice on the field. I think the medical people did an excellent job. I mean, they're not used to seeing this, and they're prepared for it. But they're not used to seeing somebody have a cardiac arrest on the field. And it looks like they got on it pretty quick, which is good for him. So we'll know more in the coming days, though. But it was a scary thing, and you could tell it just kind of changed everybody's mood totally about the game.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. They got his pulse back, and he was on 100% oxygen. Now he's on 50% with the ventilator. So things are improving.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully there won't be many.
Hey, here's his uncle here. We have something.
Oh, we do? Okay. All right.
Give us an update on how Damar's doing at this time.
So right now they got him on a ventilator, so they're trying to get him to breathe on his own. So we're just kind of taking it day by day. Still in the ICU. They have him sedated. So just continue to administer the medical treatment that they've been doing. I'm really, really thankful for the staff, the medical staff that's been working with him. They've been truly awesome and helping him with his recovery. It was a really, 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 truly scary scene to witness that yesterday. I mean, as everyone in the country probably can agree with. I would have felt the way I felt no matter who it was, but for it to be my nephew, man, it was especially more of a, a gut punch to see that.
Yeah, no doubt. So hopefully there'll be some improvement. And watching the coverage, you talk about people that didn't really know what to do, and it was obvious that everybody was shook. And I noticed that in that moment, which I'm thankful because I agree with it, but I noticed in this moment, we've had coaches get fired for praying, on the field, even though they didn't make anybody else pray, and you need to take your religion and all your spiritual stuff and put it up. That's no place for that. Not everybody believes what you believe, and da-da-da-da-da. But I noticed all that was kind of thrown out when everybody got scared.
Yeah, it really was.
And we even have Dan, how do you say his last name? On ESPN.
Orlovsky.
Yeah.
Orlovsky.
That actually he didn't just say that we're praying or we need to pray. He actually prayed.
He did.
Yeah.
You don't see that on ESPN much.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I wonder, will he be fired for this? I don't know. I mean, I thought we weren't supposed to do anything like this. So here's I probably won't play the whole prayer, but here's part of it.
Football gave me everything. And I think even through the midst of absolute tragedy last night, I think you saw some of the beauty of football as well, that it's brought us all here together. This is a little bit different. I've heard it all day, like thoughts and prayers. And you just heard Scherf and Jonathan Allen say, all we can do is pray for him. And I've heard the Buffalo Bills organization say, we believe in prayer. And maybe this is not the right thing to do, but it's just on my heart that I want to pray for
it. Is good.
Damar Hamlin right now. I'm going to do it out loud. I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to bow my head, and I'm just going to pray for him. God, we come to you in these moments that we don't understand, that are hard, because we believe that you're God, and coming to you and praying to you has impact. We're sad, we're angry, and we want answers, but some things are unanswerable. We just want to pray, truly come to you and pray for strength for Damar, for healing for Damar, for comfort for Damar, to be with his family, to give them peace. If we didn't believe that prayer didn't work, we wouldn't ask this of you, God. I believe in prayer. We believe in prayer. We lift up Damar Hamlin's name in your name. Amen.
Amen. Yeah, he may be in a lot of trouble. So I noticed that all of that being concerned about, time and place was kind of thrown out the window when you get afraid.
Yeah.
Which is why so many times these things are allowed, because God knows it gets our attention. And I give props to Dan for not just talking about thoughts and prayers, but saying, well, shouldn't we pray?
Mm-hmm. And I think
actually
too,
doing it.
Yeah, it gives you a little glimpse of who he really is, and the fact that he's probably affecting lives behind the scenes at ESPN.
Yeah,
in a lot of ways we have no idea.
Let's hope so.
But I'm like you. I hope that we realize that we can't just use the bat phone to call God.
Right.
We need to be making that call every day. And I think when you do, those calls get through quicker.
Yeah,
that's as simple form as I can put it.
That's it. I've heard many gospel presentations, and the bat phone has never been used.
Right.
But I got you. Yeah, 100%. All right, we'll come back. We'll unpack even more. We'll talk a little bit, since we opened the door to football. Maybe we need to talk about the playoff. Still got some other stories from vacation still to come. More of your phone calls still to come at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Check our website, Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So if you want to play, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and what we do is we pit different markets or even same market listeners against each other. It's just like the old show, Name That Tune. Name That Tune, same deal. What we do is we give you 15 seconds being the maximum. That's 15 seconds of the song. For you to identify what rock song are you hearing the bluegrass version of. And if you can do it, you win. If you can convince the person you're playing against to miss it, you also win that way. Today, anything you want from the Rick and Bubba store.
Ooh.
If you're a winner, you just go to rickandbubba.com, you look at our store and say, I'll take one of those. So you can tell when Lionel Richie wrote that song, no way he was married or had kids if he thinks a Sunday morning is easy.
No.
Ain't nothing easy about Sunday morning.
No.
But anyway, so we're back, and the whole gang's back on the field. Glad to have all of you here. And we have have a lot to talk about going forward on the program today. I was laughing a couple of things yesterday when I was we tried something new on the time change, which was funny. Of course, I had fun yesterday trying to get my wife up for church. When I told her, she said, "What time is it?" And I said, "Honey, it's 6:50. Better known as yesterday is 5:50." But anyway, so we were.
What time is it?
Sherry and I did something weird on Saturday night. We put the clocks forward at like 6 in the evening, and then lived the rest of the evening that way. Now,
Old fast time already.
It really confused the kids though, because they were talking about when they were coming home and all this, and I was like. Well, and they were like, "Dad, that's not what time." I said, we've already kicked it in here, and we're gonna live tonight as if we're already on a new time.
You know, the thing is, and for a few days, it's very aggravating, and it's been well documented. There's more health problems, all this when we mess with the clock. But last night, I got that go to bed feeling at 7 o'clock, and it was just, it's just weird. The fact it was cloudy. Greg, I think you mentioned that too. That it threw my whole day off because I really didn't know what to, you don't even have the sun to go by so you can, I was trying to go to bed an hour earlier than even normal.
Well, what I did instead, I'm trying to be smart about it now because, that way you get kind of accustomed to it, and it happens pretty quick and all that, is like last night I went to bed at 8:43. Mm-hmm. And and at first I was kind of like, why am I going to bed at 8:43? But then I realized, well, to you it's 9:43, which is when you normally go to bed anyway. Right. So just go to bed and then just let it all work itself out. Right. And within a day or so, it's usually adjusted. It's so funny to watch because some of it is so silly the way people act about it. And I could tell our pastor, he was trying not to, but he couldn't let it go. And he gets over and he goes, "Okay, well, my goodness, look here, for those of you who've gotten here today, you've persevered." So you threw that one thing. Oh, it's even raining. You went through daylight savings times, spring forward, and the rain. Y'all are saints of the faith. Boy, man. God forbid all the people that are walking today, and trying to keep from being their heads cut off, but y'all were able to persevere through that clock going forward and driving in the rain to get to church. I had a way to sacrifice for the kingdom. He just couldn't help it.
That's good.
The things that we whine about and act like we have to overcome to get to church in this country is really unbelievable.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we'll unpack that a little bit over the weekend. Of course, we the Burgess family, we had fun at the hospital some of the weekend. That was at Dad's home. He's resting, he's fine, and is recovering. So thanks for all your prayers and concerns about that. But there was a moment on Saturday. Was it Saturday? No, it was Friday. On Friday night, when we had decided to have Christmas at a hospital, and Burgesses are loud anyway. And we were all packed into some little room and taking over a bigger room and moving, pop and just, I know those people were so glad to see us go.
Oh yeah.
We came in, took that place over from top to bottom. I'm talking about loud. And
luckily we're on the end of the hall.
Yeah. It was like Christmas at one point. Everybody was there. We were all there. Of course, Dad's such a good patient. But anyway, and isn't he a pleasure? Did not want that green gown, I'll tell you that.
Ain't big on walkers either.
Not big on walkers. Not
so
big.
Ain't gonna happen.
Not big on when he shut down on the green gown. That was right before you got there, Greg.
Yeah, he'd had enough.
You'd been there, but I'm talking you had left to go get something to eat and come back.
Yeah.
And I arrived while you were going to get something to eat, and luckily, of course, I picked a great time when he decided he wasn't gonna wear the green gown. I ain't wearing it, and I'm taking it off, right now. And I was like, well, Dad, you can't IV. Yeah, I'm taking that IV out too. I'm tired of this. And 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 29 years of Rick and Bubba. 29th anniversary today. Thanks for being with us. The gang's all here. We've been recapping. So we mentioned, the scary story out of the NFL. I told Bubba, and I don't mean this as the way things should be. Please don't hear me saying that. But I do know that things have changed a lot, and a lot of things have changed for the better a lot, and then other things have changed for the worse, no doubt about that. But I'm telling you, if this same thing happens in the 70s, the Raiders and the Steelers finish the game.
Yeah. No, you're right.
It was just a different. And what I mean by that, the players were different. They were some pretty rough cobs, and they would have been very upset. Don't misunderstand me. But they would have played the game.
Well, there's a lot of controversy.
And I understand why the game wasn't played.
No,
I'm not saying it should have been played.
But you're right.
I'm just saying we live in a different time.
Well, Joe Buck is standing behind, and Troy Aikman as well, the fact that they were told that the NFL's given the guys 5 minutes. Now, a CEO for the NFL has come out and said that's ridiculous. We never said that.
Yeah.
We didn't give them 5 minutes. So there's kind of like a difference in opinion.
I saw the referee tell the coaches 5. I saw him hold his hand up, say 5 minutes.
Now, I was
watching that.
Where that came from, I saw that.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from.
And then
either.
there was kind of you could tell there wasn't a lot of people jumping on that. And then shortly after that, they just sent them to the locker room.
Yeah. And what I mean by that is, and I'm not saying it's a good thing, what was done was right. So don't hear me saying anything else. But what I'm saying is the men of that day, they just could handle things like somebody may have just died on the field. They handled those things differently. And I'm not saying that's necessarily good. They were just a more hardened person, and they would have cared. And they would have cared. Don't misunderstand me. But what I'm saying is, if the NFL said, "Do y'all want to finish the game?" those players would have said, "Yes, we would." There's no doubt in my mind about
they're
that.
used to seeing people being taken off with
broke
broke bones.
We'd be come off Vietnam
and those kind of things. And they're used to seeing people with neck injuries, which always shake people up. But I think when you start seeing somebody getting CPR, that carried it to a whole nother
question.
level.
No, I understand that completely. And what was done was right. I'm simply speaking of two different eras. And that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, you're talking about most of them didn't have all their teeth back then.
Right.
So.
And Greg had said we did have a player die in the NFL.
In 1971.
1971.
If this would have been 1971, then he probably would have died too.
You're right.
I mean, honestly,
yeah,
probably wouldn't have the medical attention so quickly
right.
and the technology to
right.
get him going.
Here's what I want to know, and I don't know the answer to this. I tried to research it, and they just don't have it in Wikipedia or anything. But it is an interesting. And look, again, we're just talking about different eras. It was a preseason game. Don't miss that. Did they even stop the play when we had the Stingley?
Daryl Stingley got
paralysis.
paralyzed. Right.
Did they even stop the preseason game?
No, I don't think so.
It was a preseason game.
Yeah.
Did they even stop it?
I don't know the answer.
Did they not finish?
Was it Jack Tatum that hit him?
Jack Tatum. Yeah.
And I heard Troy Aikman speak a little bit about.
I know
this.
that's not
He
death.
said,
I know that's not death, but it's really bad.
Well, Rick, we've got a more
is a really bad thing.
We've got a more recent example. It was, and I think it was Monday Night Football just a few years ago, that the Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker broke his neck, and they had to cart him off with a. You remember that?
Yeah.
And he's just made a comeback and has been to a couple of the games. I can't remember his name, though.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I can't think.
I know that happened, but I don't remember it.
Yeah.
But in college football, we now have the national championship, and it will be TCU, who surprised some people by beating Michigan, and then they will be taking on Georgia, who I think everybody, including Georgia fans that I know, and I think you can tell by the looks on the faces of the Georgia Bulldogs, probably got outplayed and were very fortunate to win.
Yeah.
Ohio State.
Well, they came ready.
They played a good game.
They came ready to play, and
unlike Michigan,
and really outplayed Georgia. But Georgia found a way to win it, and great teams do that.
You know, I was shocked that TCU beat Michigan the way they did. I know it got crazy at the end, but they manhandled them early. I don't know if this is just an example of everybody's got players now, and it's more balanced than it ever should. Because in the old days, TCU, their history versus Michigan ain't even close. And I don't know if it's an example of everybody's got players or Michigan just played the one game of their entire season against Ohio State. And is it the Big 12? I don't even know what they're called.
Well, they
now.
also had some misfortune in this game too.
Yeah,
some weird things happened to Michigan in this game. I still had anybody explain to me why that wasn't a touchdown when the kid caught the
exactly.
ball.
That
and then
was
the very
called
next
back.
play they coughed it up, and so
because at halftime
that's
everybody's
a big
like,
deal.
"Hey, Michigan's getting beaten." You look at them, they're like, "Well, they're really not. These two turnovers are the big difference."
They are,
and TCU had a lot to do with that. But the touchdown called back that was a touchdown, by the way. He didn't have control until he was in the end zone.
Yeah.
That's a big deal in the game.
Yeah,
and then,
I missed that because I kind of left that game, and I was like, well, and then I came back and saw what y'all were talking about, and I was like, oh wow, that's a big turn in the game right there.
It
sure
was.
Yeah.
There were some strange things like that going on for them.
Boy, the
or
Ohio
against
State
them.
kicker, I know it was a long kick, but he
pulled her, didn't he?
You talk about
it never even. Well, there was no drama on whether it was good.
At least there was no drama there.
It was
he
ugly.
definitely overkicked. He was at the end. He was. It was what 50 yards, I think.
Yeah,
towards the end of his range, and I think he just tried to overkick it a little bit there.
But it was
when it comes out spinning sideways, you've had a miss kick.
I will tell you, I was surprised, but Ohio State's offense, the way they were able to handle Georgia's defense,
I was surprised.
But they went all up and down the field.
Yeah.
And so
the games that Georgia has had close. Missouri comes to mind. It's because their offense was not performing. It wasn't because their defense was letting somebody run up and down the field.
Exactly. So it was, but now it is Georgia, and I think that Georgia will beat TCU. I think that TCU's day is coming, and I think the national championship game was Ohio State versus Georgia.
And it was worthy of that. It was a quite great fit.
Those two teams look better than TCU and Michigan to me.
So I will say this: if TCU does upset Georgia, hail to the national champion.
Of course,
You've
they
earned
deserve it. Absolutely, they
and
deserve it.
This is what I love. If we had all been voting back in the old AP days or whatever, this wouldn't have happened. You settle it on the field. The scoreboard decides who moves on, not what somebody who writes a column thinks about it.
Right.
That's crazy.
All I could think about was the playoffs
even the
coming.
coaches, as far as that
the
goes.
top 12. And Tulane beat USC, so they just moved to the next week.
Yeah.
How about that? That was that was shocking to me too.
And
that game was. I wouldn't have ever predicted that one.
And then the 12-team playoff, everybody right now will be going, wow, Alabama.
Yeah, there they are.
They're in there again.
Alabama may win. There's no telling how many championships they'll win now. Because, this year, the season, they're not where they are because they didn't win 2 games. They shouldn't have been there. But now that they could do that and still make the 12.
Now that they get a makeover, a make do.
Oh, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tired of that. I'm taking this off and I'm getting my shirt on and we're going. I'm like, Dad, we can't do that. You got to have an IV
They love to keep you in that green gown at the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, I went in one time just for a copay, and they made me put one.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was ridiculous.
And for some reason, the fact it was green really got all over him.
He hated it.
He said, I look at this. I got my sweatpants on. They're black, and I'm in this stupid green. I ain't wearing this thing now. I'm telling y'all, I'm putting my T-shirt back on.
He told me.
And I said, Dad, they can't do the IV and all that. It's an unbuttons and all that. That's why you got these things all over your chest. You can't. There's a reason they put you in that. It's functional. Look at this. You think I'm gonna sit here and wear this thing? I ain't wearing this.
But y'all heard him go on walkers yesterday.
Yeah, I missed the
His
walker.
balance is doing really, really good now compared to what it was, and he's got a cane. He's agreed to a cane temporarily.
Right.
And Mom brought up a walker
get him a cool one?
just from the car, like when he goes to do a little physical therapy from the car. Maybe you need a walker. He let me tell you something. A man needs a walker, needs to stay at home. He said they get in everybody's way. They take up room.
Here we
If
go.
you got to have a walker, you don't need to be going anywhere.
Oh my gosh, he wouldn't let people walkers go anywhere.
No, they need to stay there at home.
Gorosky said he
it's
had
not
one
cool
from
at
his
all.
knee replacement surgery that he calls it a pimp cane, and he said Pop can use that one.
Okay, right now he's got one of them old aluminum ones, but
With
But
the
he
four,
don't-
with the four things.
no, it's that, but he doesn't use it like it. He just gets some walker.
But they got some pretty cool ones. You know, you
They
can get them
do.
like with a fancy head
Oh,
on it
they
and
can
all
be
that.
stylish.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Bubba back today. Bubba, you had a shout-out you want to give?
Rick, I do, and you laid it out perfectly Friday. For those not familiar with it, I volunteer as an assistant tennis coach with Briarwood Christian School, and we had a big tournament this past weekend, the Weinecker Invitational. It takes place at Birmingham Southern here in Birmingham, and our boys ended up winning that tournament, did a great job, very proud of them, and played some really quality teams, and we're very excited about that. We've got a few more going on here this weekend, and we're headed to Chattanooga.
Chattanooga, the Chattanooga Choo-Choo.
Lovely Chattanooga. Our girls are in the Shelby County tournament that starts today. So we're right in the heart of tennis season. A lot going on.
Well,
We're very proud of those guys. They won that. Mountain Brook had dominated that tournament, so for us to get a win there, that was really big.
So last night we were talking about. We're going to play a little bit of this. This was called O.J. Simpson: The Lost Confession ? And they aired it last night.
Yeah, I want to hear this because I didn't see it last
They brought
night.
some of the people back, including Chris Darden, who kind of had gone away after all this, and I think he just couldn't miss this opportunity to come back and really be, vindicated on some of the things that he was saying, especially the debacle of the glove. And O.J. now admits it was his glove, really, if you listen to this.
Yeah.
So he's written this book, and he keeps trying to clarify that it's hypothetical.
It's just it's bizarre.
That makes no sense.
Well, it's bizarre the hypothetical and reality and all the. It's strange. But this here is some of the actual interview that took place.
Let me set this up first before you do it. Judith Reagan is the woman who published his book before Goldman shut it down, If I Did It. And she says flat out, Simpson murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. This according to the person who published the book herself. Now, the interview, I'm not sure who this is interviewing him because this is not the person who published the book. But anyway, I don't know who this person is interviewing him. But here's some of the excerpts from this last night. Here we go.
The chapter 6 is called The Night in Question. And you write in the book, now picture this and keep in mind that this is
Purely
hypothetical.
hypothetical.
Why don't you tell me what might have happened on the night of June 12th, 1994? And let's just walk through the night.
Well, first of all, this is very difficult for me to do this. It was very difficult for me because it's hypothetical. I know and I accept the fact that people are going to feel whatever way they're going to feel. They're going to, whatever they want to feel. In the book, the hypothetical is
Charlie pulls that up.
Charlie. This guy Charlie shows up, the guy who I had recently become friends with, and I don't know why he had been by Nicole's house, but it told me you wouldn't believe what's going on over there. And I remember thinking, well, whatever's going on over there has got to stop, right? So we kind of hooked up together, and I'm kind of broad stroking this. We go over. Get in the Bronco and go over.
Let's just go back and do the details. Where did you park?
Let's do the detail.
You parked
in the hypothetical in the alley.
Right.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba going phones now. Speedy on the phones. So all 10 lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's find out what's on your mind. Let's chat. I haven't got to talk to you guys in 18 days. So we've had one phone segment today. Now we'll do a second. We have more stories from vacation we'll get to before we're done, too. While you are dialing us, and if you dial now, you will get in, carshield.com/Bubba. Are you at that point now? Hey, I'm making a New Year's resolution. Well, why don't you think about this? Why don't you quit putting off the fact that the warranty is no longer on your automobile and go get a protection plan from CarShield? So if that automobile breaks down and you've got an issue, then if it's a covered repair, they pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly, and then you get a rental car. That's something you're going to need. You always have roadside assistance 24/7. So why don't you look into it and stop putting this off before the alternator or something like that goes down. Whether the car has 5,000 or 150,000, if it doesn't have warranty, you need to go get a protection plan right now. Carshield.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com if you want a free quote. Call 1-800-451-7776. And somebody at CarShield, be sure and mention us because we'll get you 10% off the protection plan that you pick. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Jason in the great state of Tennessee. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good, y'all. How about y'all?
We're good.
Hey, glad to have y'all back live.
Good to be back.
Wanted to share a funny little incident with you. I do pest control here in Chattanooga.
Yeah.
And I was going through a house one day, and the guy had our local classic rock station on, and Wheel in the Sky by Journey was on.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll go walking through the house, and for some reason, I just start singing to the Wheel of Meat instead of the sign, instead of the actual song.
Yeah, I fully expect it. I fully expect at some point that Neil Sean will sue us because we've ruined Wheel in the Sky.
Yeah.
I have more people tell me they see it.
It's 25% change.
Yeah.
Even my customer was telling me, I don't think that's the word.
Oh, he was wrong.
I said, oh, trust me, yeah, it is too.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it, Jason. Thanks for listening to the show too, man.
Have a good one, boys.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
And meat to you.
Let's go to Matt in Munford. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you guys? Big fan. I like the show.
Thank you.
Hey, I was calling to see if you guys had talked about or heard about 4 of the more serious injuries in recent times, if not ever, have come on that same field in Cincinnati. Weird. And the odds of that and how kind of just freaky that is.
I did hear someone go down that road, but I didn't really follow it. But I heard one mention of another incident that had happened there. Nothing like this that required CPR, but I did hear somebody talking about that. But I don't remember the details of it. So, but yeah, I do recall that.
I kind of want to see a list.
Rainbow City,
I do too.
Z93, where it all began 29 years ago this week, and it may have been on this exact day. Close. Chase, go ahead.
That's where the Steeler.
I was just going to ask about the hunting trip and how that went while y'all was on vacation.
Where have you been, man? Chase, did you not join the show right out of the gate?
No, man. I was actually running late to work this morning, and
Chase.
Today was y'all's first day back.
Well, I hope you know how to get the archives. We did a whole talk about it.
Somebody killed Aaron.
Well,
yeah, and I got another update. It wasn't the staff hunt, but we got another hunting update coming up either next segment or next hour. So I hope you'll at least pay attention for that one. But
I'll be here for that one.
Yeah, but no, we had a great time. It was a great time of hanging out, and you can go back to the archives and hear us talk about that. We did talk about that today.
Okay.
And Chase, it's going to disappoint you a little bit because you probably still have a little more fervor for deer hunting than we do. You're going to discover that basically we get together and hang out. We go look at deer and enjoy the outdoors and kill time before the next meal. And we found ourselves doing that. But you'll enjoy
more of a guy's trip.
Yeah, it really turns into more of a guy's trip. But nothing ruins a deer hunting trip more than for somebody to kill a deer.
Yeah.
Now everybody's
got to
work. But yeah, we did update that earlier. Let's go to does that say Bama Bun? Okay.
Bama
Bun. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I'd like to congratulate y'all on your 29th anniversary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, buddy.
And it's my wife's and I 38th anniversary today.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. I hope you'll have a great day, buddy. Let's go to Will.
Bama Bun.
Will, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey,
good morning, guys. Love the show. How are y'all?
Thank you.
Hey, I just listened to the show this morning and found it quite ironic. Everybody's been trying to reach me about my car's extended warranty, and I guess now it includes you guys, and I got a kick out of that.
Yeah, man, the calls they come from everywhere. We won't ever call you unless you leave your number with Speedy. Then we will.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Well, you'll have that occasionally.
hey, you know what? I see your number right here on the board. I'm writing it down. I'm gonna call you later. I'm gonna play a commercial.
Call me anything except late for breakfast.
That's right. Thanks, Will.
There must be a lot of need for that.
Oh yeah, there must be. Let's go to Chris, Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Chris, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just wanting to let you know that when I was in the military, they did train us in hand-to-hand combat to actually stop someone's heart. So,
really,
just wanted to let y'all know, and it's an actual thing.
So what did they teach y'all to do?
To stay alive by all means.
No, I got that. How do you stop somebody's heart? That's what Bubba asked.
Oh, I'm not going to tell you over the air.
Why not?
I could
I'm
Google
Googling.
it. I just thought, since you brought it up, is it with some kind of blow to the heart?
It is. Actually, it's right in below the sternum. If you put your hand and make an L on their sternum with one hand and punch inside the L on the heart, it will stop their heart.
How about that?
You just have to offset the pressure in the chest cavity.
Yeah.
Y'all don't do that.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
My granddad used to say, and I can't remember which boxer it was. Do you know what have we talked about that before? Two punches to the kidney, one to the heart, and it'll knock somebody out every time.
Right, yes.
Because the blood flow gets disrupted.
Joey in Alabama. Hey, Joey, I'm standing by my Joey. Joey, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, tell Marbles that
Cut out before we got to know what to tell Marvel.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know.
Marble or Marvel?
I think it was Marble.
Was he saying Marble?
I thought he said Marvel, like the comic book people.
Yeah.
Maybe he's talking about
because you wouldn't tell
Maybe
Marvel.
he's talking about old
Renner.
Hawkeye.
Renner.
Can I tell you what I think he was about to
Terrible
say
accent.
because it said something about some pronunciation or something? I think he was saying, like, you know how sometimes we'll talk like we have marbles in our mouth and not finish, trail off on something.
Yeah.
Right. And I've heard myself doing that before. And so maybe he was saying, hey, marble mouth, something. I don't know.
I thought he said tell Marble.
Yeah, he did.
He may, I guess, maybe tell Marble Mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably.
Please call back, sir, because that mystery will bother us the rest of the day.
That's
But can I
we
tell you
really want to know what you were going to say.
what was interesting about that is, I mean, that his line just, he just cut off
just
like.
Well, we don't want them junk, Rick.
Right. Might have hit him in the chest.
Well, that's true.
After
we got a
punching him
goof-
in the kidney.
We got a goofball filter on there.
Well,
Took him out.
I mean, but did you? I mean,
The zany filter we got on there.
Is he still
Didn't
on the
catch
line?
that last guy, but it got him.
It's not
I
very
mean, it just went. And I mean, it was one of those that was severe.
It wasn't staticky. It just
progress.
disappeared. He went over a hill somewhere.
Yates in Sweet Home, Alabama. Yates, go ahead.
How's it going, guys?
Good. We're fired up and ready.
I hear you. I just wanted to call to see if y'all could wish my wife a 29th birthday.
Oh, so she is actually born the same time we started the show.
Wow.
How about that?
That's right. And I actually got her a golden ticket seat for her birthday,
Really? When are y'all coming?
the 27th.
Well, how about that?
Okay, good deal.
We're fired up and
Well,
ready.
remind us of that.
So what's your wife's name?
Lindsay.
Lindsay. Happy birthday, Lindsay.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Celebrating her birthday along with our anniversary. How about
See
that?
you soon.
How about that? There we go. I don't know how the marble guy.
Tell old Marble to
I really want to know what he was going to
just
say.
shut up.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll come back. More stories from vacation, more stories of the day, more of your phone calls as the first live show of 2023 continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You park in the alley,
In the hypothetical.
and you put on a wool cap and gloves.
In the hypothetical, I put on a cap and gloves.
Right. And you reached under the seat for
A knife. I always kept a knife in the car for the crazies and stuff because you can't travel with a gun. And I remember Charlie saying, you ain't bringing that. And I didn't, right?
You know who
But
that-
I believe he took it.
Charlie took the knife.
Yeah. In the book.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the back gate, you go through the back gate,
Yes.
and it was open or broken or
I don't recall.
Okay.
I go to the front and I'm looking to see what's going on. And I can see that it appears like Nicole had candles all the time. She really did, to keep her overhead down, I think. And music was on, and while I was there, a guy shows up. You know?
So Ron Goldman comes in the back gate.
Yeah, a guy that I really didn't recognize. I may have seen him around, but I really didn't recognize him to be anyone. And in the mood I was in, I started having words with him.
He says to you, I just came by to return a pair of glasses. Judy left them at the restaurant.
Yeah, words to that effect, yes.
And he was
I don't know if I believed it or didn't believe it. It was pretty much immaterial because, you know, I was more concerned about everything that was going on, you know, and was fed up with it, I guess. And
you get into a fight. Nicole comes out.
A verbal
fight.
Got a little loud, and by that time, Nicole had come out, and we started having words about who is this guy, why is he here, what's going on.
And she says, this is my house, get the F out of here.
Yes, and which I didn't like because, once again, this is the same person, and if you read the book, you'll see some things that happened in the 2 weeks leading up to this that were very, very irritating, you know. And I think Charlie had followed this guy in, wanted to make sure there was no problem, and he brought the knife. As things got heated, I just remember Nicole fell and hurt herself. And this guy kind of got into a karate thing. And I said, well, you think you can kick my ass? And I remember I grabbed the knife. I do remember that portion, taking the knife from Charlie. And to be honest,
y'all hear this?
After that, I don't remember. Except I'm standing there and there's all kind of stuff around. And
you don't remember?
What kind of stuff?
Blood and stuff around. You know, I hate to say this, but this is hypothetical. I'm sorry. Right. I know we got to back up again.
Right. It's okay. I want to back up.
This is hard.
This is hard.
You know,
I want to back up to
try to make people think that I'm. No.
I know. You wrote in the book, I had never seen so much blood in my life.
Yes.
You're covered, the scene. Can you describe it?
It's hard for me to describe it, I'm telling you. I don't think any two people could be murdered the way they were without everybody being covered in blood. And of course, I think we've all seen the grisly pictures after. So yeah, I think everything would have been covered in blood.
Wow.
Guys.
And what goes through your mind at a time like that?
I don't know. It's like, what happened?
Right. Mm-hmm. You write about removing a glove before taking the knife from Charlie.
You know, I had no conscious memory of doing that, but obviously I must have because they found the glove there.
And blacking out. Have you ever blacked out before?
Not to my knowledge.
No.
No. Of course, if something like this would take place in anybody's life, if it were to happen, I would imagine it's something that you would probably automatically have trouble wrapping your mind around it. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible.
Now, that was hypothetical.
That was all hypothetical.
Guys, so he's sitting there admitting a murder, and then he says, as long as I say it's hypothetical, that means that it's not me. Is that
sounds like? And he made up the name Charlie Mean. He had a buddy with him, which was probably Cowan's.
Yeah.
You know,
or it was him. He just
what
referred to himself as Charlie.
Yeah, or whatever. Whoever he just told us, guys, exactly what happened.
Yeah. Well, hypothetically.
Rick, don't forget.
Hypothetically, he took a knife out of his Bronco and was mad that his ex-wife was having a bunch of guys that kept coming over to the house. He went over mad about that. Young guy shows up who was just. Rick and Bubba Show Wednesday Bible study back today. The Revelation. We do our first installment. We'll walk through it in 2023, just like we walked through Genesis in 2022. Catch it live at noon, 1 o'clock Eastern, noon Central on our YouTube channel, and it'll be archived soon after. And based on all the text I'm receiving here locally, it'll be a packed house in here at the No Name. All right, so by the way, speaking of that, we just played Darius Rucker. There's some show, and I saw the previews of it, where Reba McEntire's in a million shows now. Right. Yeah, she's in some show now where it's like some scary thing where you come out to their place in Montana and they kill you or something. What? Not sure what it is.
She's a judge.
Yeah, but the Hammer.
Yeah, the Hammer. Yeah, the Hammer.
Can I tell you what's funny? Is
she's on Big Sky.
Yeah, because Mom and Dad, them in their retirement community now. Mom's on top of every show now.
Oh yeah.
And she was like, "Have you seen that Reba McEntire show?" And I said, "No, Mom, I have." Well, the other night, Darius Rucker shot somebody. And I was like,
Darius Rucker on this show?
She was, you see these people, and all of a sudden they're just mean people. Wow. Darius Rucker killed
they
somebody.
were just acting, Mom?
I said, they had Darius Rucker kill somebody? Yes. Didn't know Mom knew Darius Rucker.
I didn't either.
But anyway, so looking back over the break, so we were gone for 18 days, and when you count the weekends, and it was fantastic. And so we did do some hunting. Now, we had a staff hunt, and we had a blast there. We did see a lot of deer. Nobody took anything. And so, one of the fun things about now, I know that some of y'all don't like hunting, so I want to warn y'all here that if you watch on YouTube or whatever, we're going to show some pictures, and we've made those as delicate as we could. But people who like hunting, they don't want you to talk about taking a deer and them not be able to see it. Right. So we're going to show some. I didn't put it out on social media, anything like that, because I know sometimes people have a sensitivity and you do the best you can. But there's a story that goes with it that's more than just that. So anyway, so down where we hunt, it's a lot of fun. There's just something special about having your own place, and it was something that we were so thankful and blessed, and we've worked it, and it's not some premier hunting place by any stretch, and there's many places that you can go, and we've been fortunate to be invited to places where there's much bigger deer, much more impressive, whatever, but we love our little hunting place. And when you're like talking to Brody about this, my son, he said, "See, this feels like a win for all of us because we recognize deer, we give them nicknames, and you work this and this works, and we need to set up this way, we need to move that stand, the wind's not right for here," and it's just a lot of fun. Yeah. And so when you finally do take something, it really means a lot. And it's a lot of fun to do. Well, we had noticed a couple of years ago this deer that we nicknamed Big Six. Mm-hmm. And the reason why is he kept coming back, getting older, but he would never advance beyond a 6. And one of it was Adler's brother, who I got to hunt with some over the break too. Adler's brother was the first one that came to me, and he said, "I didn't shoot because, you told us the deer you want us to shoot," and he's a very responsible hunter. He said, "But I just saw one of the biggest 6 points I've ever seen."
Right.
And he said, "I didn't know, I didn't shoot it because you didn't give us the green light on that." And I got a glance at him that year after Adler's brother Luke had seen him. And so we came back this year and said, we're going to get Big Six. We're seeing him on camera. He's probably 4.5, 5 years old. He's a big old bruiser. The rack is thick. Now, it's not some beautiful rack. It doesn't line up. Like I say, one side's a fork, which is why he's Big Six. So we've been after Big Six for 2 years now. And every time we went out, I said, "Look, we're going to get Big Six." And we'd keep up where he was and what he was doing. And so we had an opportunity. We had an opportunity to go hunting on, I guess it was the 28th, maybe 27th, 28th, somewhere in there. And so it was just going to be Brody and me. Well, Brody said, "Hey," and Cameron has been hunting with Brody before, his girlfriend, and he actually killed a deer. She's kind of like a good luck charm. And Brody said, "Hey, Cameron wants to go with me." And then Sherry's like, "Well, look, if Cameron's going, I want to go." Oh. And I'm thinking, Lord help, now the women are going. And so then you start trying to figure out. And then Sherry says, "Well, I'll cook everybody dinner." Sherry, my wife, cooks this great chicken soup, and everybody's coming off the stomach virus, so she wants to, I'm going to cook a big old pot of chicken soup. And I just want to be put out somewhere, and I want to go look at birds. And I said, "Look at birds." And she goes, "Yeah, I want to take my binoculars."
Something you'll never hear from Rick.
Did she say that she would cook you one if you'd kill it?
No, yeah, right. There you go. I did have four. Now, keep in mind, Sherry's already got a doe that she's helped bring in that have earlier, and we've eaten a lot of that. We ate that on the staff hunt. So anyway, so she says, I said, you want me to put you in the woods? Yeah, I don't want to sit with you. And this is what she said, because you always, when we sit together, I said, I know what you're saying. You don't like the process. She goes, you get. She says to me, you get a little chatty. I get chatty.
You get chatty.
And she said, well, yeah, you want to talk to me because you think you need to. I'm there. You need to talk to me. So
I thought
anyway,
she was going to say you try to get too romantic.
No,
hold her hand or something.
No, nothing like that. So, but when I put the camo on, as we've talked about, the women have a response, and of course, then she starts this. What happens? Well, what have you got for me and Cameron to wear? I said, what do you mean? She goes, well, we have to put on camo, and now she goes, you maybe you can get a picture of us if we're cute. And I'm like, what are we talking about? So I go find old hunting stuff that the boys grew up and lay all it out. And of course, they were just as precious as they could be. And they put their little camo on. And so I want you to see this picture. So I take Sherry out because this is going to come into play.
A bird.
And look, and she is sitting in a ladder stand out in the woods, and she's ready for a day of just watching nature, okay? And she's got her little camo on, and she's as cute as she can be. So I leave her there. And
Does she have a weapon?
She does not have a weapon. She just wants to look at stuff. And I said, okay.
What if an alligator climbs up under a ladder stand?
That happens.
And she can handle a rifle, whatever. She just didn't want to do that.
Picture?
Yeah, but so anyway, so she's out there, and I bring her into the group text, and then I say to Brody, I want everybody to know this. I say to Brody, Sherry, I'm gonna repeat this again. You can hunt anywhere you want to hunt. You got first chance. And he picks a place to sit. I said, okay. He said, where are you going to go? I said, I'm going back to Water Pump. And he said, well, wow, we've been there a lot. And I said, everybody's seeing a lot, and it's mainly been does. I'll give you that. But we have seen some bucks come through there, no shooters. And I said,
a pretty good one.
And I said, I saw Big Six. And I said, I think the rut's over, and I think he's putting weight back on now. And he ate at 4:55 a.m. this morning, and I don't think he can make it to dark to eat again. He wants to stay in the dark. I said, but I think he's going to come out in the daylight. And he goes, well, how's he
12 hours.
He said, he's going to come out on that same field. I said, well, if he's putting on weight now, he's buried up off the field. He's just laying down sleeping, getting up, eating, and going back, trying to regain his – because they run themselves down during the rut.
Yeah.
So he said, well, I like where I'm going. I said, I do too. Can I say this again? Did I pick where I was? Did I pick? Did I tell everybody they could go where they want?
Second pick.
I said I'll take what's left. Okay. And so I'm sitting there, and we're all doing our little text, and we're having fun and all this, and everybody's talking about what they're seeing. Of course, Sherry immediately starts with, well, now when does the wildlife start coming alive over here? And I said, baby, what are you talking about? Well, I've only seen a couple of birds. But I'll tell you what I can see. I can see all the squirrels I want. Right? Yeah,
a lot of them.
You're
squirrel watch.
You're in the woods, baby. I don't know what's going on. Well, I mean, what have you been seeing on the camera over here? I said, baby, I don't. I mean, I've seen a lot of things. I don't.
They don't take pictures of birds.
But here's what's funny. I said, honestly, I've seen deer. I said, I've seen a coyote. I've seen a bobcat. And then all of a sudden I throw out, I said, now I seen something I can't identify. Now I wouldn't be worried about it.
It didn't seem aggressive.
I said, I'm not sure what it is. She said, what? I said, well, there was something I couldn't identify. I said, but I'm sure it's not dangerous. And so we'll do the top of the hour break. If you
tell her it was a clown that needed to be crowned.
Find a way if you lose us on your affiliate, or if that's your way and you want to come catch us, go to our streaming option on the TuneIn or watch us on the YouTube, and we'll come back and I'll tell you what happened. So I want to be clear. Did I give everybody a shot to go wherever they want to go?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
And glasses back that he thought she was having a relationship with.
And he assumes that he is.
Yeah. And they get in a fight, and then he even describes the karate moves the guy tried to pull on him and all that. Oh. And he takes a knife and slices them up. Is what happened.
That was the author Judith Reagan.
It was
walking through that.
Well, you know how women change their hair. I mean, so they showed an old picture of her and had a different hairstyle. So
he just pretty much admitted.
Well, yeah, Greg, he admitted it. And when they went back, and Doris says, he stated it's his glove.
Yeah, you talking about the glove he said they found, but in the trial says wasn't his.
Right.
Goodness gracious.
How about he just said, obviously I took one off because I found one at the scene. I don't know how, but anyway, I mean, this.
Well, isn't that pretty much how everybody had the theory anyway that him and Nicole didn't get along. He didn't care for all the dating she was doing. He shows up. This guy walks up, returning sunglasses. May or may not have been involved romantically, and OJ went nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what we all
He
thought.
pretty much confirmed.
But he just told us the story of how it happened.
Let me tell you
he
what.
said the mood I was in.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He didn't say that was hypothetical. The mood. He said that 2 weeks going up to this, I'd had enough with all this.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he didn't remember. He blacked out. I mean, he went nuts. He was just,
better known as a motivation to kill everybody.
Yeah.
His attitude.
Guys, wow.
Crazy. And he did a whole interview like this, and every time he'd admit something, he'd say, well, that's hypothetical.
How did this just now come out? You know?
It was lost, I guess.
That's what they call it.
Well, once he was, guys, you realize what kind of person you have to be to even do this? I mean, you got away with it, and you still you can't let it go. You're the one that keeps it out there. We'll be back. And that is this story that started coming out yesterday about this helicopter that had some sort of engine failure and went down in the water in New York City. This is one of these helicopter tours. You go around and get pictures of the city's landscape and all of this. I noticed it was right at sunset. They had it out there, and they had some tourists in there taking photos. And sadly, it went into. Did it go into the Hudson? Is that where it is? I don't know what body of water that is. Is that what that is? As it goes in, and you see the helicopter has engine failure, and it goes in, pretty soft, and everybody had a chance. But unfortunately, the propeller is still going, and it turns sideways and turns it into the water, and it starts sinking faster than it would have if it could have just sat there upright for a minute. So then it's all into who can get their seatbelts unbuckled and get out. And sadly, the pilot was the only one that was able to free himself from the seatbelt and get out. The passengers were unable to get their seatbelts unbuckled, right?
Yeah.
So,
it was a chartered helicopter, and it was actually the East River that it went
East
into.
River, yeah, okay.
And, when it turned, and then as you're talking about, kind of started to turn upside down, and that's where it came through, came to where it was already a dangerous situation, but he he put it down and was like, okay, I got it down, and then it started to turn, and they couldn't get, I guess, unbuckled or something, and
that's all the reason that they, the water took their life, and they came and cut them out, which means they had not buckled it themselves, right? When rescue divers got in there, or when the rescue crews got in,
they found them still trapped and now the chopper is sinking at this point,
right?
And it's a little. It's I don't know if you're going to be able to follow this, but it's not that long. It's only this is the emergency call that came through from the pilot.
Zurley Motel, mayday. Zurley Motel, are you okay? East River, engine failure.
They said engine failure.
I'm sorry, say again? East River, engine failure. They come a little broken. I say it one more time? He had an engine failure over the East River, Lima Hotel. Okay, you require any assistance? It was a mayday call, LaGuardia. Okay, got it.
And that's
One Lima Hotel, continue southbound and contact Newark Tower 127.85. 8785, One Lima.
And then,
LaGuardia, did you have this position, the last position reported for him? Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thank you.
And then that's when it went into the water. The role we've been showing here on TV, RBTV, is a photographer that was nearby and actually showed it going into the river.
Wow. Yeah, you see it coming down right there. And he must be shooting that off his somewhere. You hear the dog in the background.
Yeah.
See, it goes down pretty smooth, and when it makes this turn right there, that's when it all starts going south.
Yeah.
And I'm not familiar with how helicopters work. I know it had the engine failure, but the propeller.
Yeah, it auto rotates just based on the weight of it. Keeps going, and that's supposed to be a way that they can land. I've got a cousin that's a pilot.
Well, and it came in.
It looked like that. It looks like when it hit the water that the the little propeller in the back is critical to keep the thing from because when you have the propeller spinning, the fuselage is going to try to go the other way, and that the little propeller in the back keeps it straight. And it looks like when it hit the water that it lost that propeller first, and then the other was still spinning, so it tried to turn it over into the water.
Right. Yeah. And then that's when everybody got in trouble. So we don't know whether they were unable
to like it got.
Yeah, it's just early reports.
There was a malfunction, or they were just in a state that they just couldn't do it. You don't know whether when they hit the water or something.
And the reason why they were wearing the harnesses the way they were, it was booked for a photo shoot, and they were wearing the harnesses so that it would allow them to open the doors of the helicopter and take good pictures.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Back our 29th anniversary. Glad you're here. We'll get more of your phone calls, more stories coming up this hour. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Some of us haven't seen each other in 18 days. Welcome back for another hour of Bill Bubba Bussing.
Rick, so glad to be here. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do as we celebrate 29 years and kick off the 30th year of doing the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yep. So we were talking at the end of the last hour, if you weren't with us. So we talked about hunting a little bit, had an opportunity to hunt a few times over the break and loved it. And so I found myself in pursuit of a deer that we've named Big Six. This is an older deer that keeps coming back as a 6 point. He's got some, from this part of the country, good mass. It's a pretty high rack. He's
normally you shoot 8s.
Yeah. But Big Six was declared that he was on the board this year, and so
he's not growing. He's just eating your food up.
Yeah, and he's a bruiser.
He is a big.
But anyway, so we kept. we would even text. I would send things out like "Merry Christmas" from Big Six because on Christmas Day he'd walk right out in the broad daylight, and then we
like he knew your schedule.
Yeah, and then one time I had him moving before the sun came up, and after the sun went down, I said Big Six owns us, and we were just going on, and we just couldn't get him, and even though he was ready. So Sherry is bird watching and enjoying the outdoors. Young Broderick and his girlfriend are hunting another part of the farm, and so we're all texting back and forth. And then 3:56 in the afternoon, I see movement from the left, and I'd seen some does and stuff and turkeys and things like that. And all of a sudden, I look into the woods, making his way to the food plot. Is Big Six.
There he is.
I mean, immediately I see there's Big Six, and so I grab the rifle and I get set up on him, and he walks right out in front of me. I get him stopped with the world famous "mack" that we use, "mack," and he stopped. He looks at me, and down goes Big Six.
Wow.
And look, when he went down.
It's a good deal.
And I was able to text immediately to the group.
I call him a 7, Rick.
I've just killed Big Six. Well, I mean, where we grew up in Calhoun County, they'd call him a 7. But
no, actually, there's an 8 if you go in a little bit higher. There's a kicker off on the right.
Yeah,
that's why I said in the text we could technically call him an 8, depending on who you're looking at.
And to your point, Rick, in Calhoun County and Etowah County, that's an 8 point.
I know it's really not, but you're right.
If it'll hold a wedding band, it's a point.
Well, and you see, go back to it, Adam. You see, let's do some biology here. You can see with Big Six. There's some trauma here because this keeps coming back as a fork. So compare the two brow tines.
Yeah.
That's just a little tiny, and then there's a little kick right here, but it's a unique rack. He's a good looking deer. We really like him, and so down goes Big Six. And I sent Adler some others because I know some of you out there that are really into it. There's a close up where you can see the mass. See right there. That shows you the thickness of his horns. Did you see that picture, Bubba? The thickness of his horns.
Crab claw,
you see, even though that's a fork,
well,
that's a big old.
Yeah, it's trying to split.
Yeah. And so you see that, and then the other picture, I think you can see the width of him as well and his height, where it's from the back, and he's in the back of the vehicle.
Yeah.
And right there. See,
that's
But you see the difference in the two sides. There's tremendous difference, and he's
tremendous.
a bruiser. He's a bruiser.
Very big boy. You can even see at the base of the antler. There's some trauma there.
Yeah. So he is.
So isn't it the opposite side? Isn't that the rumor? If an injury on the opposite side or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's their leg?
Yeah.
The leg, right.
Yeah. So we call him Big Six at our place. But in Etowah and Calhoun County, they call him Big Eight. But anyway, so he weighed 178.6, and that's after the rut. So in our part of the world, that's a thick deer, especially post rut.
He's got a story
when they usually lose weight. So he's a big old bruiser. He'll provide a lot of meat, and so so I'm excited. I'm celebrating. I'm fired up, and so Sherry is already down out of the tree. I think she set all of 45 minutes, and so she said, I said, hey, I need you to, because Brody immediately says, you want me to, he said, I really want to come see him. I said, well, we got plenty of daylight, so we'll get some good pictures. Keep hunting, man. Don't, we're in prime time now. You keep working. Maybe you'll have one too. Mom's on her way. Now, Sherry has already helped me load a doe. Of course, the doe only weighed about 115 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, maybe 120. It was a pretty big doe, but it wasn't, but still, it's not Big Six. And so she arrives on the scene, and the minute she arrives on the scene, Greg, this is not so typical, guys. Well, I'll tell you what, you knew what you were doing. I said, what are you talking about? Well, you just put the rest of us.
No. And gar hole. Put them in the gar hole.
I said, sure, are you calling gar hole? Well, I mean, I don't know where. I didn't see hardly anything where you put me. I said, you talking about the 45, 50 minutes you sat there?
Yeah. I got to sit there a little longer.
And probably had perfume on.
Yeah, right.
Didn't have a head cover.
Right. And
probably moving around.
I mean, you got to give it some time.
Yeah.
And she was like, well, you set yourself. I said, no, I told. Because what this is really about, I said, your son and my son had a chance to sit wherever he wants to sit, and he's still hunting. Yeah. He still may get something.
Right.
Oh, you set this up perfect. I said, well, I'm not trying. I will say this. Now, there ain't nobody in the family that does more homework in this place than me. I'll say that.
Yeah. Try to tell them, though.
When it comes to the hunting.
Yeah.
And I said, everybody, and I said, baby, you please tell me you have hunted total with down here or been part of a hunt probably 3 times in 14 years, okay? And you think that you're going to call gar hole on me? Well, you just put us all off in. I said, it's the term is gar hole.
Yeah.
And she but anyway, so she comes over, and we start trying to, we're all getting a little bit older, so I climb up in the back of the vehicle, and I said, just give me the horns.
Give me the horns, honey.
Yeah, and of course then we get into she doesn't want to get any blood on her, and she would prefer I didn't get it on me, and I said, baby, there's not a whole lot we can do about that. We'll minimize it, but there's not a lot we can do, okay. And so anyway, I said I need various pictures of me in Big Six, and first time she takes a picture, I said, baby, I want to see I said, baby, everybody can barely see me. I said, you got to come on and get closer. We got to get a good look at it. And so finally we get him loaded up, and
how did that happen?
She's I get it going, and she'll get underneath the hindquarter and push to get it up in there. And so this is the thing, guys.
Get the leg.
Help me out, Adler. You may Adler. You out of our team likely have this phrase. Maybe Helms, possibly Greg with his research. What's that main artery that comes down the inside of our leg, the side of our groin? What's that main artery right there? Is that it? There's a main artery there that if it gets cut off or it gets cut, you got problems.
Yeah.
And
I think Greg's right.
Okay, boy, Greg. Yeah. Well, how about this? You're not going to believe this. It's almost like it was his last shot at us. We go to pull him up in that little cart, and I've got him by the horns, and she's pushing from the back, and that big thick horn hits me right on the inside of his leg, and I think it slashed me.
Oh,
and I was
going down.
I said, he got me like that, and she was like, I said, Big Sixer right at the end.
The deer strikes back.
This right here stuck right into my thigh. I mean, right in the inside of my groin. He got me. I said, he's got me. And I started. And I was like, oh, I'm not bleeding. And so I would show y'all the cut that he put on me, but you wouldn't want that. But it.
So it's real.
Oh, he cut me. I wasn't in danger. He didn't.
That's that's your blood.
Nearly
Is that
killed
your blood.
That's not my blood. No.
I
was going to say that is a pretty good one. He didn't cut me that bad. That's where I pulled his horn out of my leg. Somebody help me! But here's what's cool. So
Bring me a towel.
So Sherry goes into the house to cook the chicken soup.
Which house, Rick?
Hers, not in Camp House. And so I go over and park. Well, now I've got an hour of daylight. That's just me and Big Six. Yeah. Because, Brody says,
Try to get you again.
Hey, I want to go, whatever. Hey, wait till we come out. So I just go over and I pull him over at Camp House because I got to put him up now in the big truck and take him on.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to get him up in the lift kit.
Yeah.
And I take him over there and I just said, we've had quite the battle, haven't we, Big Six?
Did you talk to him?
Yeah, and he's just sitting there looking at me. Of course, I took every kind of angle pictures you've seen that I possibly could because I knew everybody wanted there to be clear documentation. And I said it was a good run. I said you were a formidable foe. Mm-hmm. You were. I mean, you dodged us. You whatever
for years.
And but today's the day that it ends. And so we start thinking about what to do. And actually, young Broderick came up with it, and he loves it. He said, Dad, go, and when you get these antlers, I'm going to do an antler mount. I'm not going to do a full head with him. And he said, when you get these, let's put it at a prominent place since he's the legendary Big Six.
Mm-hmm.
And at Camp House, like teams going on the field, as we leave, we have to touch his horns going out.
I like that.
Yeah.
Win.
Which is another reason to save Camp House.
Mm-hmm. That's
Big Six. So, men, Big Six is done. He's out. Brody said he couldn't even enjoy the last part of the hunt because he wanted to come see Big Six.
He thought, at what point did he think it could be him?
He said, when I heard the shot, he said, I told Cameron, Dad has taken Big Six. And, so he's off the board now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so that's kind of why they were wearing, I don't know if it was, a little bit more than just wearing a little seatbelt. It looked like to me they might have been harnessed in a little bit more, and that's why they couldn't get out.
You've seen those helicopters around any big tourist attractions, especially in New York, all the time. And I've often thought about, it'd really be cool to go ride one of those. But, I mean, there's literally hundreds of them every day, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I've done them before. I don't know. Have I done one in New York? I think I did. But I'm not saying I did this one, but like I said, there's more than one. But I've done the helicopter tours before, and we were even going to do one when we went to Hawaii, but it was so expensive, and we had so many other things to do that we kind of just kind of didn't make the playoff. You know what I mean? Of everything we wanted to do. But yeah, most of these places where there's any kind of and here you're talking about the landscape of the city and looking at it and all the different historic places, Statue of Liberty and all that. So they fly you around and give you another look at it. And I've done it before. It is a beautiful thing to see. But anytime you get up in the air, there's. Yeah, it's interesting that I saw this yesterday. I forget what channel it was. There's so many cable channels now. I don't know what they all are. But I ended up on one yesterday, and it was, I don't know why I was watching it. It was even before I saw this story, and it was nothing but some of the most famous air disasters. And they interview, and these are just ones where people survived.
Right.
And they interview the pilots and interview everybody that was on there. Guys, what a terrible. I mean, we're talking about these in all these. This is where the engines fail on passenger planes, and that thing starts falling out of the sky, and they're up there trying to make it happen. And there was one where it was an Indonesian airline, and they were talking about how they call it radar shadow or whatever. They looked at the radar and thought they were heading away from the storm, but because of the way the radar, there was so much rain shear that the radar was giving them a false picture, and they actually went right into the worst part of it. And it knocked their engines out and the power failure in the plane. What about when you're in a plane and at one point the engines are gone and you're just falling out of the sky and they're trying to get those engines to refire, and then all the power goes off and you're sitting in the dark as you are falling? I mean, just
it's a bad deal. Bad deal.
But the thing I didn't realize, and this is even on airplanes, they said, well, even when the engine goes out, it's still flying. It's just coming down.
Yeah.
But
still got a lot of forward motion.
And they had these two pilots on the Indonesian airline that found a river, kind of like Sully did, and they set it down. And then they said as they're coming in, they realized there's bridges. So they're going down, then they try to hold it up to get over a bridge. And finally they were trying to hit the water in between two bridges, hoping – it would stop before it rammed into the other bridge. And they got it down, and only one person on the entire plane was killed just from the hit in the water. I guess they hit their head off something or whatever. And the water they landed in was so shallow that they ended up all being wade to the shore. And everybody lived but one person that was killed on impact. But this picture, because it doesn't happen immediately. And at one point, they're just sitting there praying in the cockpit. They're asking for forgiveness of their sins. And they've got those headsets on, and everybody's praying over the plane. That thing is coming out of the sky and dropping. And you're trying to find somewhere, once you get out of the storm, let's look around and see where we are. And finally he looks and sees a river, and he says, let's try to put it down right there. Man, those people, you talk about tough. So sadly on this one, the pilot was able to escape. The tourists were not. The passengers were not able.
Thanks for that description, Rick, as everybody who's headed to an airplane today.
Yeah, I know.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us as we make our way back. So there you go. More stories from the vacation, and it was a lot of fun. We had a great time. Update you on some things going on this week. I'll be in Athens, Alabama, as we start the 2023 speaking schedule as well. And everybody, Team Man Church going out. We've got several coming up in January. I'll be at Athens, Alabama's Friendship Church on Sunday night. For their next Man Church as they continue to walk through the strategy, and excited about seeing all of you. Find those details at themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Also, I mentioned earlier, if you and your group, and like I said, we got men coming from all over the country, desire to go to the first ever Man Church conference in Greg, in my hometown, Oxford, Alabama, we are down to less than 100 tickets. So it's going to sell out. And if you have been putting that off or even thought, well, I'll just probably grab some at the door, that's not I'd get a different strategy. They are reserved, so once you get them for your group, it's the same seat all weekend, and it's in a theater-type setup, so all the seats are good. But less than 100 remain, so FYI on that. Go to themanchurch.com if you desire to be with us in February, and we're excited about that. Okay, so also, Bubba, I just sent you something on a text. New Year's Day, it was kind of odd on New Year's Day because we didn't have bowl games on New Year's Day because it fell on a Sunday. And so when we were going on vacation, and I guess it was probably maybe the actual day of the last show, if not it was right after we had gone. So I got a text from my pastor that was, and he said, hey, I know this, I don't know what you're doing while you're on vacation or for the holidays, but would you be available to preach on New Year's Day? And I was like, whoa. So I talked to Sherry about it, and she was like, yeah, we're not doing anything. We'll be in town. And so I ended up actually preaching at my home church on New Year's Day, and I didn't know I was doing that when we were leaving for vacation. so that ended up being, and it was interesting because it was cool to see, again, back to the show as we celebrate our 29th anniversary. It was cool to see how just Helmsy putting it out on our social media and letting people know about it without us even be able to be on there, because I don't even think I even told y'all they were doing best of shows to even talk about it on there. I don't think I even
didn't. Matter of fact, when you sent this to me and said put it on social, I thought I had missed something in the mix.
No, I mean, I was honored that, the pastor would give me this opportunity, and you see Greg's there. See him standing there right there at the very back. But anyway, people came because I don't know. I guess I know that some met on Christmas Day, some didn't. But I guess New Year's Day, I don't know what happened, but how churches handle that. Our church, we had a service on Christmas and New Year's. But anyway, I couldn't believe the number of people that came from all over the listening audience. Yeah. They were coming up to me going, "Hey, just came in from Cleveland County," and "Hey, just came over from Georgia." And I was like, "Well, that's good that even that we can get stuff to them even when we're not here." And it went really, really well. It was a great turnout. And it was so good to meet people from all over our audience that came and said, "Let's worship together on New Year's Day." And again, thanks to Pastor Mac Brunson for offering me that opportunity. You stand up in a pulpit that he's been in, it's intimidating. And I appreciate him allowing me the opportunity to do that and trusting me. But also, so afterwards we said, let's do that. Then we'll have our New Year's Day meal after, and with Mom and Dad just up the street, we had them come over and have it. And I want y'all to look at this plate right here. Bubba, just look at that.
Okay,
now.
now.
Yes, sir.
Goodness. Somebody's saying that for 2023 we need to get a pointer for this screen that's behind you and me.
I have a broke antenna in my garage. I can bring it.
Yeah, and so you've got, and I don't know where this.
I thought you meant a dog.
I don't know where this tradition started. I know what the greens are supposed to be. That's supposed to, and it's all just goofy.
Soul food, Rick.
It's supposed to be, have a prosperous year. You have to eat greens on New Year's Day.
Yeah.
But I don't know what
That's
the peas.
real.
What are the peas for? We're supposed to eat black-eyed peas, but I don't know
and
what
greens.
I don't know what it's
Luck.
supposed to accomplish. Is that what it was?
I don't know.
I think you're right, by the way. And then Greg, Dad taught us how to do that pork tenderloin. I cooked it. I cooked it just like he's cooked it. And look, it came off pretty good.
it looked good.
Mama was saying it
looked good.
It's the other white meat.
It is.
And,
Yeah, it does. It promises black-eyed peas, good luck, health, and
Yeah.
abundance.
And then Mama's cornbread. She did some of these muffins, but she also made me my own little pawn of it too.
Look at that.
And I got in trouble about that. Mama said, "Now this over here's for you, baby." And I said, "Okay, thank you." And I looked, and Sherry's cutting it up. And I said, "What are you cutting it up?" I said, "That's actually you don't get the whole." And I said, "Well, Mama made the muffins for everybody because we had Camtastic over and her parents too." And she said, "But that's not your cornbread." I said, "No, the muffins are for the guests. That right there, my mama
made it for
my
you.
mama made that for me." She goes, "You're not serious, are you?" And I said, "I'm somewhat serious."
Absolutely.
But
She
cut it
didn't.
up.
She didn't use a clown reference.
Right. No, you. But anyway,
Hey, Rick, I got to tell you, we had a similar plate.
that's one of
I
my
could have seen it.
that's one of my favorite meals. That right there.
Yeah.
And then Mama's recipe, this slaw. Sherry made it, but Mama taught her how to. It's
Marinated slaw.
It's so good. It's got
Yeah,
peppers
it's
in
good.
it, and it's got pepper sauce on it.
I love a good marinated slaw.
I told
You know
Terry,
that meal, Greg.
That's a good meal. I wish I had it right now.
I told Terry and Tyler that putting mayonnaise in black-eyed peas like they do,
That's
I said
weird.
that's going to have to be done away from me and mixed up.
I
You
see
can't
that done.
you can't throw that down right in front of me and mix it. You can't do it. I mean, they tear it.
I need a wet washcloth.
You kidding me?
Yeah.
And they're the only two in the family. But we had a similar
wish
spread
you
like
wouldn't
that.
have talked
And,
about
it. Yeah.
Oh my! They broke the mayonnaise out, and I
Oh,
said that's got to
don't
happen.
mention it. Don't
It's
mention
got to
it.
happen
Bring it
somewhere
up.
else.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, why would you do that to peas?
I've never heard of that before.
Oh yeah.
Now you put pepper sauce on it.
That spaghetti.
Yeah, what about
How
when you,
about that too?
Here we
yeah,
go.
what about when you put a little pepper sauce?
Oh,
What about
good.
when you cook your peas in a little bit of chicken broth?
Oh, look at.
Oh,
Come on. Somebody
Is
bark
that,
for
oh, is
me.
that a piece of bacon in there? Oh. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to chat with you. Ask a question, make a comment, bring some information. Your turn to talk when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My picture on the cover.
start with Tim McGraw on this one. Let's see. Tim McGraw has collapsed on stage during his Ireland performance. They said what scared everybody, he was singing the song Live Like You Were Dying. And his wife shut that down.
Yeah, and I actually have her on stage announcing that. The quality's not great, but you can get an idea of what she said.
He's been super dehydrated, and I apologize, but I made the decision that he cannot come back out on stage.
Well,
there's the decision. Hey,
usually you don't get an applause for that.
No.
Right.
You care about your health. I'm glad you care about your husband's health.
I think they would have applauded anything she said. Right?
That is one advantage to having your wife on tour and y'all doing it together is that she can just go, no,
I'm shutting it down.
You're not doing anything else.
Greg, she's actually the opposite of Loretta Lynn's husband, do.
Yeah, who said get out there and sing for the people. That's all I can
When
tell.
Loretta Lynn was wore down, the very oversensitive dude says, "Baby, I don't know what to tell you except get out there and sing for the folks."
That's it.
I want to go back out.
No, we care about your health. So I don't know what they're going to do. Of course, did she go out and finish, or without him, or whatever?
Well, I was at the Soul to Soul deal with Terry. Remember we went?
I forgot about that.
And they do a really good job of kind of taking turns, and then they'll be out there together for a little bit, and then he'll sing some, she'll sing some, then they'll come back out, to give each other a break here and there throughout the concert. But it's a really good concert.
So there's no footage of him actually collapsing. I don't know why I want to see that, but
Rick, well, that's the Burgess in you.
Yeah,
you lean in on stuff like that.
I kind of like to see it.
Right.
I have not gotten the footage yet. If there is, I haven't. It would be from a cell phone or something.
Right. Okay. All right. If anybody has that,
there's like still shots of them on stage together. And then her making the announcement, but that's about it.
How about she just shut that down? So he should be okay then. It doesn't sound like it's anything serious.
Yeah, he'd performed a couple of nights before that, it looked like.
All right, so then
how did he get so dehydrated?
It's a good question, Bubba.
Well,
I watched this documentary about that tour and the workout. He does like CrossFit.
Oh yeah,
he probably overdid it or something.
He did, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. With that and these concerts, I mean,
they do it at the venue. They had all this stuff.
Sure, he does.
Crazy.
He didn't weigh anything. We met them. He's a tiny little thing.
Yeah,
He's down to really almost too skinny.
Yeah. I mean, he's extremely fit. Don't get me wrong.
But he looks ill, though.
He's overdone it.
You can go too far where you look sickly.
Right. And these concerts,
something I'd never have to worry about.
I started to say, Rick, I'd never want that to happen, and I think I'm okay.
I believe we're good.
You can look sickly on one end, you look sickly on the other end.
Yeah. Like I said, when you watch the Olympics, when the triathletes come in here, they look like skeletons running there. They're all like,
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure a concert they'll take a lot out of you.
Well, yeah, you sit with those triathlete things come in. You're going, right? Wait a minute, are these triathletes or these people just got off naked and afraid?
They look horrible. I mean,
they look terrible.
Yeah,
got to watch that
you're
again this weekend.
Did
That's
you?
the most bizarre show ever.
I can't believe anybody agrees with that.
I don't understand.
How can anybody
That's the
agree?
most miserable.
Don't you
This
know?
one guy had so many bug bites on his naked body. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Who agrees
But
with that?
did his survivor rating go up?
He did.
Or
It went up
whatever
to a 7.4.
Who cares?
Yeah.
I can't believe, and look, it wouldn't surprise me. There's Speedy and Terry.
Of course, the whole time I've got a spot on my head.
Yeah.
Right, I remember that.
They were staring at it.
Did you get a separate picture with that and them?
Yeah.
But when you look at this, Greg, I can't believe when somebody came up with the idea, said, I tell you what, I want to take the Survivor thing to another level. So, okay, well, go ahead. What's your idea?
Yeah.
I'm thinking we drop people out in the middle. We've already done that. No, stay with me. I want them to be out there with nothing. Okay, we already done that? No, I'm talking about nothing, like no clothes. No clothes? Nobody's going to agree.
That puts a whole new twist on it.
Nobody's going to agree to that. And then people go on the website and then just be begged to be picked.
They were in this contraption
so
that shelter they think they built, and it comes one of them storms, and they're naked, just freezing in that room, shaking.
How did they go?
How about this? I wouldn't even want to. I wouldn't even want to be barefooted and afraid.
That's it.
No.
With no
Rick,
shoes.
I don't even want to be in there with shoes, no boots.
Right.
Now, this
Naked
one
and
bunch, they immediately made themselves some clothes.
They did.
Because, yeah, they did that right out of the gate.
With what?
This bark and stuff. I don't know.
Bark and stuff.
Peel it off a tree and make a pair of drawers with it.
Look, it's talent. It's talent.
And then there's those that just stay BAN. I mean, they don't,
Yeah.
all they got's that pouch hanging around.
Why? It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, and we're phone trolling now. You want to join us? Dial it up and let's go. Dial it up and let's go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. And you can join us right now. Helmsy settled into the old call screening slot, and he'll take your phone call. Since it's a phone troll, it's pretty simple. You just dial us up right now. Helmsy will get you lined up, ready to go. We'll start working through the calls. At 30 seconds, the buzzer will end one call and go to the next call. Unlike a normal phone segment, we do not allow meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs inside of the phone troll. It's strictly for comments, questions, bringing something to the table. We're learning the art of calling oneself by asking the difficult question, if I heard my own phone call, would I be informed, entertained, or annoyed? But it will move briskly, and we will cover a lot of topics. And if you want to get in, move right now. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Back with us, Bubba, for another year. How many years have they been with us?
Oh, several.
Several
years.
years.
Good reason.
Yeah. We celebrate our 29th, and they've been here for a lot of that. So right now, you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. The holidays are behind us. But how about a new hoodie? Yeah, the MyPillow hoodie is available. Soft cotton. It's French terry for relaxed comfort. It includes a front kangaroo pocket. Got an accent trim on the that's available in the small, a medium, large, extra large, and even, yes, don't panic, XXL. Right now, you'll save 65%, and they come in some great colors if you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Look for the MyPillow hoodie. Also, the drawstring lounge pants are 30% off. Small, smooth toe socks. We love those too. They're available. Get those right now at MyPillow.com/Bubba. And unlike everywhere else you go, when you shop MyPillow.com/Bubba, they actually have lowered prices. Yeah. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. To the phones we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Brian is in Huntsville. 30 seconds for 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Yes. Glad to have y'all back again. And I'm wondering if I could throw away a postal receipt if y'all had received a couple of T-shirts that I sent for Christmas that might not have made it there in time.
Was the T-shirt on the front of it have "All Souls Matter"?
That's correct. I just wanted to verify it before I threw away that receipt. And thank y'all for all that you did.
Well, it's kind of you to send those. Thank you very much.
They
didn't get there before vacation, but I saw them on my desk when I came in. So thank you very much for that. And it's made of that real comfortable shirt thing. Let's go to Kyle in Birmingham, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey. How about it?
Glad y'all back.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, do y'all think there's too many teams in the NFL playoffs? I love my Buccaneers, my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but they're 8-8 going into the playoffs. Come on now. We don't deserve to be there,
That is because that division has had a bad record this year. And, that happens from time to time. It just happened to be the NFC South this time. A couple of years ago, the NFC East was in the same situation. They were going to have somebody that moved into the playoffs because all of them had losing records. Mm-hmm. But it happens sometimes. I don't think it's anything. The NFL playoffs is pretty solid, I think, right now.
Yeah, I think I
don't want any more teams, but you definitely have a chance if you're hot or if you've had a good year.
I think Major League Baseball has added too many teams. Basketball has, but I don't think football has. To Bubba's point. Now, one thing you could do to stop this 8-8 is you could say the top, however many playoff spots you got, we're taking the best records and we're forgetting about conferences and all that, and we're just taking the best teams in the whole league and putting them in a playoff. You could do that, but I don't think the number is the problem.
Well, you have the two conferences, Rick. So if you take the best teams in each conference or the division, and see they're going to be a division winner with, possibly a losing record, but just because the rest of the division is doing so bad this year and they got the tiebreak.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you could take the top whatever teams in the AFC and the top whatever teams in the NFC, regardless of division, and you could do that. But the number of teams, I think, is fine. But
Yeah.
but right now, if you win your division, you get in.
You're going to have this oddball thing from time to time, and it will move around from division to division just based on the strength. I like the fact now that, like, if the NFC South all play, they play 2 games, of course, against all their divisional opponents, but then they all play the same other division. In other words, because years gone by, you might have drawn, the Cowboys and, the Steelers and the Raiders when they were good, and somebody else got, Cleveland and, somebody else that was not doing good, not having a good season. So they all basically play the same division now. So the record is much more fair than it used to be, I think.
Yeah. Billy out of Huntsville. Lines are available if you want to get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have room. Billy's in Huntsville as well. Billy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. I wanted to know what you thought about the trade that we made with Russia.
On the prisoners?
You talking about on the prisoners?
Yes.
Well, we talked about that ad nauseum before we went on vacation.
Okay.
Well, that's all right. I mean,
we'll give you a quick recap.
Yeah, you may have missed it. We all agreed that it was a bad deal because it's like if you've ever played cards before, it's like we had an ace and they knew we had it, and we just gave the ace away. Yeah. I mean, what
what was his name? The Merchant of Death?
Yeah.
What?
If you're the Merchant of Death.
I mean, he's worth 3 or 4, right?
Yeah, you just can't
How
say.
many WNBA basketball players equal the Merchant of Death?
Yeah, what we should have done is demanded that the Marine and the player come out for the Merchant of Death, and you could even make a case the Merchant of Death should never be given back.
Yeah, you can make that argument.
But I think that was really handled poorly. To answer your question,
it was.
Does anybody on the show disagree with that?
It was politically expedient, and I think we made a bad deal.
Yeah, and the Russians themselves are laughing, and we saw that openly with some of their, and I'm using this term loosely, journalists, the ones who get to be on TV that are approved by the government. But they were talking about how they basically snowed us, and how they beat us out bad on that deal. Yeah. And they said they understand why the Americans made the deal because of political correctness, and they laughed at that too.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Mark in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Mark, go ahead.
Hi, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Man, as a pastor, I just wanted to get y'all's input and how much of a blessing it was to see, as hard as it was to see what happened on Monday Night Football, to really see ESPN and the nation really take to prayer. And then not only seeing that, but seeing a reporter on ESPN actual live, literally, bow his head and pray.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier too. Certainly glad all that happened, but it is an interesting thing how all of a sudden human life and prayer became extremely important to everybody. Which for those of you sometimes that say, well, tell me about this whole thing about why bad things happen. Just listen to what was just said and watch what happened. A lot of times these things are allowed because it forces us. See, I'll tell you another thing you notice from all of that. There really are no atheists. Scripture even tells us this.
Yeah.
I mean, they pretend that they're. But see, you see when people get afraid, when life and death is going on, many times you'll see people that wouldn't pray, wouldn't talk about praying, don't think people should pray if they're coaches or anything like that. Suddenly, they're all praying because deep down, what you're seeing is every one of us knows. I don't care what you claim. Deep down, you know God exists. You know He does. Now, you may not know Him personally, and you may not know what to call Him, and you may not understand it, but there's something innate in every created being that knows the Creator exists. And when things like this happen, and suddenly people that have all kinds of opinions, and this isn't the place for that, and da-da-da-da-da, and why are these coaches trying to force their faith on people, and da-da-da-da-da, before you know it, there's nobody that is upset about prayer, and there's nobody that's not talking about God. And it's because everybody knows. To the phones we go. Henderson, Tennessee. Flip, go ahead.
Neighbors, y'all doing all right?
We're doing great.
Listen, this is going to be hard for me because I saw the pictures of the chocolate gravy and biscuits, and it made me miss my mama. And it's made me miss my grandmama. And it's made me miss my great-grandmama.
Okay. Bubba, I think we have Dwayne on the phone.
The Dwayne from early today?
Dwayne, is this the Dwayne?
Yes, sir. There's actually Delane, Delane, Delane.
Delane, wow. So was Bubba's note about you?
Yes, sir. Today's my birthday, and I was just calling to wish y'all a happy anniversary on my birthday.
How about that? You share your birthday with Dwayne.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
So it's Delane. Well, how about that?
Yes, sir.
And we made a note. Bubba did to and he didn't know what it meant, but he did have his note and it worked.
Yeah. Did I get an email about that?
Or you called the show?
Or did you call?
Yes, sir. I called in last week, week before last, right before y'all went on break.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, happy birthday, Delane.
We
almost
almost
got it
or
right.
as we like to call him, Dwayne.
Yeah.
Oh, Dwayne.
Oh, Delane. All right, we'll come back. Couple of videos. Bubba, also, you're not allowed to tell us that Barbara Walters passed away, but she did.
Yep.
She did. And we'll hit that. Also, I see another one here that might be. We got the family restaurant being violated again. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't get it.
But Rick, the pitch meeting you were talking about, when they're trying to convince a network to give this a shot.
Well, first of all,
they're naked.
Naked. The first thing somebody would say is, "Well, nobody's going to sign up for that."
Yeah,
we won't have any contestants.
Well, I tell you what we'll do. We'll make their survival rating go up. How about that?
I'm sure they get a fee for being on there, but they don't win like 500,000.
Yeah.
Do this and you win 100, 200 grand.
It would have to be life changing.
You
Forever.
You think about all the things you're trying to overcome, but I'm like y'all bugs we got. I mean, I'm out.
No, this is one guy I've never seen.
I'm out at bugs.
Rick, I've never seen a human being
biting
with this many bug bites on him.
Rick,
it was unbelievable.
When I'm on the back porch and mosquitoes are biting me, I get up and go inside.
Oh, I can't see
They
that.
don't take me to about 2, and I'm out.
Also, American Idol returned on Celebrity News. Did you?
Yeah.
Any count?
I watched it just because I've always liked American Idol and of all the singing shows. And at first, the judges, it took them a while to. Now, Lionel was excellent because his knowledge.
Yeah.
He's really trying. Of course, the others were goofing off, but it actually, by the end of it, it's not bad. I'll watch it again tonight.
I'm just glad to see Lionel back on TV. I saw a little bit of it. I saw 1 or 2 of the people they were judging. And I don't know why. Lionel's just one of those people I want to see on TV and look happy. And I know he's had a little work done, but he looks more like the regular Lionel now,
His eyes are kind of slanted a little bit.
Greg.
Well, pulling all that skin back.
You can get a little tight there sometimes.
He'll go, I guess he's like, but
it's just good to see him back on,
Lionel.
I do too.
Did you hear that?
First concert I ever went to was
But now I love
Commodores
Lionel.
when Lionel was
Did you hear
in.
it?
Yeah, he loves
Tourette's right there.
He looks funny, but I still
Said he's got slanted and he's been pulled back too much, but you love him.
What about Luke Bryan?
Okay, he got on my nerves early.
See, because that's where.
But he grew on me. He grew on me. He got
he's
kind of
likable.
I
funny.
wish they would just let Lionel. I don't want to hear from Katy Perry, and I don't want to hear from Luke Bryan. I wish they just let Lionel be the only judge.
And I wish I
There is some advantages to having her on the show, and I think Speedy has one of the clips.
Yeah, this is Benjamin Glaze. He's 19 years old, and before he performed, they were just doing
Never
some
been
small,
kissed, right?
They were doing some small talk, and this is how it played out.
He was a little nervous.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. All right, we come back. Good to be back. Wednesday Bible study back today. The Revelation, installment 1 today. Live on our YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. And then it'll be archived like they've been doing it for years. Adler will have that available for you to catch on your own time, and that'll be what we'll concentrate on. It may take the whole year, like the book of Genesis. It may not. We definitely will be walking much slower through this book. So probably take most of the year, too. All right, so here's some things that that we haven't gotten to today. We've really concentrated on telling you about things that happened while we're on vacation with a story here or there. But Barbara Walters died at 90. Is that right? 90 years old? Was that
Barbara.
Was that her age? I can't remember. I just
but only bad thing she did was come up with The View.
I know. That's right.
That was
she
her
started
thing,
that.
yeah.
Yep. But here she is in this clip that Adler has. Talking to the Kardashians. Have you seen this famous clip?
I remember when she said
all right, so here it is.
You don't really act. You don't sing. You don't dance. You don't have any, forgive me, any talent.
You don't have any talent.
I think that's when she was doing the thing where she names the 10 most influential people of the year.
Interesting.
Breaks them down. Interesting, whatever.
Right, yeah.
But I remember that from now when she says, what's the deal? You don't have any talent.
So 93? Yeah. 93 years old.
Wow.
Now, here's what I never understood, and it's rare that, Greg, you probably did catch it because this is your expertise. But I remember that Saturday Night Live did a deal, Barbara Wawa.
Yeah, Gilda Radner.
Did she have a speech? I never picked up on her speech.
I think they exaggerated.
Well, she had that heavy New York accent, and not as much later in life, but earlier on, you could tell it a lot more.
I actually heard that on the way in today. They were playing a clip of Gilda Radner doing it, and it was where you just extremely exaggerate.
Yeah.
And Barbara's interviewing, she said it did bother her at first. But she said one of her daughters, like when she got older, she said, I walked in, she was listening to it. She goes, and I was like upset. She was like, you need to get over it. It's really not that big a deal, you know?
Oh, really? Her daughter basically said, hey, it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never picked up on the W thing that they were doing.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know she did
funny.
that. No, it was hilarious the way they did it. But
Baba Wawa.
But you remember she would also make somebody cry at the drop of a hat, too. She was one of those. If she did, what was that? Like you said, those
she did one-on-one. Now, you had the interesting people, but then you had one-on-one.
Oh, yeah.
One-on-one when she dig deep.
Right.
They showed a clip over the weekend of when she became the first female anchor of a major newscast, and she was on ABC, and you could tell I can't think the guy's name. Golly, I forgot his name, but he was not happy.
Sleep deprivation.
He was not happy that he was sharing the role with her, and you could tell it was not being a pioneer in this was not a very popular thing at the time.
She moderated the debate between Carter and Ford.
Really?
Yeah, heard that on things.
Okay, well, aren't you
heard
full
all
of
kinds of stuff.
Barbara
I don't know how I got hung up on that this morning.
And then
Wawa.
the question, video 4, the question that everyone's asking: where was Adler? Apparently, we had another Waffle House brawl on Christmas.
Oh boy,
yeah, on Christmas.
Hey, Waffle House is packed on Christmas.
And we're not doing the audio for obvious reasons.
Y'all are not giving Speedy enough on the girl catching the chair.
Okay.
Okay. Just I know Greg wants to make. I'm telling you, Greg.
There's no audio, so you just have to give play-by-play. We can't play the audio.
I'd like to hear the cussing,
Greg.
Well, I mean, you just know how tense the fight was.
Yeah. So
part of it, yeah.
And we've all seen a Waffle House fight if you've been to them enough.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm up on the table.
On the
I'm on the table.
Yeah.
All right. And so, are we mad at the Waffle House people?
Yeah.
And now we're throwing stuff.
They're not ready for. I mean, she'll sling some fists now.
Right.
She's not backing down to anybody.
Oh, whoa.
She's slinging eggs out.
Oh, yeah, we fell there.
That's great.
Look, watch this. Look, I'm uppercut.
Oh, that's a good punt.
You don't want to go after the Waffle House waitress. Now, they can fight.
Yeah, now they all
She didn't even put her cigarette down. So
I think she hit the cook with one of them. It was trying to hold the other one back.
Oh, man.
Where's it's total mania right now.
Girl, it's like Ronda Rousey. I mean,
they did. She's fought before.
Everybody's now ran outside to just film through the window because the chaos is going throughout the entire restaurant.
Yeah, they won't let go of her hair, so there's that.
Yeah, look, you got my hair.
Oh, getting some punches in while my hair's being held.
Oh yeah,
But let me tell you
over the
something.
top,
Jumped in.
Yeah,
with the mask on.
If you go to start trying to fight the waitress crew at Waffle House, you better bring your game.
They don't put up no
No, but you see the
crowd they draw after midnight.
Where is the chairs?
They're still fighting. They're still, and people are trying to break them up.
Where's the chair?
The chair's coming right here, right around this
some
time.
beef dude gets it. I think.
Y'all not ready for her how she catches a chair, and it's more impressive the fact that she just really got kind of beat up.
Wait a minute! Don't let her have the waffle batter. I mean, we got to. Oh,
chairs are flying
Look,
in.
did you see that? Did you see her take that chair with one hand and throw it down?
That's the one that was ready to punch.
I thought she caught
that girl
She did catch it, Greg.
Where?
Right there.
She caught this
with her left hand.
Caught it in the air and slung it down.
And she has a look on her face like, throw another one.
Throw another one. Yeah. You better leave that girl alone.
I knew it would impress Greg.
You talking about scattered and
I
covered?
tell you what, in the
never caught a
break,
chair.
Greg, I'm gonna throw a chair at you. Let's see how you handle it. She did do that. You're missing it.
Shrugged it off.
You wanted her to catch it and stare
Are you
at
looking
I
at the
wanted her to
wrong
hold it
one?
longer.
Okay.
Well, she had to get ready for the next one.
Please look at everybody walking around there.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of scattered and covered. This is over there.
All right, so
It's a family restaurant, Mike.
It is.
My
So for
goodness.
Where were you?
This girl back here, are we going to say it? I mean, she's not petite, but she's a smaller girl that's working behind the counter, and she gave everybody a fight.
Oh, yeah.
She can punch.
Oh, no,
She's
She's telling that girl, bring it on.
Yeah. Greg, there's no question she's bantamweight, but buddy, in her division, she can
That's a
punch.
sad throw there.
She's, as we would call Rick, wiry.
Yeah, but her fist work is really pretty good.
She did. She caught that chair midair and slung it down.
Y'all think anybody was wearing something they got for Christmas?
Oh,
I got food all over.
I saw a guy had the collars all stretched out.
His new red shoes had stuff all over it. He had a little bit of the all-star breakfast all over it.
Wish you had a waffle.
All right,
I did too.
so I
But
think
you're not impressed with anything.
He's not.
I know we pushed some stuff to the next show. I think the 6A and B, because I thought we could get in the 6 second of the Packer fan falling. But when I see 6B, this is how it started and ended. I think we need that.
It needs its own.
Yeah. Okay. So
you're talking about the big dude?
Speaking of Packers, Bubba, boy, the Vikings look good against
We don't
them.
need to rush that. Right?
At night.
I told you.
We got all week, Rick.
right.
You beat by a team that ain't even going to be in the playoffs, probably.
Bad. Got beat bad.
Real.
And they show the records, and the Vikings were like 12-3.
Bubba, the Packers-Detroit Lions game has been moved to primetime on Sunday, and if the Packers win, they're in.
Well,
What's
their record? 8-8.
Yeah,
probably they can win.
Look, don't worry. The Vikings are in, but they about one game. That'll do it.
Yeah, they didn't look very good the other day.
No, the last two games they didn't look too good.
Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.